Good morning. I would like to call our meeting to order. Good morning, Chair Holmes-Sutton. I would like to call our meeting to order. It is 9:17, and I would ask for a roll call.
Chair Dr. Holmes-Sutton.
Present.
Vice Chair Thigpen.
Here.
Member Dr. Aldaba.
Here.
Member Ferris.
Here.
Member Dr. Olson.
Here.
Member Salcido.
Here.
Member Shante Rosales.
Here.
Member Stern.
Here.
A Member Whitaker.
Here.
Thank you. I would ask that you would join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I would like to ask for public comment. If I may start in the room. Kara Hendricks. And if I may gently remind all those providing public comment that there is a time limit of 3 minutes. Thank you. I appreciate you. I'm so sorry for interrupting. Is the mic on? Thank you.
Let's try again. Good morning. My name is Kara Hendricks. I've been asked to provide public comment on behalf of Eagle Board Chair Burke Williams, who is unable to be here today. And I'm going to read a letter that he addressed to the board. Dear members of the State Public Charter School Authority, I hope this letter finds you well. I regret that I am unable to adjust my schedule to attend the hearing on August 2nd, 2024. Please accept my sincere apologies for not being present to engage in this crucial discussion. I am writing to you as a new member of the board for Eagle Charter Schools of Nevada. To provide some context about my background, I previously worked as a senior associate at Goldman Sachs for 4 years. During my tenure there, I assisted large institutions in navigating comprehensive federal statutory regulations and Securities and Exchange Commission regulation to ensure compliance and secure eligibility to trade securities and bonds on a large scale. My experience includes statutory interpretation, reviewing complex business documents such as annual reports, business formation documents, and financial reports. I understand the importance of governance in protecting the public and the critical nature of attention to detail. Currently, I'm a practice estate planning attorney in Henderson, Nevada. In addition to my Juris Doctorate, I hold a Master of Law degree in taxation. I believe my credentials and expertise can greatly benefit Eagle and help propel the school towards a positive trajectory. I acknowledge that Eagle has faced several shortcomings since its inception. Mistakes were made, and it is imperative that they are not repeated. I understand the importance of using government funding in a fiscally responsible manner. Eagle is positioned to use future funding to improve the lives of children from populations that are continuously underserved. Education is the path of opportunity, hope, and promise. Eagle is committed to making this vision a reality. As a board member, I understand my duties and responsibilities. I am committed to ensuring that our board members receive the proper training to effectively govern the operations of this school. Our board members will be more productive and meaningful for the lives of the students and families we serve. We will hold the school leadership and staff accountable for transparent and consistent communications and fiscal responsibility. We have constructed a new board comprised of compassionate, qualified individuals who are dedicated not only to remedying past mistakes, but also to elevating the school forward. We are committed to learn from past errors and ensuring they are not repeated. We are at a crossroads, but I do not believe this dilemma is as adversarial. I see the SPCSA not as an opponent, but as a partner in our mission to provide education opportunities that will change the lives of our students. I understand the crucial role the SPCS plays in ensuring government funds are appropriately used, that children and families receive the support they need, and that education meets high standards. Terminating Eagles charter will place an undue hardship on already troubled lives. These children and families live in a world of disappointment and inconsistency. Together, the SPCSA and Eagle can create consistency, hope, and promise in their lives. Together, we can exceed expectations and provide these children with life-altering opportunities. Thank you. And if I could submit his letter for the record.
Thank you.
I can turn that down or not.
I
I don't agree to submitting that. Read into public comment. Public comment can also be submitted in writing. Then he can email it to the public comment himself.
objection sustained. Thank you. I would call Tom Nichols.
Thank you, Madam Chair and esteemed members of the board and SPCSA leadership. For the record, I am Tom Nichols, Executive Vice President of Client Services and Operations for CSMC Charter School Management Company. We're a back office financial services provider working with charter schools in Nevada. Today, I come before you not to advocate for Eagle Academy Charter School, but I come before you as an experienced partner to multiple authorizers and struggling charter operators. As a former authorizer, I do understand the incredibly high stakes decisions and responsibilities that you have and the impact that your decisions make on families and communities where traditional public schools may have missed their mark. I personally made recommendations as an authorizer to close down charter schools that were supported by the board. Our relationship, CSMC's relationship and reputation with you as Nevada State Public Charter School Authority is more important than winning a single client partner contract. We've made no commitment nor have we discussed any terms of a contract with Eagle Academy yet, but we have been in conversations since the June SPCSA board meeting. If Eagle has an opportunity to continue to operate, our commitment, CSMC's commitment, is to work together in collaboration to provide you, the authority, with the assurances, evidence, timeliness, and transparency that you demand, that you require, and that you deserve. We believe at CSMC we can help be a turnaround organization for struggling charter schools, and we believe we can do the same for Eagle Academy to change their trajectory in a much more positive, transparent, and satisfactory direction. We're looking for wins for the SPCSA, for Eagle Academy, for CSMC, and for the families and community that Eagle Academy serves. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Chair Holmes-Sutton, I would now ask if there is any public comment online.
Thank you, Chair. If you would like to participate and comment, please press *9 now or raise hand in your Zoom window.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please continue.
Yes, I can.
Hi, thank you. My name is Brielle Anderson. I have my two kids attending Eagles Charter School. When I found out about Eagles Charter School, I was Googling different schools because where I live is not the best area. And I was, in contact with the CCDC main building, trying to find out how I can switch my kids from the school that they're zoned to a better location. I did try to find other charter schools, but unfortunately they cost. But one day when I was walking out of to check my mail, I seen the free registration to attend Eagles Charter School, and I was so grateful that I found them, because one, they're not a public school, which I really didn't want my kids to be in. And I love this school. I've had many problems with CCDC schools before I even tried to do an online school for my kids, and that didn't work out. Just many different problems, teachers not really caring about my kids, or just putting them inside classifying them as a bad student just because my son, he doesn't necessarily speak up and say, hey, I need help. And it wasn't like this with Eagle Charter School. I mean, every teacher is just amazing. I still do, go in, sit down during the classes just to see how the teachers do everything. And they're just amazing. My kids are learning, and I could tell when they come back home, they're learning. And for me, because I am a full-time mom who goes to work, and I attend UNLV full-time, the last thing I want to have to deal with or worry about is school problems that teachers should be doing themselves. And with Eagle Charter School, I just don't have to do that. The teachers do their job, do their part of being a teacher. And I'm so grateful and so thankful for them. I truly, truly am. And I'm so thankful that I found them and that we're here and my kids are going there. So I thank them so much.
Chair Homestead, thank you very much. Are there any additional public comments online?
I've got one. If I may go ahead, my name is Callie Hatch, and I've been a member of the Eagle Board since June. I live in Idaho Falls. I apologize, I was not able to be there in person today, but I do have almost 7 years of experience on a charter school board. In 2017, I joined the board for Alturas International Academy at the beginning of their second year of operations. The board was still transitioning from a managing board to a governing board, and they had a lot to learn, and they made mistakes. And there was a lot to be done for them to become an effective board. Together, we researched best practices for governing boards, and we implemented regular and more intensive training. And the school became, and still is, very successful, both academically and fiscally. In fact, their wait list equals their enrollment number. Eagle has only been a charter school for 1 year, just 1 year. And like the charter school that I served in Idaho, Eagle has made some mistakes. These mistakes were not made out of malice, they were made out of inexperience. And as our budget shows, Eagle has a solid plan in place to repay the Nevada Department of Education in full by November. As a board, Eagle also has a solid plan in place to move forward more efficiently and effectively. We've hired an office manager who will track all epicenter tasks. We will be hiring a Nevada company to prepare budgets and assist us with our financial matters. In addition to having our annual required board training from an SPCSA approved trainer, we will have brief and more specific training at each board meeting. We will ensure that the board packet for each board meeting is sent out in a timely manner and is posted appropriately. We will review financials monthly. We will compile a handbook of materials for all new members. We will follow a board calendar. We will have an annual COO evaluation. We will create and follow a strategic plan, and we will implement committees to include finance, governance, and academic excellence. When I first learned about Eagle, I was excited to see yet another opportunity for school choice in a demographic that so desperately needs support. I willingly joined the board to do everything I could to help the school. I am doing this because I am passionate about education. I want every child to be able to have the opportunity to learn, to thrive, and to be a contributing member of society. Eagle can provide that. We have worked tirelessly over the past 30 days to complete everything that was required to be in compliance. We will continue to work tirelessly to make Eagle a thriving success. I ask you, the SPCSA board, to please give us that opportunity. Thank you very much.
Chair Homestead, thank you very much. Is there any additional public comment online?
Again, if you recently just joined us and would like to participate in public comment, please press *9 now on your phone or raise hand in your Zoom window.
Chair Sutton, thank you. Coming back to the boardroom, I acknowledge that I saw a
I'm
hand.
sorry,
I
Chair,
would
you
ask-
have one more person that is trying to connect.
Thank you. My
So sorry about that.
apologies.
It takes them a second. Caller with the last 3 digits of 501, please press *6 now to unmute yourself. Thank you. Please continue.
Hear me?
Yes, we can. Please continue.
Okay, good. Thank you. My name is Brandy Alexander. I have just a very few minutes to speak. I'm coming in 1 second. So I to make my comments to this board. This school, Eager Charter School, is something that I found when my children were attending a school in my neighborhood that they are zoned for. And I was having not great experience with that CCSD school. Eagle Charter School has been a savior to my children. They are thriving, both of them, in A and B honor roll. Teachers amazing. Staff is amazing. The location is perfect for my children. I urge this board to please listen to everyone who has spoken on this committee and allow this school the opportunity to continue. It means a lot to me and several other people in my neighborhood and other parents that I have spoken to go to this, their children attend. So if you could please give us the opportunity to continue, I would very much appreciate it. It means a lot to me and my children, and I thank you for your time.
Chair Sutton,
Chair.
thank you. Yes,
You have no more callers.
thank you. Coming back to the boardroom, I acknowledge that I saw a hand. Have you had an opportunity to complete a form to speak?
Sir, do you wish to speak for public comment at this meeting?
Chair Sutton, is it
Muzi.
Muzi?
Uh-huh.
Ma'am, thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Muzi Naeem, and I'm a board member at the Eagle Charter School. However, I'm here to speak as a member of the larger Las Vegas community and as an educator. I have been a retirement specialist for teachers and support staff for CCSD for several years, managing their finances and helping them retire early. In parallel to that, and for decades, I've been in the tech industry, specifically software and quality assurance in the gaming industry. I have a bachelor's degree in philosophy and microcomputer studies. I have a middle schooler at home who had been through the Pinecrest Charter School from kindergarten to 5th grade, and my spouse, who has retired from CCST after 25 years, is employed at Slam Charter School as a licensed teacher. So I speak from experience and from the point of view of a taxpayer who has little patience for fiscal mismanagement. I shall get to the point right away given the time limit. It is a lose-lose proposition for the Nevada Charter Authority to pursue the route of shutting down a functioning school with active returning students, teachers, administrators, and support staff. I'm frankly astonished that a community humming with activities, curricular or extracurricular, can be unraveled in such a cavalier fashion. It takes a lot to build a community of collaborators and well-wishers such as Eagle Charter Schools, and to disperse them to other overpopulated schools this late is frankly a disservice to the community. I teach 8th grade science at a Title I Tier 1 school in North Las Vegas, and I'm first-hand witness to the adverse effects of disruptions that students go through when a support system is pulled from under their feet. I believe shutting down Eagle Charter will be one such move. Additionally, as a taxpayer, I'm not too excited about the lack of accountability for an entity that has made mistakes in fiscal matters. If Eagle Charter School has made commitments, and I do believe they have, to return funds in installments and have a locally based accounting firm handle their fiscal matters from now onwards, that is exactly the route the Charter Authority should take. To write off a substantial amount of money as just lost in the business of overseeing charter schools is irresponsible. It is the duty of the Charter Authority to see to it that the money mismanaged is not lost forever. An example would be having stocks in Apple Corporation. If today the market goes down, you're not going to sell your stocks to realize that loss. You're going to hold on to that stock to see it come back. I'm glad that this hearing is happening and that I'm part of it. I only ask the Charter Authority to manage the affairs and funds in a manner that is transparent and that they recognize that the action of shutting down a school should meet a high burden. Of dismantling a school and writing off mismanaged funds should be done in a transparent and judicious manner if they choose to do so. Thank you.
Chair Hunson, thank you. Transitioning us to agenda item number 3, I will be reading it. The State Public Charter School Authority will hold a public hearing in compliance with the procedures for adjudication of contested cases under NRS 233B to make a final determination regarding the notice of termination of Eagle Charter School as approved by the SPCSA Board on June 21st, 2024, in accordance with NRS 388A.330. The board will consider the following. 1, whether Eagle has failed to comply with generally accepted standards of fiscal management. 2, whether Eagle would otherwise be financially impaired should the charter school cannot continue to operate. Should the board vote to allow Eagle to retain its charter. 3, whether Eagle has failed to comply with any provision of NRS 388A or any other statute or regulation applicable to charter schools. This is the time and place for the hearing in the matter of agenda number 3, SPCSA versus Eagle Charter School. I would ask if Eagle's counsel is present.
Good morning. Yes, Kara Hendricks here on behalf of Eagle Charter School.
Thank you. Would you be so kind as to spell your name for the record?
Absolutely. It's Kara, Kara, last name Hendricks, Hendricks.
Thank you. And I would ask SPSA counsel to also introduce themselves for the record.
Hi, my name is Samantha King Powell, SAMANTHA KINGPOWELL.
Thank you. I would ask if there are any preliminary matters.
We have stipulated to evidence already, and I believe it's already been handed out to the board.
On behalf of Eagle, Kara Hendricks, that is correct. There is one additional document that the Eagle will provide during the evidence that unfortunately did not make the binders.
Chair Holmstein, thank you. I will now ask if SPSA counsel will provide an opening statement.
I'd like to move to have our witnesses sequestered.
And for the record, again, Kara Hendricks, I believe we have an agreement that there are 2 witnesses being sequestered. On behalf of Eagle, we will sequester the landlord who will be testifying later. So Brent, if you wouldn't mind stepping out.
And then it looks like my witness has already stepped out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you want her to go?
He has switched the display.
Maybe tell her. I don't think she realizes.
Can you switch the display for the PowerPoint?
And I'll just note for the record that Kara Hendricks on behalf of Eagle, we were not provided a copy of the PowerPoint in advance. And to the extent there's anything included that is beyond the stipulated exhibits, I'm going to object to the same.
Melissa, I think we're good. Okay. Yeah. Does everyone see it?
I do not see anything on my screen. Is there a way I can get my screen working too, please?
I did not see anything. Member Salcido.
My screen's blank.
Member Salcido, I can see it now.
I'm not technically inclined, but
Okay, I'm gonna go grab that.
it's glitching. Every once in a while I see a flash.
I see what you're saying.
It's like it's plugged in. Okay.
Their screens are like flashing up.
Like they flick on for just a minute and then they flick off. See, like if you,
I think it could be.
It's trying.
Yeah, see, it's this court, whatever this is.
It's probably the HDMI is gonna be on there too. I'll add it here, right? You see this stuff.
Oh,
Or this one.
I don't see HDMI.
Yeah, I see.
Chair Holmes-Sutton, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Grab one of these monitors and see if it. No, because they're all kind of mounted. It's just,
Yes. Do you want me to run and grab somebody for you?
I think. Give me a moment, Tom.
And I can clean my crap out of the way if anyone wants to.
I know. What we can do is she can be there and to pull this out.
They're gonna need a screen. Yeah, I mean, we have screen.
If witnesses are facing, which I can't have it back to me.
Okay.
Is the problem.
Okay. But I do think that it's important for the board to see.
Oh, no, that's what I was saying, if they were like here. She just doesn't want the witnesses, she doesn't want it to quote her, doesn't want her.
She needs to
If
see
the
them.
speakers are not facing, then that's probably not her. So they'll be there. But they're front side.
I think it would be inappropriate for the witnesses to sit right next to defense counsel.
That's the idea.
Yeah, I think they're all.
Just grab another one.
She said they're like,
They're
when
mounted.
you look it up, you can't, there's like some, it's.
They're mounted
She
to the
back
thing,
here.
so.
Well, let's see if this guy can fix it.
We have a screen, but it won't show the people speaking though. Won't out.
Show like the PowerPoint or whatever.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can fix it.
Yeah, he plugged in one little thing and it fixed mine everywhere. So.
Have my note. Yeah, so I'd rather just use one of our screen.
He's two here, and then the witness here.
I'm still with the screen.
She doesn't even know.
Yeah, like if we,
So if that doesn't, if we swing this around the other direction, well, even if they're sideways speaking.
yeah, that's what I mean. If they're right here and you're right here.
Oh, I was, well, if the witnesses,
The problem is the witnesses can't, well, they can if they're right here. If you sit right here as a witness, you can totally see that screen.
That screen is.
Oh, it's not the.
These screens.
How about like this one? If the witness is right here, you can see that.
More to the back one.
Then they're back.
Then they're back. I want to go see the face.
well, that. If this table just, because I don't need the screen really, if that table moves up, so I can be a little closer still. I'm, you know, if I'm on the side, then I'm okay, it's just the back, you just miss a lot.
Yeah, Carol.
So if it doesn't work, if that table just moves forward a little bit, so I'm a little closer to
But are
people.
you okay? I mean, if the witnesses are sitting here looking at the board, you're gonna be behind them. That's not.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
You're talking about back here.
Yeah.
And it's literally the only two screens in this whole room that aren't working are those two. No, I haven't.
Oh, not even that room. They have like. I mean, it's probably what you should.
Yeah. I went into the office for depots, I wouldn't do them at home, because I'm not a tech person, so I.
I'm here for guys to today.
No.
No pressure.
So like the only two screens that aren't working for, of course.
Yeah, so it's right now, you see, it's. Yes, but if there's any.
And like, I could see it sometimes in these videos.
Yeah, no, it's just that it's.
So.
You just picked it up. This has to be your burger.
No, I know, this one is like, if you look, it's like.
Oh, mine, theirs aren't.
Oh, Jews ones are.
Yours.
That's what we were just talking about.
What, when you picked it up, I thought.
Yeah, I think it's just those on the.
Oh.
Who's he sending over?
I don't know.
He just left.
This is fun.
It's close. That's that, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's not ideal, but it's that one.
She's gonna go right here. And she said as long as she's right here. We're fine. We'll, if we don't wanna move, if we have the court report over here, then we'll, honestly, you guys sit here and then the witness sits on, you sit on this side, the witness sits over on the spine.
Okay. There's gonna be a camera.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not loving that, but, and then if they can't get it to work, I don't.
The camera will.
It's probably the least, the best option.
Oh, no, I didn't do it. I told you I was making my. In the binder. Yeah. So you will provide that. I've provided mine.
Oh, okay,
So
thank you.
the board's not been provided.
No, they have.
Okay. I didn't bring our hard copies with me.
You know, maybe you'll get here.
You should. Public service, that's it.
Chair Sutton, Ms. Hendricks, do you know how much more time you may need?
My folks are in the restroom. They promised they would take care of business.
Thank you. Chair Sutton, it is 10:07 and I would call us back to order. And we will resume with SPCSA Council providing opening statements.
Could we get the PowerPoint switch back, please? Hi, everyone. My name is Samantha King Powell. I'm General Counsel for the State Public Charter School Authority and the Attorney of Record for the state in this matter. Welcome. It's nice to see you guys again. I haven't seen you since the June board meeting. And I know we have some new members, so welcome. I'm excited to get to know you. Before we get started, I need to tell you a little bit about this hearing. This is a closed universe, meaning that you can only take into consideration what you hear today. So in order to get you up to speed and provide you some background for how we got here, I need to take you through all the way back to 2020. July 15th, 2020, Eagle submitted their original charter application. November 6th, 2020, the original charter application was denied by the SPCSA. The SPCSA provided feedback in that denial. Eagle was able to resubmit based on that feedback on December 14th, 2020. January 22nd, 2021, Eagle resubmitted their charter application and it was approved by the SPCSA. 2 months later, in March 19th, 2021, Eagle requested for the first time a deferral. And what a deferral means is that they felt they were not ready to open in fall 2021. So they requested to defer for the next year to open in fall 2022. November 5th, 2021, Eagle was approved to relocate within the 89110 zip code. That zip code was not originally part of the charter school application. That brings us to 2022. By January 2022, Eagle decided again that they were not ready to open in the fall 2022. Instead, they applied for a second deferral. That would mean that they would open in the fall of 2023. May 20th, 2022, they were approved to locate in a new facility located at 2025 East Sierra. December 16th, 2022, Eagle was approved by the SPCSA to separate from their charter management organization, their CMO, Eagle Public Charter Schools, located in Washington, D.C. That was the end of their parent CMO relationship. June 23rd, 2023, Eagle was approved to operate in a temporary facility because they felt that their facility at 2025 East Sahara would not be ready to open in the fall. Another thing to keep of note, and this is very important, an audit was conducted in June 23. During that audit, it was found Eagle had registered and enrolled over 300 students for fall 23 of that year. I believe the exact number was somewhere around 325. Keep that number in mind. We will come back to it. It is very important. Fall 2023, Eagle opens its doors to students for the very first time. Another important element that is crucial to this case is due to the temporary facility, Eagle lost half of its enrollment from the June 23 audit to opening in the fall. Their new enrollment number, their actual enrollment number, was 150, around there, not 300 as projected. Our experts will tell you in a moment why that's an important factor in this case. In Nevada, enrollment is tied to a main source of funding for the charter schools in the state. They were paid based on their enrollment of 325 students, not on their actual enrollment of around 150. Eagle was overpaid to the tune of over $800,000. Eagle should have known they were overpaid for a variety of reasons. Most importantly, because the SPCSA told them they were overpaid in fall 2023. That brings us to this year, 2024. A lot happened in March of this year. First, the SPCSA requested a meeting with Eagle school leadership and their board to discuss the repayment. How are they going to repay almost $1 million back to the state? We provided a memo to the board telling them what the issues were. Our executive director, Melissa McAdin, emailed the entire board to inform them of the overpayment issue because she was unclear if school leadership told the board of the dire financial situation they were in. The next thing that happens, the SPCSA board issued a notice of concern on April 12th, 2020. The SPCSA board gave a list of items to cure based on this notice of concern. Eagle was provided from April 12th, 2024 to June 1st, 2024 to cure those items. They did not cure those items. June 21st, 2024, the board issued a notice of termination. The SPCSA board issued a notice of termination. That notice of termination outlined the violation of NRS 388A, the controlling statute for charter schools, and provided steps Eagles could take to cure the violation. Eagle did not do that, and that's why we're here today. I told you a little bit about the timeline that Eagle experienced and their trajectory to get here. I hope it was clear that the SPCSA was helpful and rooted for them the entire time through multiple deferments, through approving different issues, relocations that was not part of their charter agreement, charter application, and also through separating from their CMO. We continued that level of transparency and helpfulness as we discussed the issue of the overpayment with them. In March, we met with them at least twice. In April, 4 different times. In June, twice. And in July, once the notice of termination had been completed, the SPCSA staff met with Eagle 7 different times. A total of 16 check-ins to speak with them about this issue, about their violation of NRS 388A and their overpayment. Let's talk about why we're here today. And before we get into the evidence and the standards that you're going to apply, we need to talk about the burden of proof. Preponderance of the evidence is the burden of proof you will use in this case. That standard means more likely than not. As prosecutor for this case, It is my burden to prove that more likely than not, Eagle has violated the law. If you imagine the scales of justice, everyone is on an equal playing field. Everyone starts out the same, including the state. And what more likely than not means is a tiny single bit of evidence can tip the scales as if you were putting a feather on one scale or another. It just tips ever so slightly in one direction. I'm going to prove it more than likely or not that Eagle has violated the law. Our experts will testify that Eagle substantially violated the law. I'm asking the board to terminate Eagle Charter School. And to be clear, the SPCSA does not do this lightly. In fact, we have not done a hearing like this in 7 years. What gives this board the authority to terminate a charter? The law does. NRS 388A 330. The sponsor of a charter school may reconstitute the governing body of a charter school or terminate a charter contract before expiration of the charter if the sponsor determines that the charter school, its officers, or its employees fail to comply with generally accepted standards of fiscal management. That's grounds number one. There's 3. The second one, if the charter school has filed for voluntary petition of bankruptcy, is adjudicated bankrupt or insolvent, or is otherwise financially impaired such that the charter school cannot continue to operate. In this case, Eagle has not been adjudicated bankrupt or insolvent by a court of this state, a judge, or any other body. But it's important, our experts will tell you that Eagle is impaired, such that the charter school cannot, should not, and must not continue to operate. Allowing them to do so would be detrimental to our Nevada students and a disservice to the Nevada taxpayers who entrust their tax dollars to government entities to appropriately use funds to educate our children. We cannot, should not, and must not allow Eagle to continue misappropriating funds. And then the final grounds for termination is kind of a catch-all. Fail to comply with the provisions of this chapter or any other statute or regulation applicable to charter schools. This chapter, NRS 388A. It also includes administrative codes. The Nevada Administrative Code, Chapter 387, Financial Support of School Systems, says that no governing body may adopt any budget which appropriates for any fund any amount in excess of budget resources of that fund. What does that mean? There's a lot of legalese there. That means that they cannot overspend in line items that they do not have the money for. They need to have a balanced budget. That's what that means. I've talked a lot about what you're going to hear. Let's talk about who you're going to hear it from. Dr. Megan Rausch-Grifford is going to be our financial expert in this case. She went to undergrad in Boston College. She got her first master's at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, right here in town. She got her second master's in marketing from Northwestern, and she got her doctorate in education at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. She's a professor at UNLV in education finance. She teaches master's and doctoral students, and she is the only teacher in this state who teaches education finance, and she'll tell you all about that. She's a former director in education policy and outreach at the Gwen Center. Everyone who has worked in education has heard of the Gwen Center, but if you haven't, we'll talk about that too. She used to be a teacher at CCSD Mojave. She knows what it's like to be in a classroom. She also was a school administrator in Tennessee. She knows what it's like to run a successful school. Our next expert is our very own executive director, Melissa McAdin. She's been the executive director of the SPCSA since November 2023. Before that, she was the executive director of Oasis Academy, located in Northern Nevada. Oasis is one of our top charter schools in this state. It's a routine 5-star charter school. If anyone knows how to run a charter school, it's Melissa. She's the former board chair of the SPCSA board. She sat where you have sat multiple years. She ran this board. She knows what it's like to be on your side. Let's talk about the failure to cure. During the notice of termination, Eagle was provided a list of items to cure their notice of termination. To be clear, that cure is a symptom of the problem. The problem is they violated NRS 388A, that statute. The cure is a symptom. We asked them to bring a balanced budget. They don't have a balanced budget. They're going to talk about how there's an excess in the budget of $700,000. That is not correct. Our experts will tell you why. They failed to submit their grant reimbursements. They did not submit any at all last year until the end of the school year. In fact, they left valuable federal dollars on the table. They were awarded grants and did not take them. They're deferring their rent payment. They're just not paying it. They're not paying the rent. They're kicking the can down the line. They're incurring reckless loans that they have no ability to pay back. The whole reason we're here today, they did not set aside those overpayments. They spent it. They did not, the SPCSA has gotten several complaints from teachers last year that they did not pay their teachers on time. Additionally, the SPCSA has internal checks and balances that we investigate every claim. Several times we've asked them for their payroll records. To this day, they still have not provided payroll records. And they failed to agendize their financial discussions and be transparent with their own board. These are all issues that equate to the violation of NRS 388A and therefore reasons to terminate the charter contract under this statute. What's the statute? One more time. Failed to comply with generally accepted standards of fiscal management. Again, Dr. Grifford will tell you what that means. Is otherwise financially impaired such that the charter school cannot continue to operate. We'll talk about that too. Failed to comply with the provisions of this chapter or any other statute or regulation applicable to charter schools. You don't have to fine for all three. You could just fine for one of them. Any one, and remember it's preponderance of the evidence. Any little bit of evidence that will tilt the scales in one party or another. Thank you.
Chair Holmson, thank you very much. I would ask Eagle Council to provide their opening statement.
Thank you. As you can probably guess from my comments earlier, I don't have a fancy PowerPoint for you. Technology and me sometimes don't get along. So I just want to talk to you a little bit about really why we're here and what you're going to hear today. We were here in June, and in June, when this board voted to issue a notice of termination, the notice of termination that was issued was very specific as to certain conditions that had to be satisfied in order for the school not to be terminated. Those conditions are very clear in the notice that was provided, and those conditions have been met.
Kara, you have to sit.
I have to sit? Oh, goodness. Okay. Apologies for the, again, technical difficulties. This seems to be a problem for me today. We will make this work. As I was saying, the notice of concern that was issued after the meeting, it was issued a week after the meeting, the school received that notice of concern on June 28th. And that notice of concern has specific requirements that had to be met. And as Director McAdin had stated at the last hearing, if those conditions were met, the school could remain open. You're going to hear testimony today regarding the action items that this authority provided. The action items included 1, a balanced budget, including all of the corrections that were listed. And it included things like employment of a full-time on-staff mental health professional, a registrar or office manager, increasing the COO salary. All that has been done. Requirement number 2 in your action plan was to provide an accurate 12-month cash flow sheet. That has been provided. Number 3 was to reconstitute their board per NRS 388A 320. That has been done, and you heard from several of our new board members during public comments. And we have, or Eagle has, 3 new board members that have joined the existing 4 members. So we have a 7-member board with 4 people that have been around for a while, understand what Eagle's been through, and 3 new people that are excited and eager and have expertise to help the school succeed. Action item number 4, corrections to the new school application financial plan that was submitted. Action item number 5, evidence of private donations that was removed from the budget. Action item number 6, evidence of a loan. Eagle has secured 2 potential loans. Evidence of both of those was provided. Action item number 7, submit copies of executed teacher contracts at the budgeted salaries. That was completed. Complete epicenter tasks was action item number 8, and the documents were submitted through epicenter as required. Action item number 9, to accurately submit all outstanding grant reimbursement requests for the 2024 year, both CSP and title grants, those were submitted. Action item number 10, evidence of required training completion by the SPCSA approved trainers for all board members. Again, submitted. Action item number 11, freeze enrollment. No new students were enrolled. With these action items in mind, I want to take a step back and make sure as you're thinking about this and hearing the evidence today, and I've been in front of you a number of times, and I know you're very conscientious, want to do the right thing, and I want you to keep an open mind. What the school needs to do to stay open and what the school needs to do to not have their contract terminated is set out in that action plan. You're not going to hear testimony today from school members saying everything's great, we didn't make mistakes. Instead, you're going to hear testimony today that there were hiccups, some big hiccups along the way as the school struggled its first year to open. You're going to hear testimony from Eagle board members and from school administrators and even the school's landlord about the challenges that Eagle faced and what they have done to right the ship and to create a plan to be sustainable moving forward. The challenges the biggest challenge, and a lot was said in council's opening statement about enrollment. We acknowledge enrollment was issue, and you're going to hear why moving to a facility, a temporary facility for nearly 90 days impacted the school so substantially. And you're going to hear testimony that there were issues because of the enrollment and the school overspent money. You're not going to hear testimony that the board chair or the director took a trip to Tahiti. As the SPCSA has acknowledged, the overspending was spent on, or the money that was overspent was spent for school matters. The school has acknowledged in their testimony that they should have made cuts sooner. They acknowledge that. And I think it's important to keep in mind, because this issue with a repayment to the NDE is utmost important to everybody. It's something that the Eagle board really wants to take care of. They really want to find a way to get those funds repaid. The only way that they can do that is to remain open. If the school is shut down and not allowed to continue, the NDE is not going to get that money back because there's no plan in place to do that. There's no resources to do that at this time. And that's an important consideration, I think, to keep in mind. I think it's also important to focus on what's going to happen going forward. Again, you're not going to hear testimony suggesting that there weren't issues or concerns that should have been addressed differently. Both the administrators and the board members you'll hear from today will acknowledge that. But you need to keep in mind that new board members have been added. The new board is, you'll hear testimony, is committed to monthly board meetings, hiring an office manager who can help with epicenter tasks, reviewing and revision of school financial policies and internal controls, retraining or retaining, a company with Nevada-specific backroom accounting experiences. And you heard in public comment again today from CSMC, who the Eagle is talking to help make sure we have somebody in Nevada with Nevada experience addressing those accounting issues. The board has plans, and you'll hear testimony that they are going to do better at getting board materials posted and circulated. We have a new board member that you'll hear from and will testify about providing her experience in organizing a board and making sure you have agendas and minutes and more information and communication in a board calendar. You're going to hear information about additional training the board wants to do, making sure that they are trained, not just the annual training required by the SPCSA, but beyond that. At every board meeting, they're committed to having training and improving and doing better. Staff training will also occur. The board has committed to and has plans to update its handbook and policies. And they have plans to make sure that these school administrators are being held accountable, not just for financial matters, but their academic matters, and making sure the school receives and provides academic excellence to its students. The board is committed to COO and principal evaluations, to developing a strategic plan. They're considering board committees, especially a finance committee, to make sure things are looked at. And with some of the new board members and their finance experience, they're excited about those opportunities. Although mistakes were made, Eagle is not running away from the challenges that it faced, and Eagle has a plan to cure and pay back the NDE. As I stated previously, if Eagle's contract is terminated, the NDE will not get paid. That does not serve anybody. We ask you today to keep an open mind and to listen to the testimony and the efforts that have been taken to fix this difficult situation. Because we believe the testimony will show that Eagle has met the cure requirements in the notice of termination, we ask the board not to terminate its contract and allow the school to remain open for the 24-25 school year and years to come. Thank you.
Chair Holmes-Sutton, thank you very much. I would now ask SPCSA counsel to call each of their witnesses and introduce evidence.
The state calls Dr. Megan Rausch-Grifford, and we will have to get her from outside.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Chair Holmes-Sutton.
Vice Chair Thigpen, for the record, I have a disclosure I need to make before Dr. Grifford comes in. That's okay. So it came to my attention in the presentation that Dr. Grifford is a board member for the Gwynn Center, which is a professional client of mine. However, I've never met her before, and I still believe I have the ability to evaluate the matter and Dr. Grifford's testimony fairly without any bias. Thank you.
Kurt, she is a member? I don't think she's a member of the board.
I thought I heard something about
Former director.
former director. Okay, all right. Well, then we're even better then. Thank you. Sorry, I misunderstood.
That's okay.
Thank you.
This is Member Stern. For the record, I also have a disclosure regarding Dr. Grifford. Dr. Grifford and I were both core members in Teach for America together. She's also currently my professor at UNLV for a 1-credit, I believe it's a 1-credit course. I'm in a Master's of Education Policy and Leadership. However, I also believe that I can evaluate her testimony in a fair and unbiased manner. Thank you.
Chair Holmes-Sutton, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Appreciate you. I will now ask you to take an oath.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Dr. Grifford, thank you for being here today.
Thank you for having me.
I want to give the board a sense of who you are and what you do. But before we do that, can you just confirm for the board that you did not listen to any of the opening statements?
I did not.
Thank you. Can you please tell them where you went to school?
Sure. I completed my undergraduate degree at Boston College. My degree is in English, but Boston College is a liberal arts college, so I had a comprehensive post-secondary experience there. Additionally, I hold a master's in curriculum and instruction from the University of Nevada at Las Vegas. I also have a master's in science of journalism from the Medill School of Journalism, Marketing, and Integrated Communications at Northwestern University. And lastly, I hold a PhD from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill.
Can you tell us about your doctorate program at Chapel Hill?
Certainly. My PhD is in education with a focus on policy leadership and school improvement. While I was there, I was trained in quantitative and qualitative methods. My econometrics training took place at the University of North Carolina Chapel Hill School of Public Health, which is rated #1 in the world for research methods.
Thank you. Have you ever worked as a school administrator?
I have.
Can you describe your time doing that?
Certainly. I was a assistant dean of students at a non-public K-8 school in Knoxville, Tennessee.
And what brought you to Knoxville?
I was following my husband, who was a surgery resident at the University of Tennessee Medical Center in Knoxville.
You've also taught in Clark County, is that right?
It is. I was a teacher at Mojave High School, a CCSD high school located in North Las Vegas. I was placed there through the Teach for America Corps Member program, which specifically places teachers in high poverty, high needs, underperforming schools.
So is it safe to say that you understand the student population that Eagle has?
Yes, I am extremely familiar with the types of students that would attend Eagle Charter School, and I'm very empathetic to their needs.
Have you ever had a role with the Gwynn Center?
Yes, I was also employed at the Gwynn Center for Policy Priorities, which is Nevada's only nonpartisan policy research think tank. I worked there between 2015 and 2016 as the Director of Education Policy and Outreach through this side of my role involving education. And did policy research for the state involving things like assisting the Nevada Department of Education with modernizing the high school graduation requirements. And so that's when the state transitioned to having the 2 tracks for a high school diploma. Additionally, we were very active during the 2017 legislative biennium, specifically focusing on the proposed legislation which would have authorized an achievement school district here in the state of Nevada, and specifically the model that was proposed in that legislation involved having charter management organizations take over underperforming traditional public schools across the state.
And now you work at UNLV, is that correct?
That is correct. I am an assistant professor of educational policy and leadership at UNLV. Our program specifically works with, it's twofold. So we work first with current school teachers who are aspiring to become educational administrators, so assistant principals and so on. In that program, I teach the budgeting courses, the education finance courses. Since I started at UNLV in July 2022, I've taught over 100 students in education finance through these courses. My average course rating is a 4.93 out of 5, which I think indicates that the students have found these courses helpful. Additionally, I work in our EDD, our clinical doctorate program, which works with current school and district administrators who are looking to deepen their leadership practice.
So just to be clear, the students you're teaching are current school leaders in Clark County and broader in the state of Nevada. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct. We teach anyone who is employed in the state of Nevada and also outside of Nevada if they chose to come here. Our students are teachers at traditional public schools, charter schools, and also private schools.
And as part of being a professor, you get to research, is that right?
That is correct. So one of my focuses for research is actually the study of education finance in the state of Nevada. With my collaborator, Dr. Brad Mariano, we have over $1 million in grant funding specifically to study the practice of education finance in the state of Nevada. That funding has come from the Nevada Department of Education, the Institute of Education Sciences, as well as Ed Fund, which is an organization that is primarily supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
And what types of research projects have you done?
In addition to the projects focusing on the study of education finance, which have involved things like doing an evaluation of the pupil-centered funding plan for the Nevada Department of Education during the 2023 biennium, I have also conducted extensive research on teacher retention, turnover, and shortages. And I recently completed a study that was funded by the Nevada Educator Preparatory Institute and Collaborative, looking specifically at the impact of teacher retention and shortage issues on charter schools in Southern Nevada.
In a nutshell, am I correct when I say that you have an extensive education and professional experience in education finance as it applies to public schools and specifically charter schools?
I would like to believe that that is correct.
And to be clear, are you the only professor in Nevada who teaches education finance?
As far as I know, I am the only full-time faculty that teaches education finance across the state.
Thank you. Before we get started, I'd like to show you the statute that we talked about in my opening.
I wasn't here for your opening, but I'm happy to hear it.
No, I'm going to show it.
Okay.
Can you please display the document?
I can see it.
Oh, I cannot see it. Is it something that's shown on all the screens?
This should be showing on all the screens, and we'll wait until it's showing. Can everyone see?
Not quite yet, but it's coming, it looks like.
Dr. Grifford, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Can everyone else see? Yes, okay. I'm going to read the relevant portion of it.
Member Aldava, we cannot see the screen.
Can everyone see now?
Yes, thank you.
Dr. Grifford, one more time. Can you see the screen?
I can.
I'm going to read the relevant portion of the statute. The sponsor of a charter school may reconstitute the governing body of a charter school or terminate a charter contract before the expiration of the charter if the sponsor determines that the charter school and its officers or its employees fail to comply with generally accepted standards of fiscal management. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Okay. This is our first grounds for termination. Generally accepted standards of fiscal management, to your knowledge and in your expertise, does Nevada define that concept anywhere by statute?
I'm going to object. Dr. Grifford has indicated she is not an attorney, and so the extent this testimony is calling for any kind of legal conclusion or legal interpretation, I do not think it should be allowed.
She discusses this term in her classes. She teaches it.
I just need to be clear then that she's not speaking as an attorney. If you want to talk about her experience as an educator, I think that it would be permittable, Chair Sutton, but I don't believe anything that she says can be taken as a legal interpretation or legal definition because she is not an attorney.
Nevada has employed her to teach. This is part of what she teaches in her course. Nevada thinks she's qualified to do that. Statute means.
Again, I have not taken her course. She is not an attorney. Her personal opinions, but I think just because she's an employee of UNLV does not mean she gets to make Nevada law and interpret what Nevada law means. To make or interpret what Nevada law is.
I will concede she's not an attorney, but she's going to talk about the statute.
Again, to the extent it's just based on her personal knowledge.
Her personal and professional expertise, yes.
Counselor, is that with that concession, are you okay with the question proceeding?
Yes, as long as we're clear that she is not an attorney and she's basing her testimony today on her experience and background.
Okay.
Generally accepted standards of fiscal management, to your knowledge, is that defined in Nevada?
To my knowledge, again, I'm not an attorney. However, to my knowledge, as one of the state's experts on educational finance, this has not been explicitly defined.
Do other states define this concept?
They do.
And how do other states define this concept?
So, for example, California publishes a manual that is specifically serves their charter schools across the state in understanding what the generally accepted principles of fiscal management are. And as part of that manual, they define generally accepted standards of fiscal management as making sure that you have a balanced budget, which means that your assets as a charter school entity do not exceed your liabilities as a charter school entity.
I'd like to show that manual.
I'm going to object. This is a California manual, and we're talking about Nevada state policy. It's very clear that Nevada doesn't have such a policy, so I don't think it's appropriate to introduce California into this proceeding, especially when we're talking about the witness who's already acknowledged she is not an attorney.
You stipulated to the evidence. It's already been admitted.
I have rights to object. You have not applied a proper foundation, and it's improper in this context because we're not in California.
Sure, let me lay the proper foundation. Dr. Grifford, you said that, to your knowledge, the state of Nevada doesn't define this. As an educator, do you typically look to other states when you're talking about generally accepted standards of fiscal management?
The practices of generally accepted fiscal management are not exclusive to a single state or organization. They have been defined nationally, internationally, across other states. The International Monetary Fund provides a definition. The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development also provides a definition. And so, in my opinion, if we're expecting developing countries to be able to follow generally accepted principles of fiscal management, I don't think it's unreasonable to expect folks in Nevada to follow the same practices.
So is there any reason to think that Nevada is any different than the majority of the country when it comes to defining generally accepted standards of fiscal management?
In my opinion, there is no difference.
So let me ask again, when you're teaching this class, what do you explain generally accepted standards of fiscal management to mean?
There are a couple of things that I would cover. First and foremost would be just having a balanced budget. So ensuring that first and foremost, I would teach my students about the importance of having a balanced budget. So ensuring that your assets do not exceed your your liabilities, excuse me, do not exceed your assets. I would also teach my students, particularly those who are working in a charter school, that charter schools, often the reason why they will fail is due to fiscal mismanagement. Often the founders of charter schools are very well-intentioned, well-meaning, big-hearted, compassionate educators who have a vision and a mission to help support students. However, they are not often qualified or able to successfully manage their budgets, and that's a big reason why charter schools fail. This is something that's explained explicitly in the California manual, which I know we're not going to reference. Another thing that I would touch on would be incremental budget theory, which is just the idea that your budget results, your past funding levels are likely to be a good indicator of future performance and future funding levels.
Dr. Grifford?
Yes.
If your students were here today, would you tell them that generally accepted standards of fiscal management in Nevada means having less liabilities than assets?
I would.
Thank you. We talked about having less liabilities than assets, but is that realistic for a first-year public charter school?
It is not unrealistic. It is difficult to do, of course, but in the instance of Eagle Charter School, the excess of their liabilities obtained during the first year would be extremely abnormal.
But there are ways for schools to use debt responsibly. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why is it particularly important that for Eagle, they stay out of debt? Is that because they're a not-for-profit school?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically as it pertains to Eagle, I want to show you the budget they submitted to the SPCSA in anticipation for the upcoming school year. Could you please send the document?
And if you could please identify what exhibit number you're referring to?
Exhibit number 1.
There we go, the screen.
Dr. Grifford, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Is this the budget that you reviewed prior to this meeting?
It is.
Is this budget within generally accepted standards of fiscal?
In my professional opinion, it is not.
I'd like to talk about what places it below generally accepted standards of fiscal management. First, are there any issues as to form of the budget?
Yes. So in reviewing this budget, I identified a number of small mistakes or errors in the form.
I'd like to talk about those. Steve, can you pull up the demonstrative exhibit? Okay, Dr. Grifford, can you tell us about the form issues?
Sure. So one thing that I identified as being a potential issue is a discrepancy on the enrollment and revenue sheet, line 18, which reports for the 2023-2024, 28 students per class. However, on the marketing,
sorry, can you wait until we scroll? No, you're fine.
Okay, so the 28 is right there, yes.
Okay, and why is that a mistake?
This is a mistake because this is a budget for the 2024-2025 year, and so it should accurately reflect what happened in the prior year. Additionally, this number does not match the number reported on the marketing tab for line 32, the number of students per class.
And hold on a second while we go to the marketing tab. And what line was that?
It is line 32. You'll have to actually unhide some of these tabs. So it's column H. Yes, there you go. There it's reported there are 21 students per class. While we're on the marketing page, something else that is unclear is on lines 11 and 12. They report school year 0 as being 2023-2024. However, Eagle's incubation year was actually 2022-2023. If you scroll down to the bottom, again, this is reported inaccurately here. However, if you go over to the summary tab, again, unfortunately, you're going to have to unhide some of these tabs, these columns. It's going to be the column right before H.
Why are the tabs hidden?
I cannot speak to that. It is unusual in my experience in working with charter schools filling out these forms. It is unusual for these tabs to be hidden, especially since we're all going to want to look at everything under the hood.
And I'm sorry, which line were you pointing out?
On the summary, it's line 7 and 8. Again, it's reported 2023-2024. And the reason I have other errors that I identified, do we want to go through all of those?
Yes, I'd like to talk about the cash flow sheet.
Okay.
In the revenue section.
Okay.
The loan portion, is there an issue with the loans?
Yes. So on the budget that was submitted by Eagle, the loans are reported as revenue. And in my professional opinion, and what I would teach my students is to report these as liabilities.
And where would they go?
If you scroll down, there is a place. It may have been hidden.
Should be right here. Yeah, they're all hidden.
I would have reported these, and I would have taught my students to report that these two loans, the $200,000 loan and the $160,000 loan, as additional borrowings.
So currently, the loans are listed in the revenue section.
That's right.
Are you saying it's inappropriate to list loans in revenue?
I would characterize it as misleading.
And why is that? Why can't they list loans as revenue?
Loans are not revenue. Loans are loans. Loans are debt.
Debt that needs to be paid back.
Yes. Eagle has, I believe, completed promissory notes to both entities about paying these loans back.
And let's go to the deficit section. Let's just scroll down. So right there, line 54, they're currently projected to have a surplus in September. Is that correct?
It is.
And since they have reported their loans in their revenue section, that probably would affect that number. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Steve, can you move the loans from the revenue section to the balance to demonstrate for the board what that would do to the budget? And Megan, can you walk Steve through what to do?
Yes, so you will want to remove the loans and borrowings and place them in addition, or the loans from the revenue section, you want to move them down to additional borrowings.
That one, yep. Keep going. Yep, keep going.
It is line 64.
64.
Column H, yes.
Not that one. Yep. Dr. Grifford, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Steve, can you do the same with the other loan?
Yeah, the $200,000 loan reported in August should be moved. Yes.
Dr. Grifford, is that correct?
Yes.
Does that give a more realistic budget, a more realistic look at the budget as to where the loan should go?
It does give a more realistic picture about what we need to think about when we think about loans.
Steve, can you scroll up to the cash revenue section? So here it appears that their full revenue would be these amounts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if we scroll back down to the deficit, right there, now what is projected for September?
In September, the reported deficit is now $127,319.
And can you explain to us what a deficit means?
A deficit means essentially, in layman's terms, it would be like being in the hole, be owing this amount of money.
So what does that mean realistically for a school? Does that mean that they will not be able to pay their bills?
Yes, by being in debt, it is difficult to pay your bills.
So they would not even have enough cash to pay their monthly bills for September.
That's correct. Yes. So things like salaries for their teachers, health insurance, PERS, even down to things like keeping the lights on would become much more difficult with a deficit.
Okay. Excuse me, we're having a bit of technical difficulties. Is that good? Okay. All right, Steve, can you scroll up to the revenue section? Dr. Grifford, I'd like to ask you about the PCFP revenue. You said earlier that you have done extensive research on PCFP. Can you tell us what that means?
Sure. The PCFP stands for Pupil Centered Funding Plan. It is the state of Nevada's formula for funding K-12 public schools in the state of Nevada. And so what it does essentially is provides a guaranteed basic support for every single child enrolled in a public school in the state of Nevada. And then additionally, there have been 4 categories of students who have been identified as being able to receive weighted funds. And so in addition to their guaranteed basic support, each of these individual children receives an additional supplemental weight on top of their guaranteed basic support. The 4 categories of children include English learners, students who are identified as being at risk, which is determined through standardized test scores. Previously, the at-risk category had been determined by factors including poverty status, because research indicates that there's a very strong correlation between poverty status and test scores. The 3rd category is gifted and talented students. And then the 4th category that receives weighted funds is students who receive special education services under their individualized education plans or IEPs.
And is it true that PCFP funding is the main source of funding for public schools?
PCFP state funds provided by the state for a traditional public school would comprise about 67% of their funding. There would be some local revenue included in there. And then for charter schools, because they are not eligible for local funding, also receive, it ends up being about 92% of their funding comes from state revenue. And then the remaining 8% is provided by federal funds. It is also important just for your own information, and so that I'm super clear on this, local funding in the state of Nevada is actually pooled at the state level. And so for traditional public schools, local funding mostly supports capital projects, but I'm going too far into the weeds. The important thing to know is it's about 92% of funding for a charter school in the state.
And if we're looking at the form, I see that Eagle has allocated it as revenue and then backed it out. Is that correct?
That is what it appears they have done, yes.
And why would they do that?
It looks better.
Is it so PCFP funding? I talked in my opening that Eagle had been overpaid based on incorrect enrollment numbers.
Yes.
Can you talk about how PCFP money is distributed? Is it by student?
Yes. So the goal of the PCFP plan is for the money to follow the child. And so that means that it is each child in the state who attends a public K-12 school, whether that's a traditional public school or a charter school, has a dollar amount tied to their person.
And would Eagle's accountant have known about that?
Objection calls for speculation.
Hypothetically, should an accountant have known about that?
Same objection.
I'm allowed to ask hypothetical questions to an expert.
Yeah, I think as the witness is testifying as an expert witness, the hypothetical is appropriate. If it's in within her expertise and professional opinion, I think that's appropriate.
Thank you. Dr. Grifford, hypothetically, would an accountant have known that PCFP funding is tied to the student?
It is my understanding from working with a number of charter school leaders that the third-party accounting services that they have employed are aware of how the funding mechanism works. I cannot speak to how the accountant that Eagle used. I can't speak to their awareness, but it suggests that there may have been some confusion.
So accountants who are licensed in the state of Nevada and who deal with education finance in the state of Nevada should be familiar with our state funding program. Is that correct?
I would certainly hope that they are.
Do you see it as an issue that this accountant hypothetically may not have known?
That would be a problem, yes.
Can we put the budget back on the screen? Can we look at the column C, row 19? It seems like there's something missing here. Dr. Grifford, can you talk about that?
It would be appropriate for the $837,000 deficit to be reported in this cell.
And it's not, is it?
It is not.
And if we go to the summary tab and scroll all the way down, Eagle has reported a surplus for year 2, 2024-2025, of a specific amount. Dr. Grifford, can you read that for me?
Yes, they're reporting a surplus of $727,971.
Do you think that is correct?
I do not. I would also like to note that the note in column O of this same line says the school operates only with a surplus. And as you can see from line 56, column G, that is not true. So again, that is another instance of inaccurate reporting on this budget.
Can we go back to the cash flow revenue portion? So in your professional opinion, had they reported it right there, that would have determined that would have affected the surplus. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to add about PCFP funding?
Not at this time.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to the grants. Can you talk to me about about federal grants?
Sure. So, as I stated earlier, there are about 8% of a school's funding comes from federal sources, and these are grant programs. And these grant programs include things like the one that we're probably the most familiar with is Title I funding, which, and by we, I mean the people in this room, Title I funding, which provides additional federal support for students who are experiencing poverty or are coming from low-income households. There are also other title grants, Title II and Title III, that provide additional funding to schools.
Can we look at the budget again? And in this budget, it shows that Eagle is reporting monthly title grants.
Yes.
Is there an issue with that?
I would indicate that there is an issue because it is my understanding that Eagle in the previous school year struggled with submitting for their requests for reimbursement for these title grants. So the way that title grants work is a school spends the money up front and then is responsible for submitting reimbursement requests to the appropriate entity to receive the money back. And so by not having done that in the past, it doesn't inspire a lot of confidence that Eagle is able to successfully manage these grants.
I would like to show the board the table in which shows that Eagle did not submit for their grants. Steve, can you pull that up for me? For the record, this is Exhibit 14. As you can see, Dr. Grifford?
Yes.
Can you look at line number 2? What is that?
So this is IDEA funding Part B, and it shows that they failed to submit.
Okay, and IDEA, can you tell us what that is?
That is the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. So it is a federal source of funding to support students who receive special education services.
And Title I, Part 1?
Title I is for students who are experiencing poverty.
And what does column K say?
Failed to submit.
Okay. Title II, Part A?
Title II Part A provides a variety of services for a school. In this particular instance, part of what Eagle has been allowed to do with their Title II Part A funding is hire an instructional coach. An instructional coach, if you're not familiar, is a master teacher who has extensive experience and qualifications. And what that person is hired to do as an instructional coach is to provide coaching and support for teachers in a school building. And it is my understanding that Eagle has not successfully hired an instructional coach for the upcoming school year, but they do report it in their budget.
Let's look at that budget again. So it was Title IIA, is that correct?
Yes.
So Title IIA shows $16,000 source of revenue. Steve, can you pull up the approved title? For the record, this is Exhibit 15. And can you read, Dr. Grifford, what were they awarded for the 24-25 school year?
It states the total is not to exceed $12,000.
And I believe that says instructional coach. Is that correct?
Yes, it says funds for a portion of a salary of a 1.0 full-time equivalent instructional coach to provide frequent and consistent coaching and professional development of new teachers.
And can you explain to us what an instructional coach is one more time?
An instructional coach is a highly qualified master teacher with extensive experience who is able to lead and guide and provide support to novice teachers to improve their practice in the classroom.
Steve, can you go back to the budget? And can we go to the staff? tab. Scroll up. And can you zoom out a little bit? Yep. Dr. Grifford, you've reviewed this staff tab, is that correct?
I have.
Anywhere in here, does it provide for an instructional coach?
I did not see anything listed that stated instructional coach as a staff member.
So because they did not hire an instructional coach, is it your opinion that they would not then be able to receive the Title II grant funding?
Yes, because the grant funding stipulates the hiring of an instructional coach. So that would be leaving money on the table.
Steve, can you go back to the cash flow sheet? So is it your opinion that that has been miscalculated in the revenue section, that they would be getting that additional $12,000?
I would say so.
And why is it important that we talk about all of these small mistakes?
These small mistakes are symptoms of a larger issue in the budget. Essentially, they indicate that the budget has not been properly managed. And a lot of these dollar amount figures that are reported, we are expected to trust the person or organization that prepared this budget. And we have no way to actually know some of these true dollar amounts. And so these small errors across the budget suggest that there's probably more here that we don't necessarily have privy to do without some pretty extensive forensic accounting.
Thank you. Is there anything else in the grant management section that you'd like to speak to as to form at the moment?
No.
I'd like to talk to you about E-rates. So Steve, can you scroll to the budget? Yep, and just scroll down. Line 30 says E-rate. Is that correct?
It does.
Dr. Grifford, can you tell us what an E-rate is?
Sure. So an E-rate is a program that was established at the federal level by the Federal Communications Commission. And what it does is it provides discounted services for educational entities, including schools and libraries, to be able to provide high-speed internet access and other services to schools at a discounted rate.
So this E-rate section has a total of 74,800. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
But is it correct?
No.
Steve, could you bring up the E-rate letter? Exhibit 16 for the record. Dr. Grifford, can you see that?
Yes.
And what funding year is this for?
2023.
And is it typical to put funding from funding year 2023 into a fiscal year 25 budget?
No, the way that E-rates work is the school or educational organization submits an application to the Universal Service Administrative Company, which is the organization that manages E-rates for the FCC. They submit their request for a service. USAC then goes and puts out a bid and selects the most appropriate bid from a service provider. So for example, Cox Internet, I believe, is one of the service providers that provided Wi-Fi to Eagle Charter School. And the way that it works is as typically what is most common with E-rates is you as the school would bear the upfront costs of the service installation service being provided, and then you submit for a reimbursement from USAC, and that can be up to 90%. It's usually between 10 and 90% of a discount of what that service would cost. And so this $14,256 is a reimbursement for fiscal year 2023. That's based on, I think the figure is about $15,000. They were receiving a 90% discount on this. But part of the rules with E-rates is that you have 120 days from the time that the service is complete to submit for reimbursement. And so what Eagle is doing is reporting this reimbursement as revenue late, and it is not clear to me in what I've been able to see how they have managed to arrange to receive this reimbursement 2 years after the fact.
Dr. Grifford, can you read the sentence that says the deadline?
Yes, so this is the last sentence of next steps number 2. The deadline to submit this form is 120 days from the date of this letter or from the date of the service start date, whichever is later.
So it would be atypical for them to receive this funding in fiscal year 25 when there was a deadline of 120 days. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you provided any type of substantiating evidence that would suggest that they've been given an extension or a deadline?
I did not see anything that said so.
Therefore, would it be appropriate to count this as revenue?
It would only be appropriate if somehow they had worked out an arrangement with USAC to receive this revenue for fiscal year 2025. However, standard practice, the generally accepted principle of fiscal management in this case is to submit your reimbursements on time and pay your bills on time. And so this is out of the norm and should have been taken care of in 2023.
If they had taken care of it in 2023, would they have reported it as cash revenue, or should it have been reported differently in the budget?
It should have been reported as a reimbursement, and they should have reported the amount that they paid, which is the difference between what the 10% difference between what they the funding they received from USAC and the total amount of the cost of the service, and that should have been reported as an expense.
Okay. Is there anything else about E-rates that you'd like to discuss?
No.
Steve, can you go back to the budget? Can you scroll down to the loan section? Right there. I'd like to talk about the loans. It appears that Eagle has taken out a loan for August for $200,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your review of the evidence submitted, did you see who they took their loans out from?
Yes, so this loan came from Odyssey, which is their landlord.
Steve, can you pull up the Odyssey loan letter? This is Exhibit 25 for the record. Dr. Griffith, have you seen this before?
I have.
And this is dated for, what's the date?
July 18th, 2024.
Okay. And this is the loan agreement from the landlord, is that correct?
This is a $160,000 loan. The lender is Capital Management Resources.
So this is the wrong document. Please excuse me while I pick the right one.
It's the line of credit agreement is what I reviewed.
That's okay, we can move on. So you said it was from the landlord, is that correct?
Yes.
And in your professional opinion, is it typical for schools to take lines of credit from their landlords?
It is not typical.
And why is that?
I think anyone who has rented anything from a landlord knows that the relationship is typically that the landlord-tenant relationship usually means that you, as the renter, provide something of value to the landlord in exchange for exclusive use of that property. And what this loan this loan sort of is the inverse of that relationship, where the landlord is now giving Eagle money and letting them use their property, which is a highly unusual landlord-tenant relationship.
And we'll talk about that more in a second. I'd also like to point to your assessment of Eagle's growth.
Sure.
Eagle shows that they plan on growing from 325 students to 750 students. Is that correct?
Yes, between 2024-25 and 25-26, they anticipate growing from 325 to 756.
Is that realistic for them?
That type of growth is extremely hard to achieve in a single year.
Let's talk about why that is. Specifically using their marketing budget. Steve, can you go to the marketing tab? Dr. Grifford, you've reviewed this tab, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you walk us through why the marketing tab is an issue?
Well, in addition to what I identified earlier with the mismatch of the years, I'll talk about this in two ways. Okay, so let's say if we're looking at column H, school year 2024, Eagle spent $65,000 on marketing, and they were able to recruit 164 students for their school using $65,000 in marketing. They're growing in school year 2025 to 325 students using a budget of $69,450. And then for school year 2026, to be able to grow to that 756, they have only budgeted $25,000. If it's, and it is possible that in school year 0, which would be their incubation year, it is possible that that budget of the $65,000 was spent in school year 0 to recruit those 100 students for the 2023-2024 school year. And then the $69,000 was spent to recruit the students for school year 2, which is this upcoming school year. And again, it essentially boils down to not being compatible with the growth. So if you're only able to recruit 164 students using somewhere around $65,000, and then you were able to duplicate, grow from the 164 to the 325 using about between $65,000 and $69,000. Why would using that same amount of money grow your school to 756? It just doesn't make a lot of sense from just a practical standpoint. And as someone who has experience in marketing, I would worry that that's not sufficient. I will acknowledge as two caveats. There is, of course, the possibility that some of this growth is going to come from siblings. However, if we were to look at where the Eagle breaks down their class sizes on this spreadsheet, what we see is that they're expecting growth in every single grade, not just having a very large incoming kindergarten class. And I would wonder, why would a parent go through the effort of enrolling one child in a charter school and not another? I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought.
It's okay. You said there were two caveats. You were talking about the siblings.
Yes. Oh, and the other thing is word of mouth is obviously a convenient marketing tool, but I, for a number of reasons, am not confident that word of mouth for Eagle Charter School specifically would be enough to offset the difference in their spending on marketing.
Thank you. I'd like to talk about their rent. So you mentioned earlier that it's highly atypical for a landlord to loan a school money. Steve, can you go to the general operating expenses? Actually, I think it's in the facilities tab. Scroll up, and then you're going to have to unhide. And then one last time, can you go to the cash flow tab and scroll all the way up? Cash receipts, and then scroll down to expenses. Okay, yeah, that's what I want. Yep. Dr. Grifford, do you see this line that's highlighted, line 42?
Yes.
Can you read that to me?
It's facilities, lease, and mortgage.
And what do they have projected for July?
$5,257.
And for August?
$7,803.
And for September?
The same, $7,803.
And Steve, can you scroll? And then all the way through October, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there anything missing from this? Why is the facilities, lease, and mortgage tab so low?
Their Eagle has entered into a rent abatement agreement with Odyssey, their landlord, which means that they are not responsible for paying full rent for a number of months.
I'm going to show you the rent abatement document from the landlords. Let me know when you can see it on the screen. It's Exhibit 28 for the record.
I can see it.
Can you read the portion that says, so specifically, I want to look at the Eagle rent tracker.
Mm-hmm.
For fiscal year 23-24, does it appear that Eagle paid the full rent amount?
No, there's a column that shows there is a shortfall. It's the last column in the table on the left.
And the actual rent paid, what does that say?
It shows that they were paying $43,000 per month for use of the building.
So with an excess of almost $1 million in public funding, Eagle still did not fully pay their rent. Is that what it appears to be?
That's what this document indicates.
And Steve, can you scroll down? For fiscal year 24-25?
Yes.
It appears that their rent payment is somewhere in the neighborhood of $120,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what are they paying for July?
Nothing.
What are they paying for August?
Nothing.
September?
Nothing.
October?
Nothing.
And November?
Nothing.
And is that within generally accepted standards of fiscal management?
No, a generally accepted standard of fiscal management is, again, to pay your bills on time, including your rent.
And we talked about abatement. Can you tell the board what abatement means?
Abatement essentially means just putting off the expense, the rent, for a period of time. It's an agreement that's mutually arranged by a landlord and tenant.
So they are deferring,
yes,
abating rent for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months. Is that correct?
That is what this shows.
And then once the rent has been deferred, how much are they supposed to pay starting in December?
They will be paying $43,000 per month.
And is that all of the rent that they owe?
No, with a rent abatement agreement, there is back pay involved. So what this document shows is that their rent will increase substantially in 2025, 2026 to allow Odyssey to recoup the losses of not receiving rent for 5 months.
And the losses that they have sustained, the landlords, are how much? About, is that correct? $80,000 a month?
Yes, that's what it shows.
Okay. So they will have to pay that back.
Yes.
You spoke earlier about unrealistic growth, and you talked about the marketing budget. I'd like to talk about that in relation to their lease.
Sure.
So currently they are not paying any rent and they're kicking the can down the road for later. Is that correct?
That is what it looks like, yes.
And can you tell me about their space? How many square feet is it?
So it was reported that Eagle's facility size is about 41,000 square feet. And that would be accommodating in this current upcoming school year 325 students. In the 25-26 school year, based on their own reported projections, it would be accommodating 756 students. For comparison, a new build K through 5 elementary school in CCSD, which would accommodate 650 students, is roughly 102,000 square feet.
So 41,000 square feet to accommodate 750 students. That's not even typical for CCSD public schools. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So would it be proper to say, or in your opinion, would the school be crowded?
Yes.
Would the school be able to accommodate 756 students, in your professional opinion, with 41,000 square feet of space?
It would be very difficult. And one of the things to emphasize regarding this point is the fact that as a charter school, families have to opt in to attending Eagle. And so if they are touring the school or by word of mouth or any other way, if they come to learn that the school is extremely crowded relative to neighborhood public schools, it would be surprising that a parent would opt into what would be, by comparison, a suboptimal learning environment.
So theoretically, if Eagle were to remain open and they actually got 750 students for next school year, it would behoove them to find a new location. Is that correct?
That would probably be a recommendation.
However, because they're abating their rent, not paying, they're kind of in a situation that they have to stay, right?
I would say so. Otherwise, they would be paying 2 rents.
And based on the funding model for Nevada public charter schools, the PCFP funding that comprises most of the funding that charter schools receive,
yes,
would they be able to pay back all of the back owed rent in addition to renting a new space?
It's my opinion that they would just simply be accumulating more debt in order to be able to manage what they're proposing.
So because they're in a situation that they owe the landlord upwards of $1 million in back paid rent, according to this sheet, and then also taking out loans from them, they're kind of stuck with the landlord. Is that correct?
Yes, it does sort of put them in a bit of a sticky situation.
And is that following generally accepted standards of fiscal management?
No, owing your landlord this much money and taking out a loan from them is outside of generally accepted standards of fiscal management.
If you were teaching this in your class and you had this as a hypothetical problem in class, what would you be concerned about when you see a school owing one entity that much money?
I would just be concerned about the nature of the relationship between Eagle and Odyssey. Because of the amount of money that Eagle owes them, it creates a pretty substantial power imbalance. And it is really important for public schools to maintain a separation from undue influence from private entities.
Thank you. Is there anything else regarding this loan that I haven't touched?
No.
Okay. Thank you. A large majority of Eagle's student population are McKinney-Vento students. McKinney-Vento. Can you tell me what that is?
Sure. McKinney-Vento students are, by law, they are homeless children and youth, and that is defined as an individual who lacks a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence.
So it's not just students who are in transient situations. It could also be students who are living with various family members. Is that correct?
Yes, the law includes an extensive list of what they mean by students who lack a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence.
Eagle also has a lot of free and reduced lunch students who are
eligible.
Eligible, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, so about 90% of Eagle students are free and reduced price lunch eligible, which is typically for students who are living in poverty or coming from low income households.
And those students, since Eagle is relying on that population, how would that affect their growth that they're planning for not only this school year, but the next school year?
So what I would say about this, there's a couple of things. First and foremost, students who lack a fixed, regular, adequate nighttime residence have a tremendous amount of needs. I'm sure we can all imagine the trauma and constant stress of not having a home to call your own. And those students are bringing those emotions and that stress and that trauma to school with them every single day. And so under the McKinney-Vento law, schools receive additional funding to provide support for those students. There is also some waivers in terms of enrolling those students. You don't have to provide as much documentation in terms of like birth certificates, prior transcripts, immunizations, et cetera, because the goal is to make sure that students have a stable school because they don't have a stable home. So that's one thing I would say about McKinney-Vento students. The other thing to know is that this is a really transient population and they may not have transportation. If we look at where Eagle is located and where the majority of homeless shelters in Las Vegas are located, it is a pretty far walk. It's a couple of miles. Most of the homeless shelters in Las Vegas are located in what's sort of described as like the Alphabet neighborhood, which is not where Eagle is. And so there's one of the things that you can do with your McKinney-Vento funding as a school is provide transportation. That's not something that Eagle has established in the documents that I was able to review. And then this is both McKinney-Vento students and FRL students, free and reduced price lunch students, are a very transient population. So transiency just means moving from school to school. And one of the things that is reported by the Nevada Department of Education is that transiency in CCSD is 26% in year 2022, which is the most recent reporting year, and it's 14% for state public charter school authorities. So that's much higher than the national averages for both of those. And it behooves charter schools when you're working with this type of population to estimate your enrollment very conservatively, because it's very hard to trust and rely that those students are actually going to be able to come to your school, especially if you're not providing them transportation.
And Eagle has a typically higher enrollment percentage of McKinney-Vento students. Is that correct?
Yes, across the state of Nevada, it's about 3.1% of students who are experiencing homelessness. And it's my understanding that for the upcoming school year, Eagle has reported that they are going to be enrolling 26% of their student population as McKinney-Vento students.
Thank you. I'd like to talk about the PCFP payment one more time.
Sure.
You pointed out earlier that they failed to show the $837,000 in a specific line item. Is that correct?
Yes.
In reviewing your documents, did you see that Eagle accounted for that $837,000 anywhere in these documents provided today?
No, it is my interpretation that they are planning to recover from the massive amount of debt that they've accumulated through their loans from their landlord, as well as their PCFP repayment by substantially growing their student population in year 2025, 2026, as well as the subsequent years up to year 6 of their operation.
And if they're continuing to grow their population, that would also mean that their teachers and staff and costs would grow as well.
Yes, and in reviewing Eagle's budget, it appears that they are offering minimal in terms of services and things that would make a charter school attractive to a family to enroll their children.
We'll talk more about that in a moment. In your professional opinion, does this budget, as presented today, meet generally accepted standards of fiscal management?
In my professional opinion, it does not.
And why is that?
There is just a lot of debt here, and the plan to recoup that debt by massively increasing enrollment is just not realistic.
And what about withholding the main source of funding? Is that realistic for Eagle to continue?
Withholding the main source of funding it makes it very, very difficult for a school to operate, and it also makes the school not particularly appealing in a competitive school choice market.
Thank you. I'd like to move on to grounds for termination number 2. Steve, can you show the statute on the screen? And can you share the document, please? Dr. Grifford, let me know when you can see the screen.
I can see it.
I want to read to you NRS 388A 330 1B. The charter school has filed for a voluntary petition of bankruptcy, is adjudicated bankrupt, or is insolvent, or is otherwise financially impaired, such that the charter school cannot continue to operate. In this case, the school has not been adjudicated bankrupt or insolvent. However, I want to ask you about whether Eagle is otherwise financially impaired, such that the charter school cannot continue to operate.
Again, same objection I had earlier. This witness is not an attorney, and so I object to the extent you're calling for any kind of.
I'm not calling for any kind of legal interpretation. I'm asking if she can tell us whether the school can operate or is financially impaired such that it cannot continue to operate.
Based on her experience and background.
Yes.
Okay.
Is it your opinion today that Eagle is otherwise financially impaired such that it cannot continue to operate?
Yes, based on my experience, background, and extensive review of the documents they provided, I would characterize Eagle as being financially impaired such that they cannot continue to operate.
I'd like to talk about why that is. And I'd like to discuss with you, first of all, their teachers. Steve, can you pull up the budget again? And I believe it's in the staff tab.
Yes.
Dr. Grifford, do you have any concern about the teachers they've hired for the upcoming school year?
Yes, I have a couple of concerns. First, they are currently reporting 3 vacant teaching positions in kindergarten, 1st grade, and 4th grade. It's particularly concerning about kindergarten and 1st grade because those are foundational years when it's extremely important to have a highly qualified teacher in the classroom to it's extremely important to have a highly qualified teacher in those classrooms to lay the foundation for students to be able to have lifelong learning. Another potential issue that I've identified is that the salaries that are listed in this budget for these vacant positions are below market rates. So the starting salary for a teacher in CCSD is slightly above $54,000, and they are offering more than $6,000 less for the kindergarten teacher position, for example.
Dr. Grifford, can you read line 147 for me?
Yes.
It's a kindergarten teacher. How much are they making?
$40,000.
In your review of the material, they found someone to accept that. Is that correct?
Yes. So one of those positions is filled. I believe the other one is not filled, the one that's listed for $48,000. The teacher who will be salaried at $40,000 is not a highly qualified licensed teacher. It's someone with a substitute license.
Can we show the teacher licensure? For the record, it's Exhibit 53. Dr. Grifford, have you seen this document before?
Yes.
And is this the kindergarten teacher qualification that you've seen?
Yes.
And if the school has 325 students and they have 2 kindergarten classrooms, one of those positions is not filled, is that correct?
Yes.
And they have not hired another kindergarten teacher, is that correct?
There's a vacant position, and then based on this reporting, the other teacher, I misspoke earlier, does not have a license that was able to be retrieved from the Nevada Department of Education licensure system.
And you spoke about how the teachers have substantially less salaries than even what they would get in CCSD. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why is that a concern for you?
I think it's common sense. And as someone who studies teacher retention, shortages, and turnover, one of the things that attracts a teacher to work at a school is the salary.
Are you potentially worried that a teacher may leave for a higher paid position?
That would be a concern, as would just being able to find someone to fill these vacant positions. In my extensive research on teacher turnover, one of the things that the research has shown is that teachers who are working in high poverty, high need schools, which I would characterize Eagle as being one of those types of schools, the working conditions can be very difficult and very stressful, and they often experience higher rates of teacher turnover. I do want to emphasize that has nothing to do with the students themselves. Most of the teachers, this is Linda Darling Hammond, she's at Stanford. This is her research, is that they are not fleeing the students, they are fleeing the very difficult working conditions in these schools, and having a lower salary would be a factor that would hamper potentially hamper a teacher's desire to stay at that school.
So if Eagle is offering 2 different kindergartens, they have a start date of August 12th, and they don't have that position filled, how would they teach that second kindergarten?
I can't really tell you. Often it would be using substitutes. If you've been following the news, there is a tremendous nationwide, and specifically here in Nevada and in Southern Nevada and Clark County, there is a substantial substitute shortage. I also didn't see anywhere in the budget where Eagle was preparing to pay for substitutes. Of course, they can always pay the substitute if they were to find one using some of the portion of the salary that's been allocated for this teacher. But in general, being able to pay for substitute teachers, because we know that teachers can't come in every day due to various things, illness, family needs, etc., is important. What a lot of schools do, a lot of charter schools in Southern Nevada have been doing, is they a number of permanent substitutes, usually about 1 to 2 substitutes on their staff, who can jump into those classrooms when a teacher is full.
So in this case, during your review of the budget, did you see a line item allocated to any kind of substitute teacher expenditure?
No. Additionally, what could another potential solution, if they were not able to fill that role, would be to combine classes and have an instructional aide or a paraprofessional working alongside the lead teacher. However, there was nowhere in the budget that I saw that they had any plans for any sort of paraprofessionals or instructional aides writ large.
So would it be fair to say that not providing any kind of substitute teacher expenditure in the budget would make the school impaired such that it cannot continue to operate?
It would be risky not to account for that sort of thing, because when we're talking about teachers needing to take PTO, if you're docking their pay when they're not able to come to work, again, compared to other schools where they do provide teachers with a certain amount of PTO, it would be a problem, because again, it just makes it not super appealing to work somewhere where if you have an emergency or you're sick or your child is sick, you lose pay by not being able to show up to work.
I'd like to talk to you about school uniforms. That's an expenditure that the school has allotted for in their budget. Steve, can you pull up the budget? Dr. Grifford, do you remember which tab the school uniforms are in?
It's under general operating. It's lines 84 and 85. And again, the other years, the tabs are hidden, and I think it would be helpful to show those. It's E through H.
Okay. Can you read for me line 84?
Yes, it is school uniforms for new students. This school has allocated $3 per new student for school uniforms.
In your opinion, is that a realistic number for new school uniforms?
As a parent, I would personally love to know how you outfit a child for $3. One thing I will say about school uniforms is we're talking again about a school population where 90% of the students are living in poverty. And so if the uniform costs is above $3, which again, I would imagine that it is above $3, we are asking those families to pay the difference to supply their children with uniforms. And that seems like an undue burden on families that are already struggling.
They've also allocated $10 for returning students. Is that problematic for you at all?
Well, actually, they haven't in school years 2024 and 2020, or in school years 2025 and 2026. They actually haven't allocated any money for the uniforms for returning students, and anyone who has been around children knows that they grow substantially, especially in their younger years. And so expecting a uniform that was purchased in school year 2023-2024 to fit a child in subsequent school years is something that would be very unrealistic, in my opinion.
And in your professional opinion, would not providing an adequate budget line item for school uniforms to serve this very specific population of students, would that impair the school in such that it maintains an inability to operate?
Yes, so this would either go in one of two directions. Either the school would need to be paying for those uniforms for the children that are enrolling, or this would be a reason why families end up not sending their children to this school if they are expected to pay the cost themselves.
So either way, it would make their projection for 756 students for next school year maybe not so realistic.
That's right.
I'd like to talk to you about special ed spending.
Yes.
And can you tell us which tab that's under?
General operating, line 68. Oh, there's what, yeah, well, I would like to also talk about line 67, but I'll do 68 first, if that's okay.
Of course, yeah. It says, can you read to me what line 68 says?
It says SPED supplies. SPED is a common abbreviation used for special education.
And can you tell us what SPED supplies mean?
It could really mean a variety of things. It depends on the needs of the children in your school that receive special education services. So it can be anything as little as a pencil grip or a calculator, or it can be special large print textbooks. It can be mobility aids. It can be things to help students who are visually impaired or hearing impaired be able to keep up with the content in the classroom. And so it varies on what those supplies are, but there's a broad list depending on what the children in your school need.
And how much has the school allocated for this upcoming school year?
They have allocated $3,500, and they are also allocating the same amount in the next school year.
So $3,500 for a population of 5 students. Obviously, not all of those students fall within the category of special education. But is $3,500 enough to serve the special education students?
No. So what I would say about this is a lot of those supplies that would have been purchased for the students receiving special education services in 2024, 2025 would need to be replaced in year 2025, 2026, just because, wear and tear, we know how children are. Sometimes they don't treat their things with the gentleness that maybe they need to. Children grow. If a student needs large print textbooks, they're going to need the large print textbooks for the subsequent school year. But in year 2, we know that the student population is growing to 756 students. And by their own reporting, Eagle intends to enroll in both of these school years about 12% of their student population as students who receive special education services. And so this figure of $3,500 is problematic because we know that in this upcoming school year, if we're saying about 12% of their students are going to receive special education services, that's a little over between 30 and 40 students. But in the 2025-26 school year, we're talking about more than 70 students, but the same amount of funds allocated. And those funds need to be able to support the newly enrolled special education students, as well as the students who were previously enrolled that received special education services.
So to be clear, $3,500 is not enough to support the special ed population in a total enrollment of 325, and therefore would not be able to support an enrollment of 756. Is that correct?
I can't speak specifically to what Eagle is using their funds to purchase because they haven't described it, but a lot of these mobility devices, large print textbooks, all of these things are, sometimes need to be custom, and they get very expensive very quickly. And so $3,500 would be a stretch for 325 students and would be very, very difficult with 756 students. Again, of course, we're only talking about 12% of both of those students, but these students are entitled to a free and appropriate public education under federal law. And part of that includes being able to provide the supplies that they need.
Speaking of special education, has Eagle allotted money towards special education for the fall of 2024?
Do you mean in terms of like a school psychologist, et cetera?
I mean in terms of special education staff.
If you could return to the staff tab. I do believe that they have individuals on staff who will be filling special education roles, but I don't recall specifically their qualifications for the job or their we'd have to scroll down so I could review their salaries again.
And Steve, could you unhide F through N? And can you scroll down? Special education coordinator. So under special education coordinator, it shows that they're paying them $50,000. Is that roughly correct?
Yes, that's what it shows.
And is that typical for a special education coordinator in CCSD in Las Vegas, in Nevada?
So a special education coordinator, I think what this term is referring to is a special education instructional facilitator, which is someone who coordinates and oversees the service delivery for students with IEPs and helps support the special education teachers that are assigned to their caseload. This is a person who begins their career as a special education teacher and has gained substantial experience to be able to serve in sort of a leadership role. And again, the starting salary for a novice inexperienced teacher is $54,000.
Thank you. And you said that there was a line right after the special education spending that you wanted to talk about.
Yes. So if you could go back to the previous tab, there is a listed special education psychology consultant as an annual expense. Eagle has not included this in their expense. However, they do have a contract with a company called ACES to provide a special ed school psychologist, speech and language pathology, OT, occupational therapy, physical therapy. And in that contract, it lists an hourly rate for each of these services, as well as $150 per month for the administrative cost of coordinating the work that the individuals employed by this organization would provide. And so that's, they have that contract, but they have not accounted for it in their budget.
Have they accounted for it for the fall of 2020?
I do not see it appearing in the fall of 2024.
Is it typical and proper to not account for special education?
No, especially when you are talking about there is an existing contract between Eagle and an organization to provide these services. So the expectation would be that based on the contract, Eagle would be paying for ACES to provide these services.
Thank you. Can we talk about staff recruitment?
Yes.
So can you read to me column C, line 65?
66.
66, my apologies.
Sure. It's they are allocating $5,000 per year for staff recruitment.
Do you see that as an issue?
I do. There are a couple of reasons why I see this as a problem. Number one, anyone who's walked through Harry Reid Airport recently will know that CCSD is offering a bonus of $5,000 sign-on bonus per teacher to work in the district. That is the entire budget that Eagle has allocated. And as you'll recall, Eagle grew from 164 teachers in their first school year of operation 164 students to 325 students, and then they intend to grow to 756 students. And to reach each of those benchmarks of enrollment, you need to substantially increase your staff. And the logical thing would be to increase your budget to be able to successfully recruit teachers, highly qualified teachers for those positions. Another thing I will say is obviously staff recruitment funds can be used for more than just sign-on bonuses. It can be used for attending career fairs or job fairs at colleges and universities. It can be used for other things besides sign-on bonuses. My point is just that this is a very small amount that has there with a very lofty goal of recruiting for between each of these school years. Eagle needs to, almost essentially double their staff and then double it again for 2025, 2026 to accommodate the size of enrollment that they plan on.
Is there anything else in this specific budget section you'd like to discuss?
Yes, on this specific tab, if you scroll down to line 92, this is gifts and awards for faculty and staff. And so what the research on teacher retention shows is that working conditions, so the non-pecuniary, the non-monetary portion of a teacher's job is a very large factor in their decisions to stay or go. $10 per full-time employee for gifts and awards is, in my opinion, especially low compared to what competitors in Southern Nevada, both other charter schools and traditional public schools, are offering.
We're talking about gifts for teachers, and I know you're talking about teacher retention. If a teacher is willing to work for this amount, that's fine, right?
I think that in response to your question, I would say that if we look at the licensure and qualifications of the majority of Eagle staff, they are not highly qualified for the positions that they are teaching. And again, we're talking about a really special, deserving population of students with tremendous needs who deserve to be educated by the most qualified teachers possible. And that's just not happening here.
You brought up teacher qualification. I'd like to show you that document again. For the record, it's Exhibit 53. It appears that all of second grade is staffed with a teacher with a substitute license. Is that correct?
Yes, the same with third grade.
And again, for special education.
Substitute license endorsements.
Again, for fourth grade?
Yes, it's vacant for one and a substitute license for another.
Okay. And can you tell us about why a substitute license for this specific student population might be a problem?
Substitutes are meant to be substitutes. They are meant to be temporary fills. And so this raises a couple of issues. Substitutes are not highly qualified licensed teachers for their specific content areas. With a substitute license, you can teach anything. And the other thing I would say is that, let's say hypothetically, one of these teachers with a substitute license is there in a temporary role. And then they would be sometime in the future replaced with a highly qualified teacher, hypothetically. That's an introduction of instability into the lives of these students. And as we've talked about a lot, there's already a lot of instability happening for these children. And so having not highly qualified teachers who may not stay for the full year, who, may go on and get another job somewhere else, is just not what we would want for this specific student population. We would want to give them as much stability and the best teachers we possibly could. And by offering salaries below market rate and not putting a lot of effort into recruitment, my concern is that Eagle's not going to be able to do that.
And would you, again, say that their teaching recruitment and their teacher pay would impair Eagle such that they cannot continue to operate?
Yes.
You said you wanted to talk about the guidance counselor.
Yes.
What about that is concerning to you?
The guidance counselor / social worker, their license could not be, was not retrievable in the Nevada Department of Education system. This is a problem for a couple of reasons. Guidance counselors are extremely, again, highly qualified to carry out the work that they do in schools, and they provide a lot of social, emotional, and academic support for students. And again, we're talking about a population with tremendous needs. One of the recommendations that's made in the McKinney-Vento law for how you can spend your funding is on a guidance counselor that specifically works with your McKinney-Vento students. Another thing I will say is that the American School Counseling Association provides a recommendation of a ratio between the number of students in your school and the number of guidance counselors that you have, and that ratio is 250 to 1. And they do stipulate with that there are other factors to consider, including socioeconomic factors. And so basically what that boils down to is Eagle has one unqualified guidance counselor serving 325 students, which is outside of the recommended ratio. And in addition, I don't think that they are taking into account the fact that this is a student population that has a lot of needs that need to be met, and guidance counselors are a crucial way to help students who are coming from disadvantaged backgrounds to be able to be successful in school.
Is there anything else you'd like to discuss in terms of Eagle's financial impairment such that it has an inability to operate?
Yes. So I would like to look at the budget again, the FFE&T tab. And then if you could scroll to lines 19 and 20. And there's, oh, sorry, there's a bunch of hidden tabs between E and H again that I would like to look at.
Dr. Grifford, can you see the screen?
Yes.
And can you read line 18 for me, or 19?
So line 19 is the budget that Eagle has set aside for students for computers. It's important to emphasize in a post-COVID context and in the Southern Nevada charter school market, most schools are one-to-one with technology for students. What we can see here is they've allocated $292.68 per student. I'm assuming that means per device per student. And so what we see is that in year one, Eagle spent $102,965 on computers for students. That was again with an enrollment of 164. In the next year, they're going to be spending $50,000 on computers for their population that has now increased to 325. If we unhide column I, J, and K, we can see that sometimes if you right click and click on hide, it might make it appear.
For the record, we are trying to unhide tabs on an Excel spreadsheet.
And I'll just object to the term hide. All the information is there. You can double click on it and it should open and be available.
Okay, Dr. Grifford, can you please proceed?
Sure. So what I would just want to point out with this, what's concerning is this computer budget being pretty low for a student population that's going to be doubling in size between years 1 and 2. The other thing I would point out is there's no money allocated for replacing these computers. And so what that suggests is that a student that arrived at this school in year 1 would be expected to use the same $292 computer for 6 years, which I think anyone that has ever used a computer knows that they don't always age well. And I think if we also factor in the fact that we're talking about elementary young children using these devices, suggesting that a device that costs less than $300 lasting 6 years is unrealistic.
And children need computers for today's learning, is that correct?
Yes.
Computers are part of everyday classroom instruction, is that correct?
Yes, they are most schools in Southern Nevada are one-to-one. So every single student is using a computer every day is what that suggests.
So therefore not replacing computers for not only returning students, but also new students, that suggests that Eagle may be financially impaired such that it cannot continue to operate. Is that correct?
Yes. So what I would say to that point is just, again, we're talking about a choice market. And so a school that is going to be trying to recruit new students, who's trying to remain competitive in this market, needs to be doing all of the things to sort of remain on the cutting edge to be competitive against other charter schools and public schools. And so there needs to be things that set this school apart. And often something that is used is technology. If we return to that same tab, I believe there's some other things that I'm sorry, it's under general operating. There's a couple other things that I think suggest that maybe Eagle is not going to be very competitive in being able to recruit new students. So if you scroll down to line 89, they do not have athletics. Obviously, charter schools are not required to have athletics. Some of them do, but there's no money allocated here, which suggests that Eagle has no plans to do that. If you go down to lines 97 and 98, there's no money allocated for field trips, which again, that's something that can be very appealing for families, the opportunity for their students to have different experiences outside of the classroom. And again, of course, what happens in some cases is that families cover the costs of field trips. However, again, we're talking about a student population that's 90% living in poverty. And so this is just something else that would not make them very competitive. Something else I saw is, and I apologize, I didn't write down the specific line number, but there was library books. This is either in this tab or the FFE&T tab. Yes. No money for library books per new student. And so what that suggests to me is, as their school population grows, if they have a school library, which it wasn't clear to me whether they have one at all, it would not be growing proportional to the number of students they have, which would make, the opportunity for students who to check out books and bring them home, which when we're talking about economically disadvantaged students, they're probably, it would be a hardship on their families potentially to have to go out and just buy books or get to the public library. And so being able to offer that resource in school is really important.
For all these things we spoke about, in accumulation, this speaks to Eagle's financial impairment such that it maintains an inability to operate. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there anything else you'd like to discuss on this grounds for termination?
Not at this time.
Last grounds for termination.
Chair Holmstein, I would ask if we would recess for 10 minutes, please. It is, I beg your pardon, 12:21. If we could come back at 12:30. Thank you.
Cover you, yeah. We'll do that. No. I know. Yeah. Look it up. Oh, yeah. Well, I'm not sure how it's. I think. I'll let you know. No, it's not different. Beginning is a little different with that, yeah. Yep, alrighty, I will talk to you later. Love you, bye.
So you don't know. Oh.
Okay. What's the password?
Yeah, password. Yeah, that's what I want to be.
All right. You want one? Want milk or anything, Jackson? Milk or anything? Do you want coffee? I'm going to stop. I need to. Do you want coffee?
No, I'm after. I've actually, I'll be back. So if it means I need to come,
Okay.
you guys can make.
Coffee? What kind? I have to tell you the end of it. I've never. I must be like.
Under that.
I think it's right. I mean, I'd rather do that than. Just the hot puts me to sleep.
Everything is.
And I'll let you guys know, like, right now I know it says the sales, but as soon as you guys come back out.
Okay, perfect.
It'll be
And the
outside.
way you think. Going back to just the way that it is, and then it's been beautiful. And so much, I'm gonna say that's amazing. I can read minds like that.
Yeah, I try to find the flow after
Yeah,
a
it's
while.
perfect.
Thank you.
I know, I'm like, oh, specialty. No. Okay. You want. The ice cream sugar one? Sure.
Are they finished over here? Oh, I saw.
Chair Holmes Sutton, I would like to call us back to order. It is 12:33, and we will continue with council for SPCSA.
I'll wait for council to sit down first.
Thank you.
Kara, are you ready? All right, Dr. Grifford, I'd like to remind you, you're still under oath.
Yes.
We spent a large amount of time talking about Eagle's impairment.
Yes.
I want to ask, is it your testimony today that based on what you've testified to, Eagle is impaired such that it cannot continue to operate?
That's correct.
There's one other grounds for termination under this statute. And that is that it is failed to comply with provisions of this chapter or any other statute or regulation applicable to charter schools. And I specifically outlined the Nevada Administrative Code 387. And right here, I talked about this in my opening. No governing body may adopt any budget which appropriates for any fund in any amount in excess of the budget resources of that fund. Is it your testimony today that Eagle does not have a balanced budget?
That is my testimony.
Is everything you said today true and factual as to your experience?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Hendricks, I would invite you to cross-examine. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gifford. My name is Kara Hendricks, and I'm counsel for Eagle. And I do have some follow-up questions for you. How much do you charge for an hour for your expert services?
I am actually not charging anything today.
How much would you normally charge for your expert services?
Anywhere from $75 to $150 an hour.
And how much time did you spend reviewing documents and preparing for today's hearing?
I would say probably somewhere between 10 and 15 hours of document review.
And is there a reason you're not charging the Charter School Authority anything for your time and services?
As a former teacher in a school with a very similar population to Eagle, it spoke, I guess, I'm here out of the goodness of my heart because I just really want to advocate for the best interests of these children.
And you talked quite a bit about your education and experience. Do you have any kind of a degree in finance or accounting?
No.
And I noticed on the CV we provided that the only administrative position you held was from August 2017 to July of 2008 in Knoxville, Tennessee. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you were working, as the assistant dean, did you prepare any budgets for the school at that time?
No, we had a third-party accounting service.
And have you ever prepared budgets for any kind of school?
Not for anything outside of exercises that I do with my students in my class.
Have you ever had any discussions with Eagle administration or teachers?
No.
What about any Eagle family members or parents
No.
of students? Have you ever been qualified as an expert in any kind of court or administrative hearing?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. Have you ever been qualified as an expert in any kind of court or administrative hearing?
Aside from my testimony today, no. However, I have provided presentations to the legislature during my time at the Gwynn Center.
And what were those presentations on?
If it's okay if I look up specifically.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. In 2017, I presented to the Nevada Senate Committee on Education on Autonomous Schools in the Achievement School District. Committee on Education on Autonomous Schools and the Achievement School District. I presented to the Senate Committee on Education for the Nevada Senate Committee on Education on modernizing high school graduation requirements also in 2017. I presented to the Nevada House Committee on Education on outcomes for students in foster care in Clark County. And I have also presented to the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights about juvenile justice reforms in Nevada, and that took place in 2017 as well.
Great, thank you. And none of those topics that you just relayed for us were financially related. Am I correct?
Yes.
Did you review the notice of termination that was sent to Eagle Charter School?
Yes.
And I understand that you looked specifically at the budget, and I want to get into that in just a minute. But other than looking at the budget, did you look to see and make any determinations if the other action items that were listed in that termination letter have been met?
No, that is outside her expertise. She is specifically here to talk about budget and budget related items.
And she can answer that. I have a right to know if she looked at it or not.
I focused my time on the budget.
Thank you. I believe you stated that you did not believe the budget that was shown to you and is marked as Exhibit 1 met generally accepted standards. What standards were you referring to?
Generally accepted standards of fiscal management, which is what we had discussed in my previous testimony about what potentially that would look like, even though it's not been defined to my knowledge in Nevada.
And that was my next question. This idea of fiscal management, to your knowledge, it never has been defined anywhere in Nevada law or Nevada statute. Is that correct?
Not to my knowledge, but as you pointed out, I'm not a lawyer, so just to my knowledge, yes.
Are you familiar with GAAP and accounting standards, and if the budget presented complies with accounting standards?
I am familiar with that concept. I believe that according to the people who prepare the budget, that is the standards that they think they have met.
But you don't, do you have the experience and expertise to opine on if those standards have been met?
It would be my response to that question that what Eagle presented is problematic outside of I'm not an expert on those standards. I'm not an accountant, but I am an expert in school finance. And the way that Eagle is proposing to recover from their debts is with this massive increase in enrollment. And it's my professional opinion that that is not feasible.
And let's talk a little bit about that massive increase. We're referring to what specifically?
Specifically, I am referring to how Eagle plans to go from 325 projected enrolled students for this upcoming 24-25 school year to the increase in the 25-26 school year to 756 students.
And what are you basing your understanding on that Eagle plans to go to over 700 students for the 25-26 school year?
It's what they reported in their budget.
Do you know if Eagle has the ability to request amendments to the budget? And if they have, well, let me stop there. Does Eagle have the ability to request amendments to the budget?
They do.
Or to their enrollment, excuse me. Do you know if the Eagle board has approved a budget for the 25-26 school year?
They have not.
One of the first things that you talked about when we were looking at the budget is you said there you had concerns about some of the forms and some small mistakes. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes.
Do you know if the concerns that you raised today were brought to Eagle's attention?
I cannot speak to that. I haven't spoken with Eagle.
And when we talk about the cash flow and the loans specifically, I saw you move cells around and do some math. Sure. When we're talking about the loans that Eagle has provided documentation for, and you move numbers around during your discussion to talk about those, is it your testimony that Eagle should not be taking any loans, period, or they cannot use those funds?
It's Obviously, as a charter school, they have a lot of flexibility in how they choose to do things. However, my concern is the fact that their loan is from their landlord and they are also not paying rent at this time. And my chief concern is the way that they have framed their budget is to be able to financially recover from their existing PCFP debt and to be able to repay these loans. They are going to massively increase their enrollment in future years. And as you pointed out, they would need to make an amendment if they don't reach those goals, but of enrollment. But the problem that I identify is that 92% of their money is based on student enrollment. And if they can't hit those enrollment marks, they can't get out of debt.
So let's talk a little bit about the cash flow projections we talked about for August. And correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is their budget is showing they'll take a $200,000 loan or line of credit in August from their landlord. Yes. Is that how you recall? Okay. And if they take that $200,000 from their landlord and with understanding at some point it's going to need to be paid back, are they going to be able to pay their other expenses that they have budgeted for that month?
I think what you're asking is, so they'll have that money, that money in their pocket, essentially, that $200,000. They would be using that money to cover the fact that they don't have any revenue coming in from the PCFP. That's what I'm understanding that they're trying to do. And so with the budget that they've set up, my big concern is they're just kicking this can of debt further down the road, and they don't really have a realistic plan for being able to actually recover.
Okay, so that wasn't exactly my question.
Sorry.
But let me rephrase it. Maybe I can rephrase it a little bit better. So I want to talk about August. In August, if the school takes the $200,000 line of credit, will they be able to pay the other expenses they budgeted for that month using those funds?
Yes.
Okay. And when you looked at their budget, did you see and do you recognize that by November, they plan to have everything paid back to the Department of Education? And I'll leave it there. Does the budget reflect that they'll be able to pay the Department of Education back by November?
What they provided in their budget by taking the rent abatement and the loan, they would be able to pay back the Nevada Department of Education by November.
Okay. So then, if I'm understanding correctly, come November, they would then now be eligible to, and they will start receiving additional funds from the NDE going forward based on what their enrollment is on the October count date. Is that correct?
Yes, however, they would still have other debts.
And when you refer to other debts, you're referring to the loans that they're taking out and the rent abatement?
Yes.
I want to kind of skip forward a little bit and talk a little bit about grants. You testified that you were skeptical, and I'm using that word, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, that the grant funds that are shown in the budget would be available to Eagle based on the problems they had last year submitting the grant applications timely. Is that fair?
I would say maybe not skeptical, just concerned about the timeliness of their ability to submit for grant reimbursement.
And how is that corrected?
Skeptical versus concerned?
No, sorry, bad question again. So if they submit their request timely, they would get the funds.
That's correct.
So it's a matter of improving policies and procedures or practices to make sure they're submitted timely, and then those funds would be available to them.
Yes, but I want to reiterate again, that's only 8% of their budget.
Are you also familiar with the CSP grant and what funds are available to Eagle as a result of the CSP grant?
Yes, and it's my understanding that their reimbursement for last year is still pending based on the outcome of today. And that there were concerns about them being able to submit all of the documents for that grant reimbursement in a timely fashion, and that they've been placed on high risk by Opportunity 180, which is the funder of that grant.
Okay, so let's talk about that a little bit more. If Eagle makes it through today and there's not a vote to terminate, do you have an understanding of how much funds have been approved to be released to the school from the CSP grant?
Yes, they would get $552,405.
And do they have additional funding that's going to be available in the next school year, so in the 24-25 school year?
I believe the total of their grant was about $1.5 million, which is again contingent upon them being able to submit for reimbursements in a timely. Sorry, it would just be contingent upon them submitting for the reimbursements in a timely and accurate fashion.
So then would you agree with me, and we'll do those hypotheticals that we all like, right? So hypothetically, Eagle there's a vote today not to terminate Eagle's contract. They get the CSP funds that are pending. They could use make additional purchases, and there's other eligible expenses and funds waiting for them with the CSP grant if they follow the procedures that is required by Opportunity 180. Is that correct?
Hypothetically, yes.
And when we were talking about the grant issues and you were speaking to what was available, did you look at the grant amendments that were submitted by the school in July of this year?
No.
And when we're talking about what you called, little things in the budget that caused you concerns and said they could create bigger problems, those little concerns can be corrected, correct?
Yes, but I would have hoped they would have been corrected.
But there's still time. If they can correct them next year, everything restarts, right? So you make mistakes. There's ways moving forward to correct the concerns that you've identified.
There would be.
You testify that it was not typical for a school to take a loan or a line of credit from its landlord. Is there anything that you're aware of that prevents a school from doing that in Nevada?
No, again, as a charter school, they have a lot of flexibility about the decisions that they make.
And again, when we were talking about the loan scenarios and the payback scenarios, you mentioned budgets for the 25-26 and the 26-27 school year and estimated enrollments. Those budgets have not been flushed out or approved by the Eagle Board, correct?
No, but what they have framed in the budget that they presented is essentially using an increased enrollment, which correlates to an increased PCFP payment to be able to get out of the debt that they would ultimately end up being in with their landlord. And that's a problem because that money is meant to be for the education of the students.
So let's talk about a little bit about the landlord and the location where Eagle is. Have you been to the school or driven by the school?
I have not.
Are you familiar with the facility in any way and what kind of buildings and structures there are on the property?
All I am familiar with is what was provided in the budget and the square footage that was provided in that letter and the subsequent letter. or in the budget, and then in that letter that also noted that they do have an additional building. I think that's probably where you're going with this.
Well, that was my question. Do you know if they have the ability to grow and utilize more space at their current location?
Yes, I believe it's about an additional 26,000 square feet was mentioned in one of the correspondences between them and Odyssey. I would just like to reiterate again that their current space is 41,000 square feet. That's what's reported across all 6 years of their budget. There is this apparent additional space available on their property. 26,000 plus 41,000 is still less than 102,000 square feet for a competitor elementary school that would serve a smaller student population.
And I understand, and I appreciate that. And if there were additional buildings on site and other numbers you haven't looked at, you don't have any information beyond what you've spoken about today to talk about the future growth of the school and the abilities at their current location. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about the McKinney-Vento population. Now, when students are, I'll call it categorized, I guess, for lack of a better word, or identified as McKinney-Vento, does that include students that are living with family members like grandparents and multiple generations living in the same housing unit?
Yes, it includes a variety of things. I think essentially what it boils down to is the primary caregiver of the child is not the main tenant or owner of the property where the child resides. There's a long list in the legislation of like all of the various scenarios that it encompasses.
And I know you've reviewed a lot of documents and materials today. Did you have the opportunity to look at information to know like the zip codes or the areas where the students that attend Eagle live?
No.
I guess it goes without speaking, but then there's large apartment complexes that are close to the school. You wouldn't know how many students percentage-wise walk to the school from those apartment complexes, I'm assuming.
No.
When you were talking about the transiency as a high rate, and I think you said something along the lines of it behooves schools to be conservative. Can you explain that to me a little bit more?
Sure. So in my experience with working with charter school administrators on their budgets, when we're talking about a very transient population, it is prudent of the charter school to not assume a much larger, to not assume that they will have a huge population. I think sort of what I was speaking to is in receiving that overpayment in the previous school year, that came from Eagle potentially relying on a very transient student population to come to their school, and I think they're continuing to do that. And it's just very difficult. And I'd also add that the charter school market in Southern Nevada is extremely competitive and growing very quickly, and so it's important for charter schools to be innovative and think of ways to remain competitive. And so I think those are some of the concerns I was raising.
So what you're suggesting then is if Eagle enrolls 300 students, they shouldn't count on those 300 students showing up?
I think you could speak to any administrator in Southern Nevada that it's the numbers can fluctuate. I think the issue is it's typically what's reported is a handful of students, 4 or 5 students here and there on count day. I think what I was more speaking to is the fact that Eagle reported, received a payment for double an enrollment that they actually had in the previous year, and that's unusual.
And I want to talk about that more in a minute, but are you aware of any requirement by the charter school authority or state requirement that based on the population that Eagle serves, that they should discount that and budget for receiving or expecting to receive a lower number of students?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So do you have information about what happened at Eagle when they first opened and their inability to open in their permanent facility?
No.
If I told you that Eagle had to open in a temporary facility for 90 days before they moved into their permanent location, would you expect something like that to have a significant impact on their enrollment?
Yes, and also a significant impact on the payment that they would receive.
And when you talked about the charter market in Nevada is very competitive, what is your understanding of the charter market in the area where Eagle is located? How many other charter schools or schools are there competing to get these students?
I don't have a map in front of me, so I wouldn't be able to speak specifically, but charter schools are not neighborhood based. And so what that means is anybody can go anywhere in for a charter school. It's a choice market.
Do you have any information or data that indicates that Eagle is trying to reach students or focusing on students outside of the neighborhood in which the school is currently located?
I have no idea what their marketing strategies specifically are, just what they spent on them.
And then I'm correct that you don't know what other charter schools or other CCSD schools are in that same area either. Is that correct?
Yes.
You raised some concerns about the teachers that Eagle has hired. Have you seen any of the teachers' CVs or resumes or have any information about them other than the document that was shown to you by council?
That's the only information I was given.
And when we talked about teacher salaries, you said that the average salary for CCSD is around $55,000. Did I have that right?
About 54, 55, yes.
What is the average for charter schools?
It varies. I don't think there's for the state of Nevada, I don't think there is a specific reported number. Some pay below market rates, some pay above market rates. It just depends on the school and its funding.
So if Eagle is budgeted teachers at below market rate, there is likely other charter schools that are doing the same thing.
Yes, the issue is with who will fill that position and their qualifications.
Other than looking at the marketing budget, do you have any information on what efforts Eagle has taken to fill spots and to recruit teachers?
No.
Did you see any line item or reference in the general operation tab of the budget to Eagle being able to pay for subs or budgeting to pay for substitute teachers?
I don't believe that I saw that.
Moving to school uniforms, are schools required to provide uniforms for their students?
No, but the assumption would be if uniforms are listed, that they are requiring their students to wear uniforms.
We talked about, or you talked a bit about the special education spending of the school. Do you recall looking in the general operations tab at a 206,000 line item for sped services?
Would it be possible to see that again?
Can we pull up exhibit 1?
You should have an exhibit binder.
I don't.
Did you bring your own?
I thought you were bringing them for, you had indicated, well, let's just move on. We'll deal with that after.
Can you ask the question again?
My question was, do you recall seeing 206,000 in the general operations tab of the budget for services that were contracted out that could include SPED funds?
I can't recall at this time.
Do you have information on how many special education kids that Eagle will be serving based on their current enrollment numbers?
What was reported in the budget was 12%. So we could do the math. It's probably between 30 and 40 for 325.
And is it correct that you haven't looked at those children's IEPs or 504 plans and you're not familiar with what services they would require?
Those would be protected under FERPA, so I wouldn't be able to look at them.
You also provided a number for which you referred to as a special ed coordinator or facilitator. And I believe you said for CCSD, the going rate was about 54,000.
No, that's their going rate for a beginning new teacher. So a special education coordinator would be more experienced. And so the assumption would be that that person, if they were to be employed by CCSD.
Okay. And do you have any information on what charter schools are paying somebody in that position?
It would vary from charter school to charter school. They have a lot of flexibility in how they do these things. But I would just add to that there is a substantial teacher shortage at baseline, and it's particularly in special education. And it is difficult to recruit and retain when you're offering salaries below market rate. And there's no reason why we would have to parse out between individual teachers why they would choose to work at a charter versus a public school. And so, or even a private school, because their licensure covers any type of school.
But so the answer is no, you don't know how much some charter schools are paying for a special ed facilitator or somebody in that role.
No, there's no central repository for that.
You expressed some concerns regarding regarding Eagle filling some of its teacher positions with individuals that just hold a substitute license. Did you ever look at background? Do you have any information on what those qualifications those individuals have other than just looking at the licensure issue?
No.
When you were talking about a counselor or a social worker, you referred to a 250 to 1 ratio recommended. Where does that recommendation come from?
It comes from the American School Counseling Association, which is the national body that professional organization for teacher or for guidance counselors, excuse me.
Is that a standard that is utilized in the Clark County School District?
It's a national standard. So the hope would be that every school can provide a counselor at a ratio of at least 250 to 1.
Do you know if CCSD is doing that?
I would have to look at their Nevada report card and probably talk to their central office to confirm that figure for you.
As you say here today, you don't know.
No, based on my experience in working in Clark County. However, I would add that they do tend to try to recruit and target schools that are serving high populations of students experiencing poverty. They do try to target staffing those schools with qualified social workers and guidance counselors first before going to other schools.
And when we're talking about outside of CCSD and the charter school, I believe you said a few minutes ago, there's no central repository, so there's no way that you know what kind of ratio the charter schools have. Does that continue into the counselor realm, or is that the teacher round?
Yeah, we'd have to look at every single charter school's staff, their licensure, and then their student that out.
You spent some time talking about the FFE and T tabs and expressed concerns regarding computers. Do you know how many computers that Eagle purchased last year?
No.
Would it surprise you if I told you they purchased 400 computers?
That's wonderful. Good for them.
So if they had extra computers last year based on their original enrollment numbers, is there any reason they couldn't utilize those computers for the students that will be attending the school this year?
No, I think that's perfectly reasonable, and I hope that if they remain open, they can do that. I think my concern would also just be in how long are those computers that cost $292 based on their budget going to last into the future?
Our computer and technology costs like that, do you know if that is something that is reimbursable through the CSP grant?
I would have to look at the terms of their grant to be able to confirm that for you.
You talked a little bit about the need for Eagle to be competitive and express concerns because, Eagle had no athletics. Do you know what other schools in their zip code are doing and how they're operating?
I would have to see a list of those schools and speak to the administrator to be able to confirm that for you. But I think your line of questioning concerns me a little bit because it sort of suggests that students that live in a certain zip code don't deserve to have the best of the best. And I would argue that Eagle should be competing with all of the charter schools, all of the best schools in CCSD for a very deserving population.
I agree, they're a very deserving population. Are you aware that Eagle has a FTE for a PE teacher?
Yes.
Are you aware that Eagle does fundraising to provide field trips for its students?
That was not reported in the budget, so no.
Are you aware that Eagle has a full library that's funded by Scholastic Books and sponsored by a bookstore that already provides free books to its students?
I did not. My concern that I raised about library books had to do with expanding the library over time, proportional to their enrollment. Also, PEs is required by the National Federal Department of Education.
You mentioned a few moments ago about other charter school budgets. Have you worked with other charter schools to help them with their budgets?
I have worked with students in my class, and I have consulted with a number of charter schools on their budget practices.
And how many other
in preparation for today's testimony, I spoke with the administration of I believe it was 6 charter schools, including schools that serve very similar populations to Eagles.
What were those schools?
Objection. She doesn't have to say that. That is private information.
I disagree. She's testifying today based on her discussions with other charter schools. And I think that is absolutely relevant information. I don't have an expert report or other information. And I think she's entitled, or we're entitled to have that information and know what other charter schools she's comparing Eagle to.
Those charter schools have not disclosed that they've sought outside help, that it's a privacy concern that I have. I don't want that on record.
They're public bodies, and as it has been made very clear to Eagle, if they're a public entity, everything has to be on their agenda and open to the public. So I don't understand what the privacy
I would just like to
concern would be.
I'm sorry. I would just like to clarify. These were informational consultations for my purposes of being able to speak today. So I wasn't giving them advice, which I think is sort of what you were suggesting, is that they were using me for advice, but really it was the reverse. I was trying to get a better understanding of their practices.
And I guess my my concern still remains. If this is information that your expert relied on for her testimony today, I believe we're entitled to that information.
Let me just ask the witness, have you used information that you gleaned from these informal discussions with other schools? Have that been part of your opinions today?
That was not anything that, when I was being questioned by Attorney King Powell, that was not something I used.
Does that satisfy you, counsel?
Not really, but I'll move on. So outside of the informal discussions you had with 6 or so charter schools, have you ever provided professional services or consulting services to schools to help them prepare a budget?
No, I've just been contracted by the Department of Ed.
And what is your contract with the Department of Ed?
So we received a grant to do an evaluation of, this was the research we talked about in the beginning, to do an evaluation of the pupil-centered funding plan.
And I understand that. And in my mind, an evaluation of the funding plan is different than helping a school prepare a budget. So have you ever been consulted with or helped a charter school prepare a budget like the one that you're
No, that's just an
criticizing
exercise
today?
we do in my class.
So tell me about your class exercise. How does that work?
So the assignment is for students receive a copy of an actual school budget. And the assignment that I have given in the past is it's a hypothetical exercise where they are required to cut 5% from their state funding and basically walk us through what the decisions they would make and how they would also communicate those decisions to the stakeholders involved in their school.
And how much time do they have to prepare and put this budget together to complete your assignment?
So it's presented on the syllabus on the first day of class, and then we review budgets extensively throughout the course of the class. This is their final assignment. So for example, I am actually teaching this class currently. They will receive the assignment in more detail besides what we've discussed, on the first day of class with the syllabus. They will receive that assignment tonight, which is August 2nd, and it is due August 16th. So they have 2 weeks.
And when they complete the budget for your class, are they going through all the same kind of categories and fields that were in Exhibit 1 today with the budget materials we talked about, or is it simplified?
Some of it is simplified. We take out federal funds because it's an exercise about state funding, but most of it would be very similar in terms of supplies, teachers, facility costs, et cetera.
I want to go back to the McKinney-Vento students again, if we could.
Sure.
Were you aware that Eagle provides transportation bus passes to its student population?
I was not aware, but as you indicated, some of these students live in difficult neighborhoods, and I would be worried about them as elementary school students taking RTC transportation to and from school. Of course, they're absolutely able to do that, and their parents can accompany them, et cetera. But RTC is not the same as a school bus.
When we're talking about Eagle's percentage of McKinney-Vento students, what do you understand their percentage of students is?
From what I understand, it's 26%.
Do you know how that number was calculated?
No.
Let me just look through my notes. I think I'm almost done. I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Grifford, I'd like to just refresh the board on a couple of things.
Sure.
You talked about a third-party accounting service. You also admitted that you have never done a budget as a school administrator. Should school administrators be doing their own budgets?
They should be familiar with their budgets, but usually what charter schools do is they contract out to a third-party accounting service.
And why is that important that they contract out?
Well, like we talked about in the beginning, one of the reasons that charter schools often fail is due to financial mismanagement, and most charter school founders are passionate educators and educational leaders, and so their expertise is not necessarily in budget. And what it says describes this in the California manual is just a lot of the time that school leaders need to be doing is on curriculum, instruction, vision, and mission building. And so having the additional burden of managing your own budget, it just becomes overwhelming. And so it's often advised to have someone else run your back office.
The council asked about the average salary, and I believe it was stated that it was $54,000. I want to make a correction to the record that that's not the average, but the base salary. Is that correct?
Yes, it's the base salary, starting salary for a new teacher.
Thank you. In your review of the budget, did you see a line item for transportation at all?
No.
So council's clarification that they did provide bus passes, was that listed in the budget?
Not that I saw.
And is it within generally accepted standards of fiscal management that they would not allocate money towards specific line items in their budget?
Generally accepted standards would suggest that you report all of your spending.
Is it important for public institutions to be transparent about their spending?
Absolutely.
Council talked about some small mistakes that you found in the budget, and she talked that they're no big deal. There's time to fix those mistakes. However, most of those corrections would require additional funding. Is that correct?
Some of them would, some of them wouldn't, yes.
And again, your concern earlier that small mistakes often lead to larger mistakes that are not uncovered yet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is there anything else that council discussed with you that you'd like to correct for the record?
Not at this time.
The last question that I have that I'll ask you is, council said that you don't have a financial degree, but you did study at the #1 school in the nation in getting your doctorate. Can you reiterate for the board what that was?
Yes. So I did all of my quantitative methods training for my PhD at UNC Chapel Hill. Specifically, I went over to do those courses in the School of Public Health, which is rated #1 in the world for research.
Can you explain what quantitative methods mean?
Econometrics, finance, budgeting, statistics, etc.
The state has no further questions.
I have no further questions.
Chair Holmstein, I would invite questions from board members in the boardroom. As you contemplate, I would ask if board members, board colleagues online have any questions for this witness. Seeing no inquiries, I would acknowledge that we would take a lunch break at this time. My apologies. You are excused.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. We are going to take a 45-minute lunch break. So we would ask that you would come back 8:10 after at 2:10. It is 1:25 now at 2:10. I would also acknowledge that information was shared that if you go out to Warm Springs and make a right, that there are restaurants and eating facilities about 5 minutes away, and that there are a variety of options there. Thank you. Chair Holmes-Sutton, thank you so much for returning promptly. It is 2:10 and I would call us back to order. With this, I would ask SPCSA Council to call their next witness.
State calls Executive Director Melissa McAdin.
Chair Holmes-Sutton, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I will ask if you will take the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Executive Director McAdin, can you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, Melissa McAdin, Melissa MacKedon.
I'd like to share with the board for the record a little bit about yourself. Can you tell me where you work?
I'm the Executive Director for the State Public Charter School Authority. I've been in this position since November of 2023.
And what is the State Public Charter School Authority?
The State Public Charter School Authority is a state agency who has 3 statutory responsibilities: approving new charter schools, overseeing those charter schools once they are approved, and serving as a model of best practice for charter school authorizing.
And for the record, what is your job title?
Executive Director.
And what job responsibilities does Executive Director entail?
So the Executive Director oversees all the agency's activities as related to the 3 statutory responsibilities that I previously outlined. Relevant for today is overseeing charter schools once they have been approved, overseeing them academically, operationally, and financially.
And that includes overseeing all of your staff, providing directions to staff, and overseeing all of their duties in response to charter schools. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
So essentially, if something happens at the SPCSA, you'll know about it.
I will, yes.
And before you were Executive Director of the SPCSA, what did you do?
Prior to coming to the SPCSA, I was the founder and executive director of a K-12 charter school, Oasis Academy. The school opened in 2011, and I worked there in that capacity until I took this job in November. So, about 13 years, 12 and a half years running Oasis Academy, which is a 5-star school in the state of Nevada.
And is it correct that Oasis is in the top 5% of our charter schools in our portfolio?
Yes, Oasis Academy is a top performing school in the portfolio and has never received any kind of notice of concern regarding finances or organization.
Thank you. Have you served on any boards?
I have. I served on the State Public Charter School Authority Board, this board, from the time it started in June 2012 until June of 2023, including 4 years as its chair. I served on the Charter School Association of Nevada board, including for 10 years, including a couple of years as the president of that board. I've served on the Western Nevada College Rural Alliance Board. I've served on other smaller boards related to student literacy and the Every Student Succeeds Act through the Department of Education.
And did I hear that correctly, that you served as chair of boards?
Yes, I have.
And can you tell me about the duties and responsibilities of a board chair?
Yes, the duties and responsibilities of a board chair are to oversee the agenda, make sure that that agenda is in compliance with Nevada open meeting law, to manage those meetings and to make sure that there's there's an open and transparent record of finances at public schools.
And is it safe to say that in your experience as serving for executive director of Oasis that you worked closely with your Oasis board chair?
Yes, I did.
During my opening, I talked about the grounds for termination, and specifically the statute NRS 388A.
Dr. Griffith's testimony spoke to that as well. Steve, can you pull up that statute for me? And can you share that with everyone? Melissa, can you see the screen?
Yes, I can.
Can everyone else see the screen? Melissa, I'm going to talk to you about NRS 388A 330 1A2 first. The charter school, its officers, or its employees fail to comply with generally accepted standards of fiscal management. Dr. Grifford defined generally accepted standards of fiscal management as having more assets, more liabilities than assets. As executive director of the SPCSA, is this a definition that you agree with?
Yes, a school needs to have more assets than liabilities.
As it pertains to Eagle, have you had an opportunity to review all of the documents?
Yes, I have.
During opening, I gave a brief overview of Eagle's timeline. I'd like to talk to you about that now. The SPCSA has been concerned about Eagle for a while. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And what specifically has the SPCSA been concerned about?
Primarily, the SPCSA staff early on in the fall was concerned because Eagle was receiving the PCFP payments for, twice as many students as they had enrolled. We flagged this for the school in the fall, and several other times subsequently via phone. In addition, the school received a PCFP workbook every month from the Nevada Department of Education. And in that workbook, it tells you explicitly how many students you are being paid for.
Steve, can you pull up that workbook for us? For the record, this is Exhibit 2. Melissa, can you see the screen?
Yes, I can.
Can you direct us to where Eagle should have known?
Yes, can you go to tab 1.1, adjusted base detail? And if you scroll down, let's see, I think there's some tabs that are being hidden over here between C and O. So right here in column E, it tells you which quarter, what your average daily enrollment was for each quarter. So that's how you know. You get this workbook and you look at that and you see how many students you have enrolled in your school.
Can you specifically point out to us Eagle?
Yeah, you're gonna have to scroll up just a little bit because they are in alphabetical order. Right there, line 41, and you can see they're being paid for 306 students.
And it's important that it was listed as 306. Why is that?
It's important that it's listed at 306 because when school actually opened, they were sitting at closer to 150 students. Their enrollment fluctuated throughout the year between 144 and about 167 students. And that's not unusual for a school's enrollment to fluctuate, right? That's why NDE sends this out. You as a school are going to know before NDE does if you have had fluctuations in your enrollment. So a school looks at this and they say, oh, wow, we've had a fluctuation in enrollment. We're getting too much money. Therefore, we should set aside this money that is our overpayment so that we can pay back NDE when the time comes to do so.
And Dr. Griffith spoke to the Nevada funding structure as being explicitly entrenched together with enrollment. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. Your funding is based on your enrollment.
During opening, I talked about the steps the SPCSA took to reach where we are today. Is it true that the SPCSA gave a notice of concern in April?
Yes, we did.
Is it true that Eagle did not fulfill those cure requirements?
Yes, it is.
And then in June, the SPCSA board
gave a notice of termination. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to look at that notice of termination now. For the record, it's Exhibit 32. And I'd like to scroll down to the cure items.
And I need to object to the extent that the notice of termination that is provided as an exhibit is the memo at the board memo, not the letter that was sent. Is a memo that was given at the June board meeting. It is not the notice of termination letter that was sent directly to the school.
The memo given to the board is, this is the cure list that the board voted on and accepted on June 26th, for the record. Melissa, is this a cure list?
Yes.
And to be clear, this cure list is a symptom of the violation of NRS 388A. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
I want to go through and just touch base on a couple of these to give foundation for our testimony today. Dr. Grifford testified that in her professional opinion, she did not believe that Eagle submitted a balanced budget. Is it your testimony today that Eagle did not submit a balanced budget?
Yes, it is.
Is it your testimony today that Eagle did not submit an accurate 12-month cash flow?
Eagle did not submit an accurate 12-month cash flow.
Is it your testimony today that they did reconstitute their board?
Yes, they did.
Is it your testimony today that they made the corrections to the new school application as the SPCSA asked for?
They made some of the corrections. We tried to help them and point out some things that were in error and wrong, and they did make those corrections. For example, they were contemplating running a school with no front office staff, and we said, you can't have a school with no front office staff. They were contemplating running a school with no counselor or social worker, and we said, you have to have a counselor or social worker. So there are some things that they did fix. What's concerning to me is that they were willing to operate this school, serving the population they were serving, without a counselor or a front office person, which is obviously, it doesn't work.
Understood. Number 5, in a previous budget that they submitted prior to the June 26th board meeting, their budget showed private donations. Is that correct?
Yes, it did.
Is that why you asked for evidence of those private donations?
Yes, it is. And rather than provide the evidence, they did remove the private donations from the budget.
Okay. Their previous budget also had a loan. Is that correct?
Yes, it did.
And at the time, they had not submitted any evidence of the loan.
Correct.
But now they have submitted that evidence.
Yes, they have.
You also asked for copies of executed teacher contracts. Have they submitted that?
They have submitted copies of their teacher contracts. They do, as Dr. Grifford testified, have several positions that are unfilled, and several only 4 of their teachers are fully licensed teachers. The rest either are subs or have no licensure whatsoever.
And
if I could just say one more thing about those 2. The contracts that they submitted are not in line with their budget. For example, their special education budget, their staffing for that in their budget indicates 1.5 full-time employees, but they submitted contracts for 2 full-time employees. So there's not enough money in the budget to equate for that extra half of an allocation.
Steve, could you pull up the budget for us? Melissa, can you point to what you're speaking about?
Yes. If you go to the staffing tab, right there, and scroll up, keep scrolling, right, keep going a little bit more right there. You'll see that they have special education at $50,000, and then they have, oh, it's hidden over here between F and J.
while he's pulling that up, I will just explain that it's listed as one full-time and one half-time, but the contracts that they submitted are for full-time.
Steve, could you scroll to the right?
Right here, column I.
Column I, thank you. And why is that particularly concerning for you?
Well, it's concerning because they don't have enough money in the budget allocated for the salaries for the contracts that they submitted. Additionally, I suspect that they were having a hard time filling these other positions because they were so low. They did submit 2 contracts that they have said the teachers had backed out of, and both of those contracts were for more money than is in the budget, which makes sense. People aren't wanting to work for this salary. Again, those people have backed out, but the salaries in those contracts did not match up with what was budgeted.
And is Eagle paying for special education contracted salaries in the fall of 2024?
Yeah, if you go to general operating, and I believe, yes, line 81. I know Dr. Grifford talked a lot about SPED services and all of that, but what she didn't talk about that is concerning to me, and it's there, that council talked about that $5,496 dollars per SPED student, and it equates to about, 206,000. You see that there in column H. What is very concerning to me is if you keep scrolling over, you will see that the school does not expend any funds. Look in column X right there where the cursor is. They're basically saying that they're not going to be providing any contracted SPED services until December of 2024. You cannot do that. That's against federal law. IEPs have required services that students have to get. You can't just say, we're not going to give you speech. We're not going to give you occupational therapy. We're not going to use a school psychologist to test for, your 3-year reeval is due. So you can't do that. Those costs are going to be spread throughout the year in accordance with kids' IEPs, the legal requirement.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to the action plan. Number 8, did they complete outstanding epicenter tasks?
I'll be honest, I think they completed the majority of them.
Okay.
So I'm going to say yes.
Did they accurately submit all outstanding grant reimbursement requests?
No, they did not. I think it's really important to recognize that Eagle was awarded about $96,000 in grant funding, and they left over $58,000 on the table because they were not able to execute on the plan that they had designed. What I also think is really important is, in spite of the fact that we had already told Eagle that their principal was not licensed to be a counselor and he could not be acting as a counselor, when they submitted their reimbursement request, they tried to get reimbursement for their principal's salary rather than a licensed counselor salary.
Melissa, I'd like to show those exhibits to the board. Steve, could you pull up those exhibits? Melissa, do you see the figure on the screen?
Yes, I do.
Is this an accurate representation of the allocation for fiscal year 24?
I'm sorry, Council, can you identify the exhibit number, please?
Exhibit 32. For the record.
Thank you.
I'm going to be honest with you. I actually think that there's another exhibit that shows where they did reimbursements, and I think that one is a more accurate representation. For example, they did get reimbursed under Title I, $3,000 for their iReady program. So there is an exhibit that does show that. It's the same one where yep, there you go. Yes, thank you. Yes, so you can see that center column there under reimbursement total. Those are the total amounts that they were awarded reimbursement for. They tried under Title I. They said that they said that they were going to hire a counselor. They didn't do that. They then tried to submit Principal Jose Herrera's salary to be reimbursed for that in lieu of a counselor. I mean, we denied it. It's against federal rules to do that. So we denied it. He's not qualified to be a counselor. So again, they put forth a plan that said they were going to do some things and they didn't do it. I mean, let's talk about Title II. They said they were going to hire an instructional coach. They didn't do it. So they left, $12,000 on the table. They said that they were going to pay stipends for after-school tutoring. They didn't do it. So they left $13,500 on the table. We could go on and on, but they left money in every single category because they failed to execute on a plan that they themselves wrote. No one dictated it to them. No one told them how they had to spend their money. They wrote the plan and then did not execute.
Council, I'm sorry, can we get an exhibit number for this one?
Exhibit 14.
14, thank you.
Melissa, I'd like to show you, for the record, it's Exhibit 13. This is the title grant reimbursement Eagle submitted for Title I. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you can see here that Eagle submitted Jose Herrera as the school counselor. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And can you pull up Jose's licensure? For the record, it's Exhibit 11. Melissa, do you see that on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And have you seen this document before?
Yes, I have.
And can you tell me what kind of licensure Jose has?
He has an elementary school license and a school administrator's license.
So that is not a school counselor license. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Can we go back to the tier list? Evidence of required training completion by SPCSA approved trainers. Did they do that?
Yes, according to them, they've all watched the board training provided by the SPCSA online.
And they number 11, freeze enrollment. Did they do that?
No, they did not.
And tell me why they didn't do that.
Because they continued to enroll students after we told them not to.
Let's talk about what enrollment means. In your opinion, would soliciting students to continue enroll, would that be included in that enrollment process?
Yes, it would.
And during the SPCSA's normal scope of business, what does the SPCSA do to ensure that its schools are following procedure and law correctly?
During a normal scope of visit, the SPCSA, to check if schools are following procedure specifically in regards to enrollment, we conduct something called mystery parent. I think it's something that we've talked about on the record, with the board many times, but it's where staff members will call the school and, for example, say, hey, I have a student who has Down syndrome. Can they enroll in your school, right? We're looking to barriers to entry. We're looking to them saying, oh yeah, but you have to pay a fee, or no, we don't take kids with IEPs, or, just in general, are they following enrollment laws?
And what did the mystery parent process uncover?
So what happened was we noticed on their website that they were still actively seeking enrollment. Then a few days later, we were notified that they were actively advertising on social media for enrollment. What I directed staff was, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Perhaps the wheels of motion were already put in place for these ads before our meeting, right? Let's just institute mystery parent and make sure that they are no longer enrolling kids. In fact, we were able to fully enroll a student, received a welcome email from Jose saying, congratulations, you've enrolled at the school. So they didn't stop enrolling kids.
Did the email give the impression that the student was fully enrolled?
Yes, it did.
So the email did not say, thank you for your interest. We're currently on hold. It said, welcome to our school.
Yes, it did.
Thank you. Dr. Grifford talked a lot about Eagle's financial impairment such that it cannot continue to operate. Did you agree with her testimony?
I did.
Is there anything you'd like to add to her testimony?
Yeah, I think one of the key things that I just want to circle back to and reiterate was on the title grants. If we can look at the cash flow tab again on the budget.
Can you please put up the budget? Melissa, can you see that document?
Yes, I can. If you'll scroll up a little bit further, a little bit more. There we go. I think, Dr. Grifford testified that they, historically have not submitted timely and accurate reimbursement requests. But I also think, and she also talked about the fact that they indicated that they were going to hire an instructional coach. So really Title II is a wash. There's nowhere in this budget that they're doing that. So that whole line needs to come out. But additionally, I want to talk about that projected number, or that projected number in column H. It appears to me that it looks like it's inflated because they're looking for reimbursement requests from the previous year. And as we've already established, a lot of those got rejected because they were illegal. Federal regulations don't let a principal be reimbursed by Title I funds, let alone the licensure issue. So a lot of these they're not going to receive that much money. And when you're under this much, up against this kind of a wall with cash flow, that can have a major impact on their ability to pay their bills, every single month. And then I would just, say that it is not what we would consider generally accepted standards of fiscal management to be taking out high interest loans to remain operational.
As the executive director of the SPCSA and someone who oversees charter school function, are there any issues with how they've taken out these loans?
There are. There's a principle that we have in law in Nevada where we don't allow an EMO to lend a school more than 15% of their overall budget. And why do we have that principle? Because we don't want this imbalance of power, right? Well, this school doesn't have an EMO, but what we have now is we have some landlords who are giving them a $200,000 loan, who are giving them rent abatement of over $120,000 a month. When you add that all up, it far exceeds 15% of their budget. And again, you get into this, they're not an EMO, but the principle is true. You don't want an outside entity to have that much sort of control and power about the decisions that this independent board should be making.
We've talked a lot about kind of the issues with the budget. And we've talked about the school's financial impairment such that it cannot continue to operate. There's a third ground for termination that the board can consider, and that's the school not following any applicable laws or administrative codes that charter schools are subjected to. That would include open meeting law, is that correct?
That is correct.
In your experience, working with Eagle, have they been transparent with their board regarding their financial situation?
No, they have not.
And how do you know that?
Well, I know that because I've looked at their board agendas, which are not in compliance with Nevada Open Meeting Law handbook. They are not clear, they're not concise. You can't really tell what it is they're going to be talking about. They're very broad. Their minutes do not reflect that either. They're very broad. You can't tell what they're talking about specifically.
Melissa, could I show an example of the minutes?
Sure.
Steve, could you please pull up agenda for Eagle in December?
Council, what exhibit number are you looking at?
Exhibit number 35 for the record. Melissa, have you seen this document before?
Yes, I have.
This document shows pretty standard opening, meeting, public roll call. And then we get to finance. Is this appropriate for how they should have agendized this meeting?
It's not very specific. I will say it's more specific than a lot of them. But I think what really stands out to me about this is this was the December meeting. Then in January, they signed a contract for accounting services that was like a $50,000 contract that was not brought to the board for approval. In fact, their own policy manual says that any contract over $25,000 will go to a bidding process. Nowhere in their agendas does it look like they went to bid. It doesn't look like they brought this contract before the board for approval. This was the meeting right before it. Their previous meeting was clear back in August. So, I mean, it's just one example of many of, things aren't outlined specifically. Therefore, they really doesn't look like they happened.
In your opinion, has Eagle presented a budget that is within generally accepted standards of fiscal management?
No, they have not. I think it's important to say that a budget has to do more than just balance. You have to be able to operate based on the plan that you put forth in your charter school application. You have to be able to pay and attract teachers in this competitive market. You have to be able to pay for special ed services starting on the first day of school. You have to be able to market to attract additional students, right? You have to be able to fund. It's not enough to just manipulate the numbers to make the budget balance. It actually has to operationally work. And what we have here simply does not operationally work.
Would you agree that Eagle's financial impairment is such that it maintains an inability to operate as is?
Yes.
And would you also agree that Eagle has violated NRS 388A and or any other statutes that are applicable to charter schools?
And again, I'm going to object on this, as Ms. McAdoo is not a attorney. And I think your question calls for a legal conclusion.
Her job as executive director is to ensure compliance to law in Nevada. So it is her job to make sure her schools are complying with Nevada state law.
Objection overruled.
Yeah, I would say that it doesn't. I would say another really big issue in regard to staying in compliance with the law is, in particular, those special education teachers are both substitute teachers. The Nevada Department of Ed is very clear on this guidance. You can have that person doing the day-to-day work of, the pull-out minutes or the servicing minutes, the requirements of the IEP. But you must have a special education certified person as the case manager who signs off on the IEP. There's not one single staff member at this school who has special education certification. They cannot be in compliance with IDEA if they don't have someone who can, with the proper licensure, to operate in that capacity. So that's just yet another example of, guidelines, rules, regulations that they're on the hook for that they're not complying with.
Melissa, is there anything else you'd like to address specifically to the board?
I do think there's one other thing that I think is important that I want to make sure the board understands. Eagle has said that they've provided a name for us and a contract for a licensed social worker. In Nevada, it is against the law to refer to yourself as a social worker if you are not licensed by the Board of Examiners for social work. I looked this person up on their website. I cannot find any record of licensure. So I do have concerns that this person may or may not be qualified. They do have a very unique first name. So I tried to look it up just on the first name in case there were like, last name change through marriage, something like that. Cannot find record of license for that. And it was not provided to us.
I just want to show that document one more time for the board. For the record, this is Exhibit 53. Melissa, have you seen this exhibit before?
Yes, I have.
Can you point to us the individual you're speaking about?
Yes. Last name Wheeler. First name Lakia, I believe. She's not in the NDE system. She's also not in the Board of Examiners for social work system either.
And speaking to Dr. Grifford's testimony, for a school that has a high population of McKinney-Vento students, is that a concern for you?
It's a major concern for me. Major.
And can you explain to the board why?
Sure. As you know, I was running a charter school that had, under 800 kids in it for the last 13 years. And we had about 2% McKinney-Vento students, and we had 3 full-time counselors that were run ragged every single day. And our students were not nearly as impacted as the students being proposed to be served by Eagle. These students have an extreme they have extreme needs. And one social worker, well, I'm glad they got it in there because, again, let's not forget, they proposed to operate the school with 0 until we made them. So I'm glad that's there. It's better than nothing. But this is a heavy lift for one social worker when you're talking about over 20% of your students qualifying for McKinney-Vento and 90% qualifying for free and reduced lunch.
Melissa, have you testified everything today is true within your knowledge?
I have.
No further questions from the state.
Chair Sutton, thank you. Ms. Hendricks.
Thank you. Director McAdin, who served in the role of Executive Director before you did for the Charter School Authority?
Rebecca Fiden.
And when did Ms. Fiden leave?
I know I started in November. I think her last month was September maybe, but I honestly don't remember when her last month was.
What role did Mark Moterson have at the SPCSA?
Mark Moterson was the director of authorizing, and he's been gone for probably close to a year at this point.
And you anticipated my next question. So he left approximately July, August?
Honestly, I really can't say for sure, but he's been gone for probably at least a year, I would say.
And as what role, as a director of authorizing, what did Mr. Moterson do?
So Mr. Moterson oversaw new charter school applications, and then he oversaw the performance frameworks as they relate to academics, operations, and finances.
And who replaced him?
Dr. Catherine Broughton.
And when did she start?
She started in about a month before I did, so October of 2023. Approximately.
I won't hold you to exact dates, so thank you. When was the first time that you personally had a discussion with anybody at Eagle regarding the need to pay back funds to the NDE?
We were meeting with Eagle on a monthly basis. We had a standing meeting, and I think it came up in the very first one of those that we had.
So in like November or
Probably,
December of
yeah,
2023?
yeah.
And you have a specific memory of talking to them about, hey, you need to pay back NDE for the funds you're receiving?
Yes.
Tell me about that discussion.
Well, these phone calls were just kind of there really for Eagle's benefit to ask questions and for us to just, hey, now remember, hey, now remember. And it was really, hey, now remember, you're getting overpaid from NDE. We had a very formalized phone call with them in March when NDE gave us a figure of over $837,000, and then we had a very like specific agendized meeting just to speak about that. And that's when they disclosed to us that they didn't have the money set aside, that they had spent it.
And when you had the meeting in March, the information you had from the NDE, was it based on the 800 number, or did you make representations to the school that was over $1 million?
I honestly can't remember. I want to say we actually had the figure. That's why we had the meeting, but I don't know.
Council showed you the PCFP workbook, I think it's called. Are school leaders provided training on that to understand what that means and what that looks like when it comes to their payment obligations to the NDE if they're overpaid?
School leaders are not trained on that, but historically, they don't need to be. It's very straightforward. This is how many students you have. This is how much you're getting paid. Like, it's not something that we provide training on because we haven't needed to. They generally understand it.
Give me just a minute. I need to pull an exhibit that I'd like to show you. There should be a binder in front of you. If you could take a look at what's marked as Exhibit 31.
Mine are like A, B, C.
I'm sorry, do you have a large white binder like this? There's not a large binder?
Oh, I think this is the state's. Maybe
Yeah,
not.
yes, I'm referring to the state.
Oh, okay. What did you say, 31?
31, yes.
Okay, I'm there.
Okay, and just so that make sure we're all looking at the same thing, this is, says action memo towards the top of the page, and it's dated April 1st. Is that the document that you're looking at?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If you would go back a couple of pages, I think it's on the bottom of the third page. There's an action plan. Do you see that at the bottom of the page?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I guess first, just as a foundational matter, is this a memorandum that was provided to Eagle Board and school leaders on or about April 1st, 2024?
Yes, it is.
So we have the bottom of page 3, we have an action plan. And when does it indicate that the items on this action plan need to be completed? And I'm not
June 1st.
Perfect. I wasn't trying to ask a trick question.
Mhm.
Then we go to the top of the next page. There were how many items specifically that you asked that the school complete?
3.
And those were a balanced budget, a cash flow, and then providing insurance information, correct?
That is correct.
Then if you would turn to what's been marked in the state's binder again as Exhibit 32. Can you tell me what this document is?
This is the notice of termination that was provided as part of the June 18th board packet.
Do you know when this memorandum was provided to Eagle?
Probably right around the time of the meeting, so the 16th or 17th.
Would it surprise you if the school did not receive this document until June 21st?
It would surprise me because it was a public document. They would have got it when it became public. So I can't remember the date of our board meeting. I'm assuming our board meeting was the 18th, but that could be wrong. I don't have a calendar in front of me. If that's not a Friday, then that's not the date of our board meeting.
And so I just pulled up a calendar just to make sure I was right. It looks like June 21st was a Friday, so that would have been
our board meeting, right? So they probably were notified right around the 21st, yeah, when it became a public document.
And I want to clarify for the record, would it surprise you if they did not receive it until June 20th, the day before the board meeting?
No, it would not.
Now, the information in this action memo that we're looking at, is this based on the response that you received to the previous document we looked at, which had the June 1st deadline?
In part, yes.
Why do you say in part?
Well, in between that time, things happened. Like when they appeared before the board and they had a board member who stood up and said, I'm the finance expert on this board. I know, I will start holding them accountable, et cetera, et cetera. Well, that person quit, resigned from the board because he couldn't agree with the financial operations that were happening, right? So then we had to go in and add another cure that they had to reconstitute their board because now they were out of compliance with the law. So it is partially in response to the fact that they didn't submit a balanced budget or cash flow. But then as other things started happening, we had a responsibility to capture those as well.
Thank you. So looking at then the last paragraph on the first page after the 837,000 number in bold, the next sentence starts, the SPCSA first flagged this issue for Eagle in the fall and subsequently requested that Eagle build a board-approved amended final budget reflecting their accurate lower enrollment number. So my question is, what does it mean by flagged it for them? And are you referring to the need to pay back money or the need to create a budget?
Both. So they need to have an operating budget that is reflective of their enrollment, which they didn't have. And they need to have a plan to be setting aside this money so that it can be repaid to the Nevada Department of Education.
And are you aware of any written document from the SPCSA that specifies not just we need a new budget, but you need to set the money aside or hold that money before your March memo that you discussed a little bit ago?
I'm not aware of anything in writing.
Do you recall when you received what Eagle submitted was a balanced budget in response to the April memo and the notice of concern?
Yes. Wait, what was the question?
Do you remember when you received the budget in advance of this June board meeting?
Like, do I remember the date that we got it?
Or how much time you had to review it?
Honestly, I don't remember when they turned it in. If I remember right, they went pretty right up to the, deadline, which is why they didn't get the recommendation memo until, what did you? Takes a lot of time to review these things, so happened in that window somewhere.
Do you recall that your staff was looking at the wrong budget that was submitted towards the end of May or 1st of June? And it wasn't until the week of the hearing when Eagle advised you that you were looking at the wrong budget numbers? Does that ring any bells?
Yes, absolutely.
Objection, relevance. The proper budget was looked at and a memo was written on the proper budget.
Well, and that's my next question. So I'm trying to understand if there was a misunderstanding with your staff on what budget it was, how much time your staff had to look at the budget before the memo was provided to the school.
Enough time to determine, all of these things that we pointed out needed to be fixed. Like you have to have a counselor, you have to have a office staff, you have to pay fair salaries, you have to, it's not balanced, you have revenues in here that you're documenting with no evidence of having. So enough time to point out the things that we pointed out that were incorrect.
And prior to looking at that memo, and you mentioned just a few minutes ago that you were on a phone call with Mr. Henderson, who was a former member of Eagle's board and was also Eagle's accountant on that call too?
I believe the accountant was on the call. I believe Monica was on the call as well. There was quite a few people on the call.
And during that call, do you know when, well, let me back up a little bit. Do you know when that call was timing wise? And I'm kind of blurring the lines going back and forth. I'm just trying to.
I think it was around March 18th where we had that phone call.
Okay. So let me back up a little bit. So March 18th, you had a call with Eagle and that was after you sent the memo to them saying, hey, you have a big issue. We need to do that. Is that correct?
If I can look back in this, I want to get these dates right. Because,
sure. Yeah, if there's an exhibit that helps, just
let me just, I think I outlined it here in one of these memos. Yes, so on March 18th, we had a phone call with school leader Jay Mallory, Jose Herrera, Andrea Shorter, and 2 board members, Monica Johnson and Jasmine Graciano. It was after that, I attended their board meeting and I was very concerned about what was not disclosed to the board and the fact that I wasn't allowed to make public comment. And so then we had another meeting with another phone call with the staff, and that is the phone call that Tyrone Henderson was on.
Okay, and was that call after the April 1st action memo that we looked at, which was Exhibit 31?
I believe it was.
And when you were on that call, Mr. Henderson was on there. Do you remember if anybody else was on that call as well?
I believe all I don't know about Jasmine Graciano, but I believe everyone else was on there.
And did you during that call, did you go through specific concerns that you and your staff had about the budget you had previously seen?
Yes, and we had in our board meeting as well.
And did they address those concerns in the budget that was submitted after the call and prior to the June board meeting?
No, that they still did not submit a balanced budget.
And I'm not trying to be tricky here, but when I look at what was requested as part of the action plan for the April memo, and then the new issues that are identified in the June memo, they seem to be different issues.
As I stated, as different things cropped up, like a board member who was the board member who said they had the financial expertise resigned, right? It would have been negligent on our part not to address that. So absolutely, as things came up, we have absolutely addressed those. For example, it has now come up We've had 2 teachers complain they didn't receive pay, right? Like that's not in here because it came up after the fact. It's
And we're-
still a serious problem.
Well, and my question was specific to the, the budget items identified in your June memo when you, identified, hey, now you need a counselor. That was something that hadn't come up previously.
Hey, now you need a counselor.
I talk fast too. I apologize. I'll try to slow it down. So for the example I gave then, the issue with the counselor that's raised in the June memo, that was a new issue, something that hadn't been previously discussed with the school. Is that accurate?
Correct, because we didn't contemplate that they were going to submit a budget that didn't have a counselor or a front office worker.
And does the SPCSA provide training to its boards on what it should be putting in a budget and numbers of counselors, numbers of teachers, those sort of things?
The SPCSA does not provide training for that. There's a basic understanding that that if you're approved, there's a base level of knowledge that you have. That's why you're being given the green light to operate a school. So the expectation is that just like we don't tell them these are every single law in the state of Nevada, the expectation is you know how to run a school and operate a school financially, operationally, and academically.
So we've talked a bit about the notice of concern, and we looked at the June memo that was presented to this board. I also want to, just so that we have a clear record, is after the June board meeting, Eagle received a official notice of termination actually via email. And if you would take a look at, it's the smaller binder now, Exhibit E to that. Can you just identify for the record what Exhibit E is?
Let's see. Exhibit E is the official notice of.
Actually, I apologize.
No,
Take
it's
a look
not.
at Exhibit F.
Sorry, I was like, nope, that's not
I
what this
gave
is.
you the wrong reference.
Let's see. Okay, so Exhibit F is the memorandum of notice.
For the record, this exhibit is mislabeled as July. It should read June.
And that's correct. So Exhibit F is a June 27th, 2024 correspondence. Do you know when this was actually sent to the school? Was it sent to the school on June 27th?
I don't know.
And if we look at the letter that was sent to the school, specific to the notice of termination, and I want to go to the 4th page, it says the requirements to cure this notice of termination can be found below. And those are the same 12 items that your council went through with you a few minutes ago, correct? That were in the June.
Correct.
Just so that I'm clear and we're kind of narrowing, I think the issues for the board members here. You agree with this action plan that item number 3, reconstituting their board, has been completed and complied with, correct?
Yes.
And you agree with number 4, correction to the new school application has been completed and complied with, correct?
Objection.
No.
Asked and answered. We've already gone through this.
Objection sustained.
All right, let me ask the question another way. My understanding of your testimony is that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 items that you believe this has complied with on your checklist. Is that correct?
I'm counting 5. I'm counting that they have, I'm counting 4, excuse me. They have reconstituted their board. They have removed evidence of private donations. They have provided evidence of a loan. They have partially submitted executed teacher contracts. Unfortunately, some of those contracts do not meet the legal licensure requirements, so I'm not counting that as complete. And there's positions they haven't filled. They have completed the outstanding epicenter tasks, and that's it. Oh, I'm sorry, and evidence of required training. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And you spent a lot of time with your council talking about the budget that was submitted. And I don't want to, repeat too much testimony here as to those issues. But do you have concerns, or strike that. Let me start over. Understanding the deficit the school faces, why is it inappropriate for the school to get loans that would enable it to pay back the money to the NDE?
Because these are high interest loans, and it's sort of like if you use an example of like a payday loan, right? That's a high interest loan, and then the next month you're like trying to pay it back, and you can't quite make it, and that's essentially they're just pushing all of these expenses, this rent, these loans that are at 8% off down the way, and the only way that they're going to have enough money to pay them back ever is to increase their enrollment. And as Dr. Gifford testified, there's a lot of issues with that plan, right? You cannot guarantee that that level of enrollment. It's just, you really, as a charter school, I never in 13 years took out a loan to pay for operational expenses. It is not a good idea. It is not best practice.
Are there other charter schools in the portfolio that have took out loans to pay for expenses?
Typically, what I'm aware of that charter schools will do is when they're starting out and they have a CSP grant, those are reimbursement based. So they'll take out a small operational loan, $100,000, $150,000, just to have the cash flow to expend their CSP dollar grants. Then they timely submit their reimbursements, and once they get those reimbursements back, then they immediately pay those loans off.
So to your knowledge, there haven't been any other charter schools then that have taken loans to pay for operational expenses or to get them through a tough time?
I'm not going to say there aren't any. I can't think of one that is coming to my mind right now.
Is there anything in statute or in regulation or anything in writing that says it's improper for a charter school to take out a loan such as the ones that have been proposed here?
There isn't anything in statute that says it's improper. There is a principle that I've already talked about, kind of an imbalance of power with an outside entity that is in statute. It's specific to EMOs, but the principle, I think, is applicable to any, outside organization.
But there's nothing that you're aware of that's specific to a landlord. You're talking about EMOs only. There's not anything else in the statute that would prevent Eagle from utilizing the loans that they have proposed.
It's not illegal. It doesn't mean it's sound fiscal management, but it's not illegal.
Is there anything that the SPCA has in writing or that schools are provided that says you can't take loans and cautions them about interest rates or anything of that nature?
There's nothing that says you can't, but we have a well-established financial framework that talks about a lot of near-term and short-term metrics. And so let's just take one of those, right? Days cash on hand. This school has less than 1 month cash on hand. According to our financial handbook, schools should have 60 days cash on hand, right? So there are well-established financial metrics in the charter sector in Nevada, and this budget and these operations are not in line with them at all.
Well, and I think everybody here understands that the deficit that was created with the use of the NDE funds, things have been depleted. And what the authority had asked the school to do was to come back with a plan to pay it off. So I'm just trying to understand why taking loans and making a proposal that on its face says, look, this budget is balanced, we can pay it off, here's our plan. What prevents them from doing that?
Let's take the loans out of it. There's a lot of other let's just say, okay, great. Well, no problem. You can go ahead and pay this back with the loans. There are still major problems with the way they are cash flowing out their title dollars. As we've already established, the entire Title II grant, they didn't even hire the position for. It's not in the budget, but the revenue is, but the expense isn't. Their salaries are so low, they cannot attract any teacher. They only have 4 teachers that are highly qualified. School's starting in 7 days. They don't have 4 positions. They don't have a licensed, that we can tell, social worker. I mean, you have to do more than just manipulate the numbers to make it look like it's balanced. You have to have a plan in place that is going to operationally work for the students that you are serving, and this simply does not do that.
Okay, I think I understand your position on that. Isn't it true that if the school doesn't open, if the notice of termination goes forward and is voted on today, then there's no hope of the NDE ever getting paid back at those funds?
That is correct.
You brought up now several times this issue with the licensure of the social worker. Have you talked to Eagle about that and to make sure that you're looking at it's not listed another way, or had conversations with them about that position?
We got these documents right at the deadline, and we asked them to submit their names and their license numbers. They did not submit a license number for that person, so I went and tried to look it up and find it to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I could not find it.
Who on your team calculated the 26% McKinney-Vento number that is referenced in some of these documents we've been looking at?
I honestly don't know. I know it was based on, in order to establish a number for their budget, for their fiscal year 25 budget, we conducted an audit of their students in June. And we audited all of their enrollment records, and that's where we landed on, they had 312, but we said that's fine. You can do a budget for 325 because they'd already done it. And it was based on the records from that audit, how many of them did not they had indicated were McKinney-Vento. So that's what it was based on.
And the question that I have on that is, my understanding there were either 401 or 402 audit files that were looked at. I think there was one that was a duplicative file. And that my understanding is that SPCSA verified 312 of those. And so this 26% McKinney-Vento, is that based on the 312 that were verified, or the 402, many of them that weren't verified and are not?
It was, my understanding is it was based on only the verified records.
One last question. I think I may have a few more, but I'm trying to wrap it up here. When you talked about the mystery caller that called and tried to enroll a student at Eagle, did that person actually submit the verification documents and other information that would actually qualify them to be enrolled in the school?
I would have to check with staff to see exactly what they submitted. I honestly am not 100% sure. They did receive an email that said, like, congratulations, you're enrolled at Eagle for the next school year. Had, I believe, multiple phone calls with the school.
A follow-up question relating to the grant reimbursement that we talked about a few minutes ago. If Eagle did not have an employee to fill one of the positions, and you mentioned that they didn't, they couldn't submit a grant reimbursement if they didn't have an employee in that position, correct?
Correct. But they also shouldn't put the revenue in their budget, right? Like they should, until you have the employee that you're going to offset it with, you shouldn't put the revenue in because it's not painting a true reflection, right? That there's a cost associated with that revenue, a direct cost that matches up perfectly, and that cost isn't in the budget, only the revenue.
I understand your position. Thank you. And if you could just refresh my memory, why did you believe that the cash flow sheet that was submitted by the school was not accurate or compliant to meet the action plan's needs?
I think it goes back to showing those title reimbursements on a month-by-month basis. Like, first of all, the numbers aren't right because they're way too high, especially in that month of September. Second of all, they don't have a track record of timely submissions for reimbursements. They haven't even hired some of these people yet, and yet they're going to get reimbursements in September. It doesn't make sense. I think the E-rate was already explained by Dr. Gifford, like how that's being calculated in there. That's not accurate. And then again, like, it's disingenuous to put those loans in there under cash flow because it is not showing an actual, it's not painting a true picture of the deficit month over month that the school is facing in the shortage of cash.
But you would agree with me on the loan issue that the loan money would allow them to pay the expenses they budgeted for. Just at some point, they need to repay those loan amounts.
Maybe. I mean, it just depends. If I haven't gone to the effort of backing out all the title, all the E-rates, the final salaries, right? Like they submitted two contracts for teachers that were thousands and thousands of dollars more than was in the budget. And those have backed out. So those teachers have backed out. So they're not on the table there. But there's a lot. I mean, that's a really big assumption that just with those loans that they're going to be fine cash flow wise. Like it would take a lot more analysis. Additionally, like they're saying that their beginning cash balance is $175,000. Like we don't have any evidence that that's true or accurate. Like we're just assuming that's true. It's only 18 days cash on hand, but if it's only 140,000, right? Like that matters. That all of that stuff could be impacted even with those loans. They may or may not be able to pay their bills every month. Combine that with, some of those other expenses that we've identified as really low, like uniforms, and the fact that you actually are going to have to start providing related services to special education on the first day of school. And, all of that stuff is going to affect that cash flow. And I'm frankly not convinced that $360,000 is enough when you make all of the corrections that need to be made here.
Okay, give me 1 minute. One thing that Dr. Griffer mentioned in her testimony when she was talking about fiscal management and fiscal policies was using a third party to help with budgeting. Do you think if a third party was brought in to help Eagle with budgeting, that these issues could be remedied or fixed?
Objection calls for speculation.
Hypothetically speaking.
I think hypothetically, if they would have been brought in last year before this happened, yes. I think now it's pretty challenging to overcome.
In your mind, is there any way that Eagle can overcome it?
I don't want to speculate on that.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Executive Director McAdin, I'd like to ask a couple of questions for the record. Is it true that the SPCSA holds school autonomy in high regard?
Yes, we do.
And does the SPCSA provide training for everything a school leader would do?
Absolutely not.
And is that because the SPCSA values school autonomy?
They value school autonomy, and there's essentially when a charter school is approved, you're saying you are going to comply with the law. You know how to run a school operationally, financially, and academically.
So in submitting the application, it's assumed that school leaders know how to run a school. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Council has talked about NDE potentially not getting paid back. Is that enough of a reason to continue allowing Eagle to misappropriate school funds?
No, it's not.
Funds?
No, it's not. It's unfortunate. I mean, it's truly unfortunate. Those monies, belong to another school, another child. They should have followed. But to allow them to keep operating when they don't really have a viable plan to do so, you're just going to make the problem worse and worse and worse.
So in your opinion, if Eagle is continued to allow to receive public funding based on all the testimony we've heard today, they will still be not in compliance with NRS 388A.
Correct.
In your opinion, based on all of the testimony we've heard today, is Eagle in compliance with generally accepted standards of fiscal management?
No, they are not.
Is there anything else that you'd like to correct for the record from your cross?
No, there's not.
No further questions from the state.
No questions.
Chair Holmes Hutton, I would ask if there are any questions from board colleagues online.
Excuse me. Sorry, been quiet for a while. Member Stern, I do have a question for Director McAdin. So the funding is determined based on count day, is that correct? Based on where a child is enrolled on count day?
No, that's not correct. That was under the Nevada plan. That's how it worked. Now funding is based on average daily enrollment. So you might remember when we looked at that PCFP payment, that's where it said 306. That was what it was. It's based on average daily enrollment.
Let me get to my actual question. My actual question for you is, if Eagle was allowed to continue operating and funding was allocated to them for students, and then they were unable to continue operations, they lost their teachers, they had to shut down mid-year, would the funding be available to follow that student to the school that they enrolled in subsequently, or would the schools that they enrolled in be out of that funding for the year? Does that make sense?
Would. Yes, it does. So that's why it's based. That's why we changed it in Nevada, right? just to solve the problem you're talking about. So if, a student starts at school A and then they move over to school B at Christmas time, they're now going to count on that new school B's average daily enrollment for the quarter that they started attending. So essentially, the money follows the child more.
Thank you for the clarification.
Excuse me, Chair Holmstead, thank you. Are there any additional questions from board colleagues online? Thank you. Are there any questions from board colleagues in the boardroom?
Vice Chair Thigpen, for the record, I have taken quite a lot of notes and have a lot of questions, so I will try to get through them as quickly as possible. Director McAdin, how often was the school reporting their enrollment numbers to the SPCSA and NDE when you became aware of the problem involved last year?
I think we lost you.
I think we did lose them.
How do we let them know?
We'll hopefully figure it out soon.
This is Shana with broadcast. Looks like we're having a technical difficulty, so we will get right back with you guys and we'll let them know.
Thank you.
If you
Thank
guys can
you.
stand by. Thank you so much.
I didn't like Kurt's question.
Is invalid. Please re-enter your meeting ID followed by the pound sign. You are in the meeting now.
You guys are all good to go. They're reconnected.
Chair Homestead, thank you so much. It's 3:37 and I was call us back to order.
Is everyone here? All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go on with my questions and try and be as quick as possible. Director McAdin was mentioned a few times about the donations that the school listed in their budget, but then removed. Did they ever give a reason for why that was listed and then removed? Any information?
Melissa McAdin for the record. No, they did not.
Is it normal for a budget document such as what we've reviewed today to be submitted to the SPCSA from a school to have so many hidden fields?
No, but I'm not going to say it was like nefarious or anything, but no, it's not.
Okay. Let's see. You answered a few of these in your testimony, so I'm just going to try and find the right ones. Who at Eagle, whether that's staff or board members, did SPCSA staff work with primarily to try and help them get their budget sorted and all the other items that were listed?
Once we had our termination meeting, we started meeting with them twice a week. And so we would work with whoever was on that call. I mean, I think Jay and Jose were almost always without exception on the call. Andrea, their accountant, was on the call sometimes. There was always at least one board member on the call. Sometimes their attorney was on the call. So we would talk to whoever showed up and answer whatever questions they had.
Thank you. And we talked, your testimony and previous testimony has talked a lot about the missed opportunities for grant reimbursements, or that they weren't submitted for title dollars. Is there any reason that Eagle gave for not submitting for those grant reimbursements?
They didn't provide any explanation, no.
Okay. Just a moment. I have a kind of a big question for you, and if you don't recall, I understand. Back when the school was initially approved, way, a few years ago, you were serving on the board at that time. Do you recall, what the level of understanding was from SPCSA staff or the board members in terms of confidence of school leaders' experience when the school was initially approved?
Well, what I can say is more general, that the SPCSA, the staff that was here before me operated in such a way that they would never recommend that this board approve a school unless they thought and truly believed that the school was going to be successful academically, financially, and operationally. Like, they would not recommend, and we know many schools they have said no to, right? Because they don't have confidence. So by saying yes and recommending an approval, they're essentially acknowledging that the school has the skills or should have the skills to do the job.
One point I wanted to clarify, we talked a lot about the staffing and the amount of substitutes employed. Is there, and I should know this since I'm a licensed sub, but I don't, is there a percentage of substitutes that are allowed in schools to be there pretty much full time? Or is there like a limit or?
No, there's no limit.
Threshold? Okay.
That kind of goes back to that same principle. Just because it's allowed doesn't mean it's like the best practice, right?
Right. Thank you. And let's see, I might have just one more and I'll let my colleagues jump in. When you, obviously you had just come aboard as the executive director late last year and had to jump in on this issue with the overpayments. When you had the initial kind of informal meeting with Eagle, letting them know, making them aware of this issue, did they seem already aware or were they caught by surprise?
Oh, no, they indicated that they knew and that they were aware.
And did they indicate they had it handled?
Yeah, they did. It wasn't until we had the actual figure in that March 18th meeting when they disclosed that they actually, at that time, they said they had $350,000. That didn't end up being accurate. It was about half that, but it was at that time that they disclosed how much cash on hand they actually had.
Okay, I'm just going to take one more glance at my questions I wrote down. Last one, I promise. What evidence did Eagle submit that they had completed the required training? I think we talked about board training.
I honestly think, I can't remember offhand. I think they just submitted like a memo that said all of our board members completed, the SPCSA, training that's posted online, something like that.
Okay, last one, I promise. I'm sorry. Do we have any evidence or information that that since becoming aware of the overpayment to NDE, do we have any evidence that they've made any sort of repayment to NDE at this time?
No, they haven't repaid any portion to NDE at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Holmstein, thank you. Are there any additional inquiries from board members in the boardroom?
Member Olson, for the record, you referenced a couple of times in your testimony about the interest rates. Can you just clarify what the interest rates are for the two loans that have been?
I can't remember the loan from the landlord offhand, but the other loan from Charter Manage, let me see, what was it called? There's another loan that they got from Charter, the $160,000 one. Charter Management Resources, that one was 8%. I don't remember what the $200,000 one was.
And we have that document for the record.
Yeah, I figured it was somewhere in here, but I didn't know where it was. So maybe.
For the record, it's Exhibit 25.
Thank you. Last question. Exhibit F from Eagles Council was the one that referenced, actually it's another exhibit somewhere else about the action plan, items to cure from the notice of termination. There are 12 total, and the only one that I needed clarification on from you was your answer regarding number 7, which is submit copies of executed teacher contracts. at the budgeted salaries? You seem to kind of say yes, but then kind of take it back. And so can you clarify
Sure.
whether you feel like that has been met or not?
It's been partially met. So no, it hasn't been met. They did submit some contracts that were in alignment with the budget. They submitted some contracts that were not in alignment with the budget. And then there are some positions that they did not submit contracts for because they haven't filled those positions yet.
For the record, those teacher contracts are State Exhibit 54.
Thank you. When this action item was written, I'm trying to understand the intent of the action item beyond having it align with the budget, which makes sense. I'm trying to understand from the SPCSA's standpoint, was this also trying to set up a requirement to say these positions should have been filled by now, and you need to show us the contracts that showed these positions are also filled? Or was it just for what you have filled, show us the contracts?
Well, schools, both. It was, do these match up with the budget? Are these people licensed? And as I've said, some of them are not. And do you have enough staff to operate this school? And right now, school starts a week from Monday. They don't. They're missing quite a few teachers.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Holmstein, I recognize that my colleagues have asked some of the questions that I have written, if I may, for points of clarification. Looking at Exhibit 54, did you receive or did you request contracts for 2023, 2024? I was trying to understand if the contracts that had been requested and submitted were for 2023, 2024, or for 24, 25 school year.
For the upcoming school year, we wanted to make sure that, for the plan going forward was our primary concern.
And were there contracts submitted previously for 23, 24?
We don't necessarily collect teacher contracts. We do collect records, just, where they list like their teachers and their license number. And that's how we were able to, when you look at that table, highlight, like, there's very few returning there's very few returning teachers. Let me be clear. There's very few returning teachers. And that's how I was able to figure that out, was based on their all employees report that they submitted.
Thank you. Chair Holmstein. Point of clarification again, was SPCSA informed in March 2024 that Eagle had set aside $350,000 of the funds for students according to Exhibit 31?
That is what they told us at the time.
And that was not realized. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Chair Holmstein, again, for a point of clarification, is it the purview of SPCSA to provide professional training for fiscal responsibility and budgeting to the charter schools in its portfolio?
We can. We don't necessarily. It's in our purview. We could, but
is it your responsibility?
No.
Thank you. I would ask again if there are any inquiries from board colleagues, either in the boardroom or online.
Chair Holmstein, this is Member Ferris. Thank you. Executive Director McAdoo. One question. We went through, I think, a number of the timeline of meetings that the SPCSA staff had with the school. My question is, do you recall the first meeting where board members started attending those meetings? So I think early, beginning of the year, you said you had kind of normal check-ins. Are board members usually on those calls, or is that staff only?
Early on, my memory is it was staff only.
And so do you have any recollection when the board members started attending those meetings? And I guess what I'm trying to drive at is, we've seen board minutes that appeared and agendas that appeared to not necessarily clearly spell out, I think, some of the conversations that it appears we were having with the school staff. And I'm trying to figure out, at what point, do we have any sense of when the board, or do we know when the board was really aware of the financial situation of the school? Is there any documentation of that, or is it just, we just assumed that the board was being briefed by staff?
No, we do have documentation of that because after I attended their board meeting in March, and it was not disclosed to them, I directly emailed and called every single board member myself.
So prior to that, there's no evidence via an agenda item, anything in which we can show that staff at the school had disclosed to the board the exact financial situation of the school.
No, and in fact, that's part of why their CSP dollars remained on hold. They fell into the at-risk category at their October site visit. They remained in that category at their January site visit, and they didn't disclose that and get the required board signatures on that document, which is why Opportunity 180 in April, they still did not, they hadn't disclosed the high-risk status and gotten the signatures from the board. So that's why their CSP grant was put on hold and they were no longer eligible for reimbursement. So, that's just one example of many.
And then one final question, I don't know if you can answer this, but it was, I think, said that when they reconstituted their board, there are 4 previous members and 3 new members. And my question would be, do we know if the 4 previous members were there at the beginning when the school opened, or when the 3 new ones? I just, having gone through these meetings, we've seen a number of new board members show up. I think today I counted 3 that I don't remember seeing before. And I could be wrong, and I apologize if I'm wrong, but the 4 holdovers, are they holdovers from when the school opened, or are they holdovers for some other point in time of this, through this process?
My understanding is they are holdovers from, they're part of the founding board. They were the members of the first initial board of the school. By all means, the school can correct that if I'm wrong when they get their chance, but that's my understanding.
Thank you for the time. Thank you, Chair. I'm done. Thank you.
Chair Holmes-Sutton, any additional inquiries from board colleagues in the boardroom or online? Member Salcido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question from an answer that was just provided. I wanted to clarify the timing of this. It was in March, right, when it was discovered that amount had not been set aside, right? And then did you just say that you attended a board meeting that same month and I believe you said that the board members were not, that was not discussed at that board meeting, the amount of money that was owed and not set aside?
That's correct.
So the timing is that was discovered, that was somebody, whether it's you or your staff at SPCSA, talked to staff at the school, and then they had a board meeting, and at that board meeting, that issue was not brought up.
It was not brought up. Basically, what was said in the boardroom was we were overpaid by NDE and we're paying it back. That was the total extent of it.
No dollar
No
amounts.
Disclosing the amount of money, nothing.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Chair Holmes-Sutton, if there are no further inquiries from board colleagues in the boardroom or online, Member Thigpen.
Vice Chair Thigpen, for the record, I wanted to wait before diving in again. And this may be speculative, so, if you don't feel comfortable giving your opinion on this, but given what we know about the information that's been submitted in the budget documents to staff, let's say the school was allowed to continue operating. In your professional opinion, what is the likelihood that the school will cease to operate in less than a year?
I think I'm not going to put a percentage on it, but I have concerns that even with those loans, when you correct all the other inaccuracies in the budget, they may run into a cash flow situation where they do not have enough cash partway through the year.
And and I know you cannot speak for Opportunity 180, but do we have what's the latest information we have from them on, again, let's say they are allowed to move forward after today. What is the likelihood that Opportunity 180 will even decide to reimburse them, considering? considered a high risk or at risk school, whatever the category is that they consider them at risk?
Sure. So Opportunity 180, they have met the other criteria that they put in place. So the one outstanding piece of criteria is, this approval. And then they would be eligible for reimbursements. I think the concern is, are they going to be able to expend those federal dollars in the way that they're meant to be expended and actually get them all reimbursed? And they just don't have a track record of doing that. So I don't have a lot of confidence.
And one final question I had.
I apologize. I just wanted to point to Exhibit B in Eagle's disclosures that has the information that we received from Opportunity 180 with the specific numbers on the grant funding.
Thank you. One final question I had, we were aware that they had an accountant helping with them. Do we know where that accountant was based out of?
Washington, D.C.
Okay. Does an accountant have to be licensed in Nevada to be doing business for a Nevada school?
No, I mean, I certainly think it would be helpful. I mean, as recently as this last month, she asked, how do I know how much PCFP payment I'm going to get? And she literally asked, did we get any special ed funding last year? So, I mean, I think having someone that works in Nevada and understands the system is definitely to a school's benefit, but it's not, it's that same old, just because it's not illegal doesn't mean it's a good idea, right? So.
And from your understanding, was that the main person or one of the key folks at the school or on behalf of the school that was?
I'll be honest, Member Thigpen, I don't know, because the contract with that person was signed, as I said, on January 30th and of 2024. So I don't know before that if they were trying to do it internally. I don't know if she was doing it without a contract, and there's no board record to say hey, we're going to bid for this, or this is the contract we're approving because for this reason we need to go. There's no record of it. So I honestly have no idea who was doing it before January.
Okay, thank you. I'm again just trying to gauge what level of understanding staff had of different things. So that's all the questions I had. Thank you.
Chair Sutton, thank you. Ms. King Powell.
No further questions from the state.
Thank you. Director McAdoo.
No further questions from Eagle.
Thank you. Council, do you have any additional witnesses that you'll be bringing forward?
The state has no additional witnesses.
Ms. Hendricks.
All right, I'll go ahead and call my first witness then, which is Mr. Jose Herrera.
Chair Sutton, thank you, sir. And if I may, I will ask you the oath. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Herrera, can you please start by stating and spelling your name for the record?
My name is Jose Herrera, Joseherrera.
And Mr. Herrera, you are the principal of Eagle Charter School, Nevada. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why don't you start by providing the board members a little bit of information regarding your educational background?
Okay. Let's see, I have a bachelor's in elementary education. And I've been an educator for this is going to year 26. I have a master's in administrative leadership. So 26 years going out for education, and it all started, from a person with immigrant families that in the same area where Eagle Charter Schools is located, within 2 miles. I grew up in the same area, so I've been here since I was 7. And I'm very thankful for all the educators that have helped me along in my path to put me in this position to lead a school. So I'm very passionate about education. I'm very passionate about serving this immediate community. So of my 26 years, my first 20 years were for the Clark County School District. I served in the role of an elementary school teacher from grades first grade through fifth grade. I was a learning strategist for 2 of those years as well. And I was always been a person who's always looking for growth. So I had never done middle school or knew little about special education. So naturally, I became a middle school resource math teacher for my last 2 years before I ventured into the world of charter schools. It's where I've been now a part of the last 6 years. So I served as an assistant principal for one of the charter schools for Somerset Academy.
Sir, can you slow down a little?
I'm sorry, I do talk
Very
fast.
quickly.
Yes, I served my first experience in charter schools. I first served as an assistant principal at Somerset Academy of Las Vegas. And now I've been very fortunate to be the founding principal for now, including year 0, year and a half. I'll sit closer.
And if it would be helpful, you can move it up or down too. That might help a little bit.
But I guess in speaking about my experiences, like I said, I'm very passionate to give back to the community that gave me so much. So I very intentionally taught most of my years within a 2-mile radius of where I grew up. So I would say of my 20 years of teaching, 18 of those were in surrounding schools of where I grew up. And now fortunately for me, I'm the principal of a school in the area I grew up. So I know the community extremely well. And I think I specifically sought out a school like Eagle Charter Schools, where I felt that my past experiences and my just knowledge of the community would be extremely beneficial for the community which I serve.
So why don't you tell us, when did you start your position with Eagle?
I was offered the position on New Year's Eve. It was a very exciting time for me, but I actually signed my offer letter, I believe it was January 16th of 23.
And when did the school open?
August 7th, 23.
And what role did you play in opening Eagle?
Well, year 0 is, as I have many pleasant experiences coming into, to the board and talking to you through my journey. But basically, definitely enrollment. Enrollment is number one. You have to be very active in the community. And to me, it was important to tap into what we promised the charter authority we were going to bring. The school was opened on the idea of helping those immediate students in that vicinity, in that radius, in those zip codes. So we specifically targeted those zip codes. And I'm very, very boots on the ground. I door to door to the people. So I want to make sure they saw a face, because basically it's twofold. You're enrolling, but you're also educating, because the majority of those families in that area, you talk about charter schools, they have no idea what charter schools are, whether they're English speakers or non-English speakers. Sorry. So a lot of educating, because a lot of the families there, they have no idea what charter schools are. Basically, to simplify it, I would explain it. It's the benefits of a private school, but at no cost. So it's like you get the best of both worlds. Because immediately people think charter schools are like, oh, it's a private school, I can't. And before you even get an opportunity to talk to them, they've already tuned you out. So that's kind of where I started. So it's a lot of enrollment initiatives, but also I'm a firm believer that every conversation that you have with community partners means something. It's meaningful. So building partnerships. So during that time and going even after, there's not one corner that's retail stores or anything within a 2-mile radius that I hadn't introduced myself and so many of them, very thankful that they're willing to, not in partnerships in writing, but hand out flyers for us or speak at their visit at the locale. So the community really definitely helped us spread the word of what Eagle Charter School was bringing to this community, where people felt it was just a pipe dream. So enrollment heavy, like I said, forming those partnerships with our community, heavy, hiring new teachers, and It's definitely different. I know I hear what we've talked about. It's definitely different from where we are now, but because I have plenty of time, there's no, huh? We have, oh, I don't know.
You said from where we are now.
Oh, so where we are now, where teachers were excited for this new opportunity, or candidates were excited about it. So that we were very selective, and we chose the best educators that we had for the first year. And they were all fully licensed when we finished the year, because we had that kind of time, that type of momentum. But hiring teachers, enrollment, curriculum selection, and purchasing, all that. So that was, I say, the bulk of year 0.
And did everything go as planned that year for the school opening, or did the school experience any hiccups or delays in getting ready to open?
I'll tell you this, everything that could go wrong did go wrong. Like I said, we first in educating our families about this new possibility for them, right? And then after our enrollment count, which was the 306 number, then to realize that, you know what, we're not going to be able to open our facility. So now having to communicate to our families, okay, communicate with families, letting them know that, you know, that's construction delays, and I knew how that was going to hurt our enrollment. And then it's not just having to move facilities, but the facility that we moved to, and we're very appreciative of the facility that we were able to temporarily move into.
Sir, like, slow down. Very appreciative.
Very appreciative of the facility that we were able to temporarily move into, because they were able to house our student population, and there was, you know, workable classrooms, very kind staff. So we were fortunate. However, that being said, that location was still almost 3 miles away from our permanent school. So that, of course, is going to hurt our enrollment, because most of our population came from, at least a third of our population comes from the apartment complexes that we're surrounded by. And many of those have transportation issues, of course. So they were going to be able to make it. They were going to be able to make it to go 3 miles. And then for those that did have transportation, if you are familiar with the area where the temporary facility was, people that know the town well, they know that it's not a ideal neighborhood. There's a lot of homeless population that's just camping out on the sidewalk. So, I mean, we helped clean that up as we transitioned to the building, because we had, you know, law enforcement involved, and they helped with that. But people already had in their mindset, proposed families, that's not a destination that maybe I want my child to go to. I signed up for the one on Sahara, and what is this? So definitely there were challenges, but I'm very thankful for the families that did commit to us and went through these challenges and helped us move into that temporary facility, and then helped us move out. So our families have been very supportive and very loyal to us, and for that we're very thankful.
So can you tell us, where was the temporary facility located? Even if you can just give us crossroads, and I think that will kind of help the board understand what we're talking about.
The major cross streets are Flamingo and Maryland Parkway. It's actually on Cambridge, which is a rec center there on Cambridge, is behind that. But there's right next to the rec center used to have, when they tried, they had like a water park that since then was closed, condemned, and it became really like a hotel for the homeless. But there's also, so it's on Cambridge, right there. If you think of that vicinity there's a lot of daily rentals, you know, for the motels. So it's very transient community. So
And for context, where is the school, your permanent facility, located? The cross streets.
Right now we're on Sahara and Eastern. So we're moving from Flamingo and Maryland Parkway to Sahara and Eastern, where it's more commercial. There's a lot of car dealerships that are around there. So even though we're surrounded by apartment complexes, there are many homes that we talk about transiency. Yes, we do have transiency from apartment complexes, but the homes are also people that are coming to our school, and that's not as transient.
So let's put some dates into that first year. When did the students start at the school?
Okay, so I mentioned August 7th. That was the date for students to report, was August 7th. Actually, teachers reported July 27th of 23 for the professional development, and which was held at the Cambridge site. So first day of school for students was August 7th at the facility, at the Cambridge facility.
At the Cambridge facility. And when were you able to move into your facility on Sahara?
Well, that was a challenging part because, I mean, at first it was, okay, we're going to be here for 30 days and that's what we communicated to our families. It was challenging where we, at first thought we were going to be there for 30 days at our temporary facility, which became 60 days and then almost 90 days. So our move-in day was the day before Halloween. So Jay, I remember that is because I know that that didn't stop us from having our first Halloween parade on Halloween, but we moved in October 30th.
Okay. And just so you know, the court reporter here is taking down all your words. That's why it's really important to
I
go
apologize.
slow. So I'm going to give you this little sign that says slow, and I'll try to help you. I do the same
All
thing.
right, thank you.
We're just trying to make sure we get a clear record, okay?
Okay.
So tell me about your duties and responsibilities as a principal the first year the school opened. Well, what were you responsible for?
Objection relevance as it pertains to why we're here today.
It is absolutely relevant. We've had all kinds of discussions today about what's happening at the school, what was going on with enrollment and other issues that impact the budget. And I think it's important background that he can provide the board as to his experience in his role.
Counsel, can you repeat what the question was again?
Yeah, what were your duties and responsibilities of principal the first year the school opened?
I'm not sure how that pertains to the budget or the grounds for termination that we're seeking today.
Yeah, I feel like it's foundational, but, counsel, please take into consideration the time constraints we have and.
I understand, and if you can sum it up, an answer to Mr. Herrera, that would be appreciated.
Well, as a founding principal, you do have a lot of pseudo roles, right? But my main roles, of course, is to coach, train, and supervise teachers, the supervision of students, to effectively communicate and consistently communicate with the family and the community. Curriculum, of course, and ensure curriculum is in place and installed. Scheduling, master scheduling of all school events, and testing, and coordinate all of our tests that go.
And there's been a lot of discussion today about enrollment. What was the school's enrollment numbers at the time of audit compared to after the students started attending the school at the Cambridge site?
And I can see a lot of similarities when you think about just numbers, because on 23, our first year of operation, our June audited number was 306, whereas this year's was 312. So you're like, okay, what's similar? What's different? It was a huge difference. Like I began to tell the story, was our last year at 306, we had to deal with, first of all, it's a new school, so you don't have any returning students, so everything's an unknown. And secondly, moving into that temporary facility, I mean, that threw a wrench into a lot of the things we had planned. So those things have been alleviated now. So it's difficult to compare. It's like comparing apples to oranges, because we had all these different things going on last year with mainly the facility, where we don't have that issue now this year.
So going back to that first year and the enrollment drop that has been discussed a lot today, did you ever reach out to the SPCSA or the Nevada Department of Education to get information on how that drop impacted the school and what you were doing?
Well, yes, we did know that it was going to affect us, financially, of course. But then we did reach out to, or I reached out to the charter authority, because after leaving the summer of 23, after that initial audit, we left with the knowledge from the charter authority that our numbers were going to be, we're going to be funded for the 306 until October. Numbers were going to be for payment for 306 until October, in which they would have the October count, and that would determine the funding for the remainder of the year. That was my recollection of how I left that summer. And then when we had our state student enrollment audit, and they were coming into their accounts, and they spoke about the average daily enrollment. That kind of woke me up, like, oh, I didn't really know much about the average daily enrollment, and they.
Did really know much.
about the average daily enrollment and how that played a role with the financing of or your budget, right? So I did reach out to, I was encouraged to speak out to Charter Authority. So I did, I was encouraged to reach out to Brandon Gaitan, which I know that was in his area. I didn't know it was in his area, but he referred me to speak to Molly Burkholt, I believe was her name. And the information that they gave me really didn't answer the question of what it was. The response was, well, Amelia Thibault from the Department of Education, she should be getting back to you. Thibault, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, should be getting, she should be getting in contact with you to give you more information about that. So I still left not really knowing until I eventually did, I'll say a month later, continue to investigate it. But now I started realizing, okay, average day enrollment and how that plays a role.
So when you started to realize how the average daily enrollment played a role, did you have concerns regarding the staffing because of that knowledge or because of the enrollment drop? Did you ever have staffing concerns that first year?
Well, we did have concerns, of course, from day one. So we hired X number of teachers, and then on day one, we saw the number of students that actually did show up. So of course we knew, like, okay, we're not going to be able to, be able to keep all these teachers right now. But we were always like, okay, well, we're going to be moving back to the building in 30 days. Because I'm the type of principal that I call all of our families. So when we moved and people didn't show up, it was me making those phone calls and finding out why you weren't able to come. And the majority promised that, oh, it's because it's too far, I can't get there. But as soon as you move back to our building, we'll come. That was for the main point where they would come. So we did keep teachers on longer than we probably should have, but we started making cuts as far as staffing, where 2 were let go in in August, 2 in September, and then 2 in October.
And as you're letting these people go, let me back up a little bit. Were you responsible for the school budget, and did you see how letting the teachers go impacted the budget?
No, I didn't handle the budget, but I knew it would impact it somehow.
So I want to fast forward a little bit to the spring and the notice of concern that the school received from the Charter School Authority. After that notice of concern was received, how did it impact you? What things did you do to address the issues that were raised in the notice of concern?
Then I became more involved with some of the conversations between our accountant and our chief operating officer, where they sought my input of where we can make, as far as staffing, we can make some tweaks to help with our budget. And some of the calls also with the Charter Authority, I was in part of those, some of them. And then of course communicating with our community and our teachers.
We've heard testimony today about students that are classified as McKinney-Vento. Can you just tell us a little bit about the population your school, Eagle, serves, and how that relates to McKinney-Vento numbers?
Well, yes, I can speak to that. Like I said, like I mentioned earlier, our school is surrounded by a lot of apartment complexes. Many of those apartment complexes have dual households. So, it's actually quite common in a Hispanic culture to have 2 households to get yourself on your feet and until get yourself on the feet and then get your family gets their job in their own place. In fact, I'm a byproduct of that myself. I didn't know it as a child, but when we moved here from California to Las Vegas, my parents and we all stayed with my grandma. We stayed at my grandma's house because my parents did not have a job. So we stayed at my grandma's house for quite a few months until my parents were able to secure a job, save enough money to.
Can you state for the record what document you're relating this to?
Excuse me, he's answering a question about the school demographics and the population he serves. I don't see the purpose in stopping his testimony.
Well, you said complaint and answer. I just want to make sure clear for the record what that means.
Did you say complaint or answer?
I don't think I said the word complaint. May I continue?
Yes, please.
So in saying that is that I've experienced what it's like to have a multiple household, and it's quite common in the Hispanic community, where a school that I serve is 80% Hispanic community, and that I can pretty much, it would be easier for me to tell you which Latin American country we don't have students from, because we have one from pretty much every Latin American country out there. And it's because it spreads word of mouth that we serve our community well, and we provide services for our non-English speakers. By that saying that is that you're going to have a lot of, yes, our McKinney-Vento count is going to be higher than most schools, and I don't deny that, because it's just a fact of where we're at. It's not 26%, but it's not it is higher.
So let me stop you there. Why do you not think the school's McKinney-Vento numbers are 26%?
Because I did my own calculations, and the 26% was actually taken from it's the 64 out of the 242 students that were audited, and the 242 students were the new students that were audited out of our 401 total. So 64 of those equals a 26%, which the majority of those were not a part of our actual count. We learned later that if they mark on their McKinney-Vento, if it's a permanent residence for them, then it doesn't qualify. So many of those didn't qualify. So if you actually were to count our actual McKinney-Ventos that were accepted and from returning students, we would be at 14%.
That were accepted from?
That were accepted from our count, from our enrollment count, it's actually 14%.
And what plans does the school have next year to address the special needs that are associated with students that fall into the McKinney-Vento category?
So we've been very supportive of our community, and the testimony of several of our families are very appreciative of all that we do for them. Because what we've been able to provide this year is, like he says, city bus passes for our families that don't have transportation that qualify in the McKinney-Vento. We provided city bus passes. City bus passes.
That qualifies them.
We provided city bus passes for those students that qualify for the McKinney-Vento Act. So we provided city bus passes. We provided clothing for them from donations from several community partners and families that want to help. We, in fact, I can tell you, of a family specifically that just comes to mind, that a homeless family, they were sleeping in a car. They were sleeping in a car, but they're so comfortable. A difficult situation now. They're very comfortable to be able to talk to us because they know that we were going to provide some kind of help. They were sleeping in a car, and they came to us early in the morning with their children and asked me. They came with their bag of groceries from Albertsons that they just purchased and asked if they could use our staff lounge to put their sandwiches together for the kids so they have food for the day. It's like
Our staff lounge to put the sandwiches.
To put their sandwiches together.
But it's fast and I can't keep up.
Okay.
That's why I have to keep interrupting you.
Sorry.
So if you can try to slow down.
They put their sandwich together for their children to be able to have food for the day, and we work with them. So we have, for these families, we offer before and after school care, and of course we waive the fees for all of these families, and if they're past because we're from 6 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock at night, and this specific family was running late for a few times because we knew they were looking for a place. They were staying in the car. So that's just a situation of many of things that we do to support our community.
And are there additional things that you have implemented for the next school year that you didn't do for the 23-24 school year? I began to answer your question, but then I forgot about that part. Yes. So for that, I thank the Charter Authority thank you for the suggestions of putting in our budget to hire a social worker or counselor, and we've done that. So we've hired a social worker
who's a licensed therapist with much experience with social work, social work, with much experience in social work and providing resources to community members and working with students from kindergarten all the way to high school.
There was discussion earlier that Director McAdin was not able to verify the licensure for that social worker. Were you able to verify it? Have you been able to verify that a license is in place?
Her credentials, I haven't been able to pull up because the Nevada Department of Education site for teacher licensure lookup or licensure lookup was inoperable for the past few weeks. I mean, I went to speak to them and they told me that it's a work in progress, but we can acquire those from our teacher or our social worker.
Okay.
Now.
Let's talk about the staffing at the school, since that has been an issue. Do you agree with the testimony you heard that regarding the staffing and teachers, or is there anything that you think needs to be clarified for the board?
Yeah, I'll clarify a few things. Like I was mentioning, my first year of operation, we have plenty of time to hire teachers, and it was the possibility of the possibility of hope for the teachers and our community, and eventually a new adventure. So we took our time and we were able to hire fully licensed staff for the year. This year has been different. I mean, with the notice of termination, and we've been fully transparent with all our candidates that we've been interviewing for the positions, fully licensed teachers, knowing that the possibility of closure has been very difficult for them to make a commitment to something that's unknown. So we were able to hire from new teachers to fully licensed personnel, but yeah, the remainders are substitute, but we're not just picking any substitute. We interview them and make sure that they're a great culture fit and based off their experiences. So that's kind of where we're at with that. But as far as I do also go against that, we have all these vacancies. We have one first grade position that is still vacant, and that was a position that was filled until recently, where they withdrew their intent to stay. And we have another position that's our EL interventionist position that is also vacant. So we have two vacancies currently.
Do you have a plan when school starts? How are you going to take care of the students that those positions would serve?
Oh, we did have, I mean, like I said, we're going to continue to aggressively hunt and search to refill those positions that recently became vacant. So we're going to continue to search, but if unable to fill those positions, we do have a working relationship with a substitute service provider that we worked with last year, that would be an option for us as well to fill temporarily.
And so just so I explain with that provider, do they then have substitutes or teachers that they would send to the school to fill those positions? Is that how it works?
Yes, and we've already had conversations with them about that possibility if we get there.
Got it. Did the school stop enrolling students after the June 21st meeting of the SPCSA?
Repeat the question?
Sure. Did you stop enrolling students after the notice of termination was issued in the June 21st meeting?
Yes.
You heard testimony today from Director McAdin about a mystery caller who received an enrollment email. What's your response to that?
As any call, I take any call. If parents want to find out information about the school, I'm not going to say no. I'm going to give information about the school, and I'm always going to paint the school in a positive light. So if a parent is asking for, they're interested in the school, of course, I'll send them the information. But here's the next step. And I've done this. I did this. Maybe I shouldn't have, but I did. Four people since the freeze came up. I submitted them information, but that information is just to tell them these are the documents you need if in case of enrollment. What the next steps would be, which none of those people did. None of them submitted any documents to be fully enrolled. If they had, I would have called them like I call every one of my parents and tell them that, thank you for submitting that information. We won't be able to assign you a seat right now until whatever our freeze. To give them a seat right now during the freeze. But to me, it feels better coming from me. I can always put a positive spin and make it a positive light on something if I'm, instead of being taken out of context, like, no, the schools can potentially be closed down. So I chose the route to call them if it came to, but none of those families, those 4 different ones, ever submitted any documents.
Do you understand why Director McGoodin was concerned that you may have told families that you were accepting enrollment?
Absolutely, I can see that. I could see why they would be concerned for McAdin, thinking that I'm just gonna do what I want. I wasn't doing what I want. I did stop enrollment. No student enrolled after we were given that notice.
And did you intentionally mislead any families?
Absolutely not. And any families who, cause we had an event, Juneteenth, we had an event for our community, and several families had come to me and asked questions about the possibility of closure. So I definitely answered the questions. Of course, confidently answered that we're working to cure the situation and provide a side of optimism. But I don't lie about it. Yes, of course, we're being under the possibility of termination.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions at this time.
Good afternoon, Principal Herrera.
Hi.
I want to ask a couple of points of clarification. Did I hear you correctly in saying that you guys did not hire an English learner?
No, we have.
Hire
What higher end? I didn't hear the end.
an English learner coordinator?
No, we do have an English language coordinator.
You do?
We do.
And who is that?
Gallegos.
Okay.
Here, I need you to
Oh,
face me a little bit so I can hear you.
his name was Pablo Gallegos.
I'd like to pull up a document. Can you share this with the screen? Jose, let me know when you can see it. Jose, is this your signature? Sincerely, Jose Herrera, Principal.
Yes.
And can you read me that first line? It says, congratulations.
Congratulations. We're excited to have you joining our Eagle family.
Okay. And then it says, thank you for selecting Eagle Charter School of Nevada.
Thank you for selecting Eagle Charter Schools in Nevada as your school of choice.
As a result, keep going.
As a result of our enrollment procedure, we can offer your child a seat for the 2024-5 school year.
Is it your testimony today that you did not enroll any students?
Yes, but it also says
It appears in this letter that sent by you on July 11th, after the notice of termination was given to Eagle, that you sent a letter saying congratulations for joining our Eagle family. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. No further questions from the state.
Mr. Herrera, let me ask you a follow-up question. Council showed you the first paragraph of the email. What did the second paragraph of the email say?
It said if you have not submitted these remaining documents necessary to reserve your seats, these are the documents.
So that second paragraph indicated that seats were not reserved.
Right.
And that they would not be reserved until you received additional documentation. Is that correct?
Correct. And after receiving those documents, like I said, I would have been followed by a phone call. Because before the June date, what would have happened is if they do submit those documents before our freeze period, they would have been a separate email going out to those families saying all documents have been received. Your seat for this coming school year, is secure. And then I would have called them. I would have called them to, did you receive the email? I just wanted to congratulate you. Those would have been the next steps. But in this case, none of those documents were ever received.
Thank you very much.
No further questions from the state.
Chair Holston, thank you. I would ask if board colleagues in the boardroom have any questions.
Vice Chair Thigpen for the record. Vice Chair Thigpen for the record.
The front.
Oh. Sorry.
That's okay. I'll enunciate better. Thank you for your testimony, Principal Herrera. I will say first that, I'm somebody with a background in marketing and communication. That the justification for that email is a stretch for me. I just don't understand how you can justify saying we weren't enrolling students, but this email is very black and white to me. Yeah, I mean, if there are four, I think you said there were 4 families that had expressed interest. I mean, that email says to them, you're in, you have a seat. All you have to do is upload these documents and it's a done deal. I mean,
Member Thigpen, we can display the document again if you'd like to see it.
Sure, for the benefit of my colleagues.
Can you please send the document? Thank you.
Yeah, it says right here, we're excited to have you joining our Eagle family. As a result of our enrollment procedure, we can offer your child a seat. That to me says you are in. All you have to do next are the formal uploading of documents, which is pretty typical. So that to me is a bit of a stretch. I mean, how do you justify that after the notice of termination where you all were explicitly told not to enroll students?
As far as enrolling them, like I said, we can't accept a student if they haven't received any of the documents. So if you want to count how many letters of these we've sent out, it's way past the 400, probably 1,000 of these that we've sent out. Huh?
Way past 100.
Way past 400 of the ones that were audited. So we have many of these letters have gone out. I would say, 1,000 of them. But like I said, an enrollment is not an enrollment until they have submitted their documents, which we never accepted or received any of those documents for those 4.
Right, but that's a technicality. This essentially kicks off the enrollment process, right? It's the first step.
Well, it's the first step for them to show genuine interest.
But it says you have a seat. Your child has a seat.
Right. But it also says that you need to submit those documents that are bulleted.
Sure. I mean, you can't buy a house without submitting documents, but you can be approved for a loan, right? So it's that I find that very troubling. Let's see, I've written down some other questions. Why would you hire a social worker if you had not previously verified that they were licensed?
The candidate assured me that they were fully licensed. Like I said, I haven't been able to pull the document, but they assured me they're fully licensed before we went on to interview the person. And based off their resume and their history, it sounds qualified, but we'll make sure we verify that they do have the licensure. But
so, I mean, somebody could walk in on the street and say, hey, I've got years of experience. I promise, trust me, I'm a licensed social worker. That's good to get around children.
No, of course, we're going to pull up their certification as soon as it's accessible to us.
But why hire them before verifying is my question.
Because social workers are not easy to find that are willing to.
If they're really a social worker, that's the point.
Not necessarily. They're hard to find.
Yes, they are. If they're a licensed social worker, that's my point. You haven't even verified that they're licensed. We can't verify that they're licensed. Our staff. That's concerning. Let's see what else I had. Whose idea was it to list a portion of your salary for reimbursements as a school counselor when you're not a licensed school counselor?
I think it was a joint effort, feeling that we do support our students. And you're right, I'm not a licensed counselor, but I do support students. That's part of my daily responsibilities as a principal is to counsel students and offer them support. And anything like, as far as of providing resources, I made sure that our families did get the access to those resources by, partnerships that I've formed or counselors that I've been working with before. But it was a collective effort, the possibility we don't have a counselor to put there.
And no one mentions, you have to be a licensed counselor to get that reimbursement, that making the request could possibly be fraudulent?
No.
Okay. No more questions from me. Thank you.
Jerome Sutton, thank you. Are there any additional questions in the boardroom? Are there any questions from board colleagues online? Member Ferris.
Thank you, Chair, Member Ferris, for the record. First, to the principal, I just want to say I appreciate your service to the students in this area. I think it should be recognized and commended. You said two things that I just want to make sure I understand. One was, I think you said when you first started letting teachers off, you weren't really intricately involved in the budget. You weren't sure necessarily what the impact of the budget would be and how much you would have to cut. And I'm just curious, when did you really kind of dig into the budget to understand when did you really understand the dire straits you guys were in financially? And is it unusual for a principal opening a school to not have a firm, I guess, grasp of the budget and the cost, and the fact that if you don't have these kids and you don't have these kids, you can't hire these teachers? It strikes me as a little unusual as the principal and in charge of the school that you're not intricately familiar with the budget and what money you can and can't spend. So perhaps I misunderstood what you said. I just wanted to give you a chance maybe to clarify that statement for us.
For one, I don't have a financial background, so like I said, I speak in a general sense that of course, as our enrollment is down, it's going to affect as our enrollment is lower, it's going to affect our budget. But no, I didn't work directly with the budget.
And the second thing you said, which I just want to make sure I understood as well, was I think you said your school's open from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. daily, and you're providing before and after school care, and that for the most part you waive those fees. And I just was curious, is that captured? How do you all staff that? How do you guys pay for that free before and after school care? Is that somewhere captured in your budget? Something, because when I looked through the spreadsheet that was given, I don't remember seeing that. I don't remember that being brought up at all, but I'm just curious how you guys actually, is that really what you guys are doing, and how do you guys fund that?
Well, I won't be able to speak to how it's written in the budget, but we do provide we do provide services before and after school care from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. by our own staff members. So not everybody was free, but people were making events, so we did waive those fees.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarifications. Thank you. That's all the questions I have, Chair.
Jerome Sutton, thank you. Member Stern.
Hi, Member Stern for the record. So we've been talking a lot about the budget today, and we've been talking a lot about students. And during your testimony, you said that your difficulty in hiring came from due to the possibility of closure. And I wanted to explore that a little bit more to understand, because you said last year all of your teachers were fully licensed by the end of the year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What percentage of your teachers did you retain from last year to this year?
I could tell you 2 of our teachers did not return, of our initial staff. 2 did not return, and that actually one withdrew during the summer right now, recently.
So how many of your teachers? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Can you repeat that?
All the remaining teachers returned, and they were fully licensed. So
I'm trying to reconcile that with the information we have about the staff for this year, where we're seeing a lot of unlicensed and substitute staff. Can you help me make sense of that, please?
all right, so let me see if I can give you a breakdown for the numbers. So of returning teachers,
I'm seeing 11 teachers listed on your budget for last year. So if there were 3 that left, that means we should be seeing 7 licensed staff. Is that correct? Or 8 licensed staff? Sorry, 8 licensed staff is what we should be seeing. Is that, would you agree with that?
Member Stern, I have an exhibit if you'd like me to post that.
I'm open to that if that would be helpful. I'm just going off of the documents that we have before us that were submitted to the board.
And Mr. Herrera, are you making notes and doing your counts?
I am.
Over there, okay.
I am.
State can show State Exhibit 53 if that would be helpful to Member Stern.
So what I'm seeing on
Okay,
Exhibit
so
53.
So
I'm
you
sorry, I'm
do
seeing
you do
two
have
or 4 licensed staff, I think.
so our returning licensed teachers, to answer your initial question, is our let's see, looking at your list that you have there, it's our first grade teacher, Elena Casares. Where is she? She's at the very top. So she was a returning teacher. Lemitra Miller, returning teacher. Frederick Kyles, returning teacher. Mallory O'Loughlin, returning teacher. Jacob Day, returning teacher. Pablo Gallegos, returning teacher. So that's 7. They were all fully licensed.
Okay. And so you would agree there are a large
For the
number
record,
of
they are not all fully licensed.
You can certainly direct that on if you want to cross-examine the witness, but please don't interrupt him.
Okay. Just to clarify, your enrollment now, your numbers that you're looking at for this year are 325 students with a large number of those as substitute teachers. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, it looks like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. About half of your staff are substitute teachers. Are your parents who've enrolled their students aware that their students are not going to have fully licensed teachers?
They're aware they're going to have an exceptional teacher teaching their children, but no, they're not aware of their licensure. I don't reveal that unless they can look it up themselves.
And would you agree that a parent who discovered that they did not have a fully licensed teacher in their classroom may be likely to leave and unenroll from the school to pursue enrollment in a school that could provide a licensed teacher? Is that a possibility?
It's possible, but it's also possible that they'll be continue to be excited about the positive culture that we built at our school and selected those teachers that provide that culture that make them see past their credential.
And in terms of the teachers, I'm looking at the budget as well. And when I'm looking at the budget numbers, I noticed that in future years, your budgeting for teachers does not account for any sort of raise for any of the teachers. Is that accurate? Your intention is to keep salaries flat from year to year?
Again, my financial, I don't have a financial background, so I'll defer those questions to my colleagues.
Okay. Do you expect to be able to retain teachers in the event that the budget is accurate and that you're not providing raises to teachers from year to year?
Absolutely. I mean, all of our returning teachers, I'm so thankful. If you guys are watching right now, thank you for returning with us, knowing the possibility of termination in the air, because money is just one aspect of that being happy. But more importantly, speaking from a former teacher myself, for many years, I was in positions where I could have been making more money somewhere else, but I was very happy with the culture where I was at. So you can see in my own job history, I was always at schools for many years. At my schools for many years. For 6 years, my first one, 11 years, my second school that I was as a teacher. And it wasn't because I was being paid great. It's because I really was happy with the culture that I had working there.
Can I ask some additional questions? I know I've been asking for a while.
Chair Holmstein, yes, certainly.
Thank you. I also noticed in the budget that you have not accounted for adding a vice principal until 2025. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So your intention, you listed all of your duties, including coaching, training, supervising teachers, managing curriculum, managing testing, and then managing, I'm assuming, supervising the performance evaluations of all of your teachers and everybody who's employed by Eagle Charter. Is it your testimony then that you alone are going to be able to manage that with the increased enrollment? I guess I'm wondering, like, how are you going to be able to manage that with 325 students when I'm assuming that was a full-time job at 165 for last year without additional help?
Well, we were on par for 306 students last year with the same staffing, so I'm up for the task. And as I know, as enrollment increases, I'm sure that'll allow our budget to be amended and possibilities to open.
Thank you so much. No further questions right now. Thank you.
Chair Home-Sutton, thank you. Are there any additional inquiries from board colleagues online? Member Salcido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Principal Herrera, you mentioned, and Member Ferris, his question was similar. I just want to clarify. You are the principal in the school leader throughout this past year, correct?
Correct.
But you said, I think, quote, I don't handle the budget. Is that correct?
I don't work directly with the budget. That's correct.
Who does?
Our chief operating officer and our accountant.
You said that you had concerns on day one about the finances and the budget. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you ever express those concerns to the two people you identified as handling the budget?
Of course, we've had conversations. That's why we continue to enroll students.
And so since day one of last year, you guys were talking about the concerns about the overpayment. Is that correct?
I wouldn't say we had a conversation about the overpayment, but concerns about the under-enrolled.
I see. Were you aware then, or let me phrase it this way. At what point were you aware that the state of Nevada was funding you at a rate that was not your actual enrolled rate?
I would say probably when I did get clarification about, through the state about the average daily enrollment sometime in mid-October.
Okay. So, and did you have conversations at that point with those two individuals who are responsible in your mind for the budget about that issue?
We did have conversations about the discrepancies of what was learned about average daily enrollment and actual count day. Yes.
And what was the result of those conversations? Was there a game plan, a strategy? Did you decide, maybe we should hold on to the overpayment or anything to that effect?
I wasn't a part of those conversations that they took place.
Do you know how that extra money was spent?
I don't have bank statements. I don't look through them, so not exactly. I don't have bank statements to look at, so no, I don't know exactly. But I know that it was, spent on operational. It was determined it was spent on operational functions.
I don't have any further questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Chair Home-Sutton, thank you. Are there any additional questions from board colleagues online?
This is Chair. This is Member Ferris. One additional question, Mr. Herrera, if you wouldn't mind. In all the conversations that you've had with, I think you said the chief operating officer and the accountant, can you tell us any conversations you remember that you had with board members specifically about the overpayment of funds? When you remember any conversations with the board, and when those might have occurred and what the general tone was? Or have you had conversations with the board about this issue?
I'm not sure. I believe those many of those conversations that were had between the accountant and the chief operating chief operating officer were held with them and certain board members or whatever board members are. I wasn't usually a part of those conversations.
Okay, so you don't have any direct recollection of conversations where you were present with or on the phone with board members where these conversations were had?
But during board meetings, they would have those conversations, but I can't tell you specifically what about.
Okay, so then and again, I'm kind of trying to make sure I understand. So if these conversations were had in board meetings, but those aren't reflected in the board minutes, is it possible there was conversations and things said at board meetings that aren't reflected in board minutes? Because I think, looked through the board minutes and it doesn't appear these things are being discussed. And so if you're saying they were discussed in board meetings, then that would indicate that the board minutes aren't reflective of the conversations in the board meeting. So I just want to make sure we're being clear. If they were had at board meetings, do you then think, I assume then if you were at the board meetings, you would look at the board minutes because you probably spoke at board meetings, you would want to make sure those minutes are accurate. Were there conversations at board meetings that weren't reflected in board minutes?
Honestly, I can't speak to that. I'm not sure.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Chair Holmes Sutton, thank you. Are there any additional inquiries from board colleagues online?
Yes, hi, this is Member Aldava. Again, thank you for your testimony, Principal Herrera. You mentioned that this person that calls himself a social worker was hired. When were they hired?
Just recently. I don't know the exact date, but I'm sure it's on the contract.
Had they had any contact with students?
No, school hasn't started yet, so no. They haven't started their position yet.
Okay, when you say recent, are you referring to the last month, over the summer? Can you be a little bit more specific?
Within the last 2 weeks.
Okay. You also mentioned that you attempted to check their credentials on the Department of Education website and that it was down. In order to check for the credentials of a licensed social worker, that's with the State of Nevada Board of Examiners for Social Workers. And so I just wanted to make sure that I pointed that out as an information item for you. No further questions or comments.
Thank you. Chair Holmes Sutton, are there any additional inquiries from board colleagues online? Are there any inquiries from board colleagues in the boardroom? If I may, I have a few questions.
Sure.
And I acknowledge my colleagues have asked some of the questions, and they're in no particular order. I appreciate you. If we could, would you be so kind as to pull up Exhibit 31, the second page? And some inquiries are just for point of clarification, Mr. Herrera.
Could you send the documents, please?
In the second paragraph, it indicates a phone call was had by SPCSA with Eagle School leadership. Jay Mallory and yourself and Andrea Shorter and 2 board members. Were you part of this conversation?
I was.
And do you recall the school, someone representing the school indicating that there was $350,000 set aside to pay back NDE?
Correct amount, but I remember we had that conversation with them.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Herrera. I didn't hear the beginning
I'm
of it.
sorry. I said I do remember the conversation, but not the exact dollar amount. So.
But there was an indication that there were funds set aside to repay NDE. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. My next question, again, not in any particular order, recalling testimony that's been provided today. Were there or are there teachers who have not received pay for work performed at Eagle?
As far as I know, no.
So all teachers have been paid?
Yes.
Thank you. I acknowledge that part of this question, and if I just could provide some context, the question has already been asked. At what point did you, as part of leadership at Eagle, become aware that you'd been overpaid? My follow-up to that question would have been, did Eagle misappropriate funds in excess of $800,000?
It was identified that it was the case, so yes.
Thank you. If I may, the next question is, provided the loans that have been secured are used for operational expenses, do not cover all of the expenses, how will you address or pay ongoing expenses? And if I may ask the second part to this question, because that may be helpful in your reflection, do you intend to seek additional loans? And if so, how will those be repaid?
Again, I'll defer that question to those with a more financial background than myself.
And so you do not intend to seek additional financial support if the loans that have been secured are not enough to cover the expenses?
My answer is I don't have the answer to that question.
Thank you. I will ask this question as well. How will a third-party accounting organization be paid if they are secured to assist you with fiscal responsibility and budgeting?
I don't have the answer to that question either. If you could ask our people who work directly with financing.
I appreciate you. I'm asking you because you're sitting before me. Thank you. The next question is, you mentioned not having taught special ed and not having had the experience of being in secondary, and so you transitioned and became, I believe you said, was it an 8th grade math resource teacher? And so my question is, are you licensed as a special education teacher?
No, but at the time I was under the alternate route to certification for special education, which permitted me to be in that classroom.
Thank you. And these questions that I'm asking are around some of the testimony you provided. How did you come to be located at your temporary facility? And I'm asking that question given your testimony and concerns regarding the unhoused or housing insecure community that were relative to the temporary facility.
Honestly, I wasn't a part of the team that was selecting the new temporary facility. That was, you might want to ask the other people that work directly with the finance of that.
I appreciate you again. I'm just asking because
the finance of that part of it.
I was asking because you're here before me. Thank you. The next question, if you're able to provide an answer, how far was the temporary facility from the permanent facility?
Approximately 3 miles.
And would you be so kind as to provide for us again, and I know that you've shared this previously, just for clarification, the context of the community in which the permanent facility is now located?
Describe the
community. I know that your concern previously was around those that are unhoused or housing insecure within the community. If you could give us a little background for the permanent facility.
So as you know, it's directly on Sahara. So Sahara is very commercial. So it's, there's car dealerships, businesses. There's actually another Beacon Academy, I believe, across the street with now another. It's Beacon Academy is across the street, and now they're building. They're opening up a community college campus right across the street. So it's very commercial. But like I said, we were have surrounded with many apartment complexes. And then there's just residential homes. So it's filled with, it's a mixture of residential homes and apartment complexes right across the street that take over Sahara. So it's quite a different dynamic than it was at Cambridge.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I don't have any additional questions. May I return to you, Ms.
Sure, Mr. Herr, I just have a couple of follow-up.
Sure.
When the chair asked you about misappropriation of funds, I just want to be clear, your understanding is the deficit and the amounts that are owed back to NDE were spent on operational expenses, correct?
Correct.
The other follow-up question that I had, Vice Chair Thigpen had asked about the submittal of your name to receive grant money as a counselor. Did you intentionally mislead people? Or why did you think that it was appropriate to make that type of a request?
Of course not. It was nothing to mislead it was not meant to mislead anything.
And since you have now learned that you can't be compensated that way, is that something that you would request again?
Of course not.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
No further questions from the state.
Thank you. Mr. Herr, thank you. You may be excused.
Thank you.
You may call your next witness.
Would it be possible to take a convenience break?
Absolutely. It is 5:05. We will recess till 5:15.
See my mentals.
I tried to transfer back to the way that with the extra right class and she honestly it really makes sense. I've actually got a friend who's now
Yeah, so, yeah, 50 is good. 59 bucks a month to do that. So, yeah, park away. Yes, I'm on this stuff because it's
that's for us to figure it out. So my office is
you feel that's fine. Yeah. And Kurt, I told her that you were going to return our cars. Okay. Yeah. And then
because I asked because like it seems like we're in South Plus. Yeah, they're under.
Thanks, Kurt. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, you just read my mind. I remember when
I had like 2 sips of water, so it's full. What? Yeah, I have a rental car. I'll just return it and Uber from right there. No, I mean, I have my.
Did you have a flight today?
Not anymore. It's tomorrow morning. Sure did.
Oh, are you from Reno too? Yeah, well, we'll find her.
I actually live in Paul.
How far is that? Like 45 minutes?
It's like an hour.
I haven't been up there in a long.
Yeah, it's like an hour from my home.
I've never driven through one time I've ever been that gets back.
Yeah, you have to.
But my husband Chris lives there.
Oh yeah, I never think about that.
He's a Navy brat and also lives better.
Oh, his family was stationed in Fallon? Oh my gosh, what grade was he in?
How fast, well, then, you know, that you remember.
Yeah,
But
I
him and his
don't
brother,
think I knew that.
his brother's a little older than him.
Well, you're way.
Not on the inside.
Sad. Sad to hear,
I
but
feel
it's
bad.
true.
All rotten. But yeah, no, he's.
It's funny. Then they end up retiring.
Yeah, in the city, in Fallon where his dad, he was like, take care of him.
Yeah, he was. And most of the theaters are people there that are just. I would think that a lot of maybe see us, they come in for like. And I'm supposed to, you know, they're there for 6 months. It's like a crazy.
Sorry.
It's okay. Oh, yeah, 100%, yeah. Because there's nothing for me. Are you from Vegas?
I am, but I live in Southern California. In California.
Here.
They're changing, it's gonna be way different.
I know, the class of 2025 she told me.
Yeah, I mean, what they have proposed is, I don't think that, I honestly don't think ours is gonna work. It's gonna be, it's gonna be 100 questions, and they'll take, I think that's really gonna get, they're gonna take that. That's just gonna be here once a week.
Okay.
Which is, honestly, that's how.
That's better.
That's like medical school, that's how the same
Yeah.
shit the whole time. But then they're gonna take a performance test, we already take a performance test. So that I don't have a problem with, but then they're gonna do some kind of like, where you shadow a lawyer. That's what's proposed, this is not like a.
Yeah, well, my daughter, she told me. But she wants to. I was like, listen, according to Maggie, the bar is totally changing with the class of 2025. She was ready. She just said, you know, studying all summer, 8 hours. I just so, and last night she just. I guess this one thing, I'm like, let it go, let it go.
I think we all messed up on one part.
Like you.
You're like, oh shit, I should have done that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and I did, yeah, and they didn't even tell, I did it during COVID. So they didn't even tell, like, we randomly got a date at some point, but it was just like some regret game. No, I took the other one. I actually did February of 2022. I sat out. I was gonna do the summer and after the summer.
I need a
I
break.
got failed and like, yeah. So and they actually didn't, because of COVID, they let me have my registration. So I didn't even have to pay for it.
Well, I think she started for.
Where'd she go to school?
You know,
The vice president.
well, that's where the mom goes. She's like. The bar, the bar the first time.
Oh, I didn't know Brockville.
Not Brock,
Michelle. Yes, that's a shock.
So that's what I'm saying.
Michelle's the vice president.
So like, look at all these like, you know, my problem.
I will be so mindful. So.
And like I told, I get that. Some people just, they can't, they just can't. So that's.
Chair Holmes Sutton, thank you so much. It is 5:15 and we will call the meeting back to order.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to call our next witness, who is Jay Mallory.
Chair Holmes Sutton, thank you so much. I will share the oath with you. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Can you go ahead and start by stating and spelling your name for the record, please?
My name is J.A.I. Mallory, Mallory.
And Ms. Mallory, my understanding is you are the Chief Operating Officer of Eagle Charter School, Nevada. Is that correct?
Correct.
How did you become involved with Eagle, Nevada?
I used to work at Eagle, DC. I was there for about 15 years. And we had a team who was interested in coming out here to Nevada. I think we came to a charter conference out here and we met with Rebecca. And that started the ball rolling and started researching doing a charter in Nevada.
And what role did you play in the initial application process of getting the school started?
And so I was on the committee to form. And after getting approval in January of 2021, I rolled over into becoming a board member. And we did a couple of deferrals, as you've heard mentioned before, but that was due to post-COVID. That was due to a very low inventory in real estate and just very high prices in real estate. And we were looking and looking and looking for a building. And I'm sure you remember we had many different locations that we went through before settling on the one that we're in now.
Okay. And then how did you transition then from being a board member to becoming the COO of Eagle?
I believe at so we had a consultant who worked throughout. He started out on the committee to form as well, but he rolled over to becoming an employee, and that's Nick Fleege with Evolving Ed. And so he had secured the CSP grant, and that sustained Nick's position, his work through year zero. I think after that, the principal was hired, and I was hired even after that because I was relocating from the East Coast to the West Coast. So in April, we were working with Mark Moterson and kind of walking through all the things that needed to be done. And I was working remotely without pay until such point that we could fund the grant, right, to add another person to the payroll.
So why were you working without pay, and why were you willing to move across the country to be a part of Eagle, Nevada?
So it just happened to be the phase of life that I'm in, or that I was in. And that was something that I was very interested in, was coming out to the West Coast. And of course, always interested in education, right? So I am the immigrant experience of coming here during elementary age. And I know the challenges, right, as an immigrant, and being in this demographic, especially where we have such a high Hispanic population, and you see all of the same things that I experienced. Eagle's model is based on SEL, right? It's a very high focus on SEL. And so
it's been a really interesting year to really see that in action of all the resources that we bring to them. So just coming into this community, I have friends and I have family out here. This is where I wanted to be, and this is something that I wanted to do in this community, right? We've done it in DC, we've modeled it in DC, wanted to do it in this community, and so here I am.
So you use the term SEL. What does that mean?
So social emotional learning, the whole child, the family, high parent engagement, being a cornerstone in the community, right? Even by default, by our location, we are a cornerstone in the community. Jose mentioned, you know, we know every student, we know every parent, we make every connection, whether we have social workers and all the support that we could have. We're still involved. We still care. We're very connected. And I know that's not enough. I mean, in the context of what we're talking about here, but that's the driving force, right? That's the underlying force that brings us here.
So tell me a little bit that first year that Eagle opened. In your role as COO, what were you doing?
So it was all hands on deck. So our consultant is also remote. So we did a lot remote, and we had a very high level of communication with Mark Moderson. And he was walking us through all of the compliance things and just really staying on us. Nick Fleege played a heavier role because he was the one designated. He was setting up all the board meetings. He was doing all the submissions for the CSP grant. He was handling most of that. I transitioned into that. Even in May, he was doing it.
And then let me just stop you for just a minute because I want to put a time frame on this. So when Mr. Fleege was involved, was that prior to getting into the building? Are you talking about the first year that you had students? Can you just kind of put some time frames in there for us?
So prior to us moving into the building. So Nick was very instrumental in helping us broker the deal with Odyssey. He was very instrumental, as was Odyssey, in finding us a temporary facility. Nick also transitioned. Both of us were working with Odyssey during the construction phase, but primarily Nick, because I wasn't here. When it came time for school to start, the building wasn't ready, and Odyssey had already connected us with Cambridge. And so we negotiated that with Cambridge, which was a unique situation because they were still in operation during the time the school would be open. So there was a lot of logistical things, and Mark really wanted to know like every little bit of detail of how that would work. And then I moved. So just before school started, I moved out here in May, but the principal was hired in January. When the principal was hired, we already had, in the summertime, we had that temporary office space so that he had somewhere to be. Nick was the one with us and with the board working on the budgets. So when the principal came on board, I think Nick primarily worked with Jose to say, okay, here's teacher salaries, here's what's in the budget for teachers, here's the marketing, here's the CSP grant, here's how this works. So he kind of onboarded him and helped him get familiar with the Eagle model and where we were with everything. When we moved into Cambridge, the biggest challenge at Cambridge were all the time constraints, and every day at 2:45, teachers had to push their desks against the walls because they had evening programming and then reset themselves up in the morning. And we really had amazing teachers with us, to do all of that. But they were operating their business while school was in session as well. We started out thinking that it was just 30 days, right? So that was one set of rules. We had hired 2 classrooms per grade level. And even though every grade level was not full, we still held on to them because, you hate to fire teachers. And that's one thing that we say that in hindsight, we should have started just dealing with that sooner. it went into month 2. I think Jose let go of a couple of more teachers. And then by the 3rd month, when we moved into the new facility, we let go of yet more kids.
More kids or more teachers?
I'm sorry, more teachers. Sorry, more teachers, because at that point we were there. It was like hard, cold decisions. These are the classrooms that need to be set up. This is how many kids we have. This is how it's shaken out. Even though we were hopeful that we could still continue to enroll and some of our kids would come back, we weren't as hopeful. So we did let teachers go in a final run, just surplus teachers.
So, and in your role as the COO, were you part of those decisions to make those cuts and to make those changes?
It was a team decision. It was, our consultant, Chair Johnson and I mean, Chair Johnson's always in touch, right? Almost every day, especially during construction. There was a high level of communication because where are we going? Okay, we have this temporary facility. But it was more, we had construction meetings every week with Odyssey. So Chair Johnson wanted those updates, like how is it going? What's happening? The former board member, Mr. Henderson would call in. Just people would just call to check in to say what's going on, what's happening. When all of those things were happening, it really was just overwhelming. I know that was probably the time that we had our last board meeting, August, and then there was that gap. And it was just very overwhelming during that time. And then we were just short-staffed. The first person we cut was the office manager, right? So that meant the principal and I were doing everything. And then my schedule kind of became, okay, during the day we're handling, school day things, kids, parents, and those type of things. And then at night, it's, okay, now I can check my email. It's kind of a reverse situation because we were just trying to get a handle on, okay, this is where we are. We have this many kids, this many teachers. We were doing staff meetings every day after school, even at Cambridge. And just logistically, right, with the curriculum, we had the furniture stored. We had to have all those deliveries made, all the installation of the furniture, all the vendor turnover from Odyssey, just a lot of facility work. There was also, I think in December, Danny Peltier from SPCSA started reaching out saying, hey, you need to do an RFA and do an amendment because now you're in your permanent facility. This is kind of where you're sitting with your ADE is this 164, 165, 161. And so we submitted that RFA. And then, anyway, that's what year 1 looked like. It was just doing everything all the time, whatever needed to be done. Jose and I, it wasn't really like, well, here's Jose's duties and here's, my duties. It was just everything was all hands on deck, and we had to work pretty closely together during that first year just to get through.
So let me back up and follow up on a couple of the things that you were talking about. You talked about hearing from Danny about the need for a request for an amendment. Mm-hmm. What was it that you needed to amend?
We needed to amend the budget to reflect our enrollment. And I think Nick started working on that with Danny at first. And then, Danny said, hey, you don't have to rewrite this whole RFA. There's a short form. Then he sent over a short form and Nick just kind of, and I think we had to do a good cause exemption letter as well because it was out of cycle. And so that was like our first sort of communication and addressing, okay, you have this lower enrollment, like maybe you're going to stay here. So you need to plan to be at this number. Great if you get more kids, but you need to figure out what's happening at 161.
So when we're talking about that and developing a plan for the 161, how does the budget fit into that, and who on your team is working with and managing the budget at that time?
So it's the CPA, the accounting firm.
Then who is that?
Andrea Shorter. And it's talking to Member Henderson, it's talking to Chair Johnson, but this is just like meetings that might be just Chair Johnson, myself, and Andrea Shorter, or, just whatever. It could be Jose when it comes to, we always pull him in when it comes to staffing and teachers and SPED and things like that. And I think in that particular one, Nick was involved as well, because he was actually writing the good cause exemption letter and doing the other things.
At what point did you learn that there was an issue with the school receiving more money from the NDE than it was entitled to? And with that, a need to either set it aside or pay it back? When was that? When did you realize the enormity of the circumstances, or, realize that was an issue that needed to be addressed?
Okay, I'm going to answer that in a just going through the sequence, right? So we had our exceptional growth audit, and we had 306 students. I believe that was in June. When we had the NDE audit, which was in October, our understanding after the June audit was that stop enrolling, right? This is it. Can't enroll anymore. This is what you get paid for. And in DC, the money doesn't follow the child. Like, whatever you get is whatever you get. And then the NDE audit happened, which I wasn't here for, but that was in October. And then the understanding that I got from NDE was, well, yes, you can continue to enroll kids. You're at 161 or 164. I believe it was 164. This is what your number is. And I think an email did go to Gaytown like, well, how does this work? Because then they started talking about the ADE, and we didn't quite understand how that reconciliation happened, right? And so the understanding that I had was, yes, you're at 164, but you'll continue to get paid. Try to enroll more kids. We'll reconcile at the end of the year. We'll true up is the word that was used and being thrown around. We'll true up at the end of the year, and then settle up then. And I think where I realized it was a problem is when we didn't continue to enroll. We continued to enroll, but as we were enrolling new kids, we were losing kids. So it was just kind of going like in this weird cycle, like in that way. In March, I think that was the second time I had ever spoken to Director McAdin. She called for a meeting with the board, and then I want to clarify a couple of points. So she did call, and what she said to us on the call is, you owe NDE $1.8 million, and you've lost your CSP grant. And so we didn't dispute that we owed NDE money. We just disputed that it was not 1.8. And I think the accountant, pulled up the books or did something, but it wasn't 1.8. And then we had just submitted an amendment for CSP. So we pushed back on, we have not been told by CSP that we've lost this grant. That's what, and so Eagle asked for a reconciliation from NDE. What we get from NDE when we get paid is just like a payment voucher. It's not, like in DC, you get the whole breakdown of, your SPED funding. You get, it's all broken down in a spreadsheet, but here you just get a voucher. And so we asked for the reconciliation. When we had the board, that was March 18. When we had the board meeting on March 22nd, no, we did not discuss the situation that much because we were still waiting for the reconciliation, and we stated that in the board meeting, that we were waiting for that paperwork, and all the board members were aware that there was the situation with the repayment to NDE. As far as the amount, when we finally got the reconciliation, it was the 837,000. So yes, absolutely. You owe NDE $1.8 million and you've lost your CSP grant. We're dead in the water. Like there's not even anything else to say after that, but we believed that was not the case. And then we had to do our due diligence. And I think that's when we reached out to you, because we were not able to get that messaging across, like it's not 1.8 million and we haven't lost the grant.
Okay. So let me stop you there and let me kind of go back on just a couple of things. So that meeting that you had with Director McAdin, where she talked about the amount that was owed and talked about the CSP grant. Was there a representative of Eagle on that call that said, hey, we are aware of this, we've set aside $350,000?
The accountant, Andrea Shorter, was on the call. And the basis of that is this. At the end of the year, we would have had, and then some different things happened, but we were estimating a $500,000 surplus, right? And so that 837,000, there was maybe 300,000 of that was used because we were anticipating getting the CSP funds and ending the year like that. But then everything was put on hold, so the year ended very differently.
So then is it your understanding when the discussion was had of, hey, we have 350,000, some of that included the money you were expecting to get back from the CSP grant?
I believe so.
And when did you get the reconciliation you mentioned from NDE that gave you the 837,000 number?
So it was actually sent to Director McAdin and she forwarded it to us, but I don't remember the date. But it was after our March 22nd meeting and we were just waiting for that to really analyze it and look at the situation.
So when you get the reconciliation memo, I'll just call it, and you see that 837,000 needs to be paid back to NDE, what's going through your mind? What are the next steps you're taking?
So, we had many conversations with, especially with member Henderson, and we were still, so now we were in the situation of, are we getting these CSP funds or not? Because if that was the case, that we were not, then that posed a whole different issue for us. And we just kept talking it through. I think you were in some of those conversations of trying to figure out how we could pay these funds back, and what the true facts were as far as our ability to utilize the CSP grant money.
So let's talk a little bit. In April, a notice of concern was issued. Do you remember that?
Yes. And yes.
So when that notice of concern was issued, and if it's helpful, in the big state binder you have in front of you, you can take a look at Exhibit 31. And what I want to do is draw your attention to the last page of Exhibit 31, where there is a discussion about an action plan, and there's 3 items that are identified there. Do you see that?
Yes.
So when you received this notice of concern in the action plan, what steps did you take?
This was the April 1st. I believe this was the situation where we were asked to do the three budgets, the 448, the 325. I'm not sure if the 224 was in play at that time. And just to kind of take us, so our budget projected 448 students. Can you hear me?
If you want to just, you can speak into the microphone and
sorry.
it'll help everybody.
Our budget projected 448 students, and Director McAdin wanted us to take it down to 325. I believe that was the initial, I believe that was this situation. And so we worked through that and we were able to come up with a viable budget, with a viable cash flow for this. And then I think it was not accepted because she wanted us to then add a 224 budget. And I know that Member Henderson was also like very heavily involved during this time period with these initial budgets. And then that I don't know where to stop with this because it kept evolving. So then it was, we're not accepting the 448 budget because the 448 was viable. So we're not accepting the 448. We'll only take the 325 and the 224, but then the 224 wasn't viable at all. So we kind of landed on 325. I'm just trying to remember if this was a situation where we actually got to a viable budget on May 22nd.
And that's what I was going to. So let's focus on the 325 budget, right? Isn't that what was that what you believed the SPCSA wanted to see and wanted to submit it to them by the June 1st deadline?
Yes.
And so what kinds of, well, I have a couple of questions on that. So the first one is, who on the team is putting the budget together and working through the issues to try and find a way to make the school viable with the 325 students?
So Andrea was talking to all the relevant parties. So if there were questions about staffing, she was talking to Jose. There was operational stuff, she was talking to me. And Tyrone was very involved. Monica was very involved in that. Jasmine Graciano was very involved. But I think finally, so we went through the iteration of we were pushing back, right? We said, hey, this is not correct. So the first quarter of the year when we're paying back NDE in the budget and NDE is withholding the money, that's based on Q4 of last year. It's 161 kids, right? So we had initially done the budget with thinking we were going to get the exceptional growth audit with the 325. So we did that. We couldn't make the budget work. And then our landlords provided us with rent abatement. And I know that Member Henderson, Member Graciano, Andrea Shorter got on a call with Director McAdin, and they flushed out the budget. And with the rent abatement, then they were able to say, you know what, that's fine. You know, we have health insurance at 50,000. We'll put it to 113. Like whatever was on the list, there was a different list than this. Whatever was on the list of items, we just changed to whether we agreed or not. That's what Member Henderson said. He just said they just went through the whole process, went line item by line item, and that's why the donations weren't changed because that wasn't flagged at the time, and I think that was pretty much the only thing, but they did say they went line item by line item, and then that was it. That was like, okay, this is it. The budget's viable. And then Andrea Shorter plugged in all the numbers that night and circulated it on the 23rd. She sent it back to Director McAdin, to myself. And our understanding was that that was a budget that Director McAdin was okay with. Like it was viable, it was good. That was on the 22nd. On June 3rd, when we had our audit, our enrollment audit, I asked Marina Cutler, hey, we haven't gotten any feedback. We have this deadline coming up, the June 10th deadline to submit to NDE our budget. is this budget okay to submit? She sent me an email the following day saying, Melissa says she's going to use this budget for the board meeting. So this budget is okay. So we submitted everything. Along with that budget is the Form 4405 that also goes to NDE. And I know that the accountant reached out to Mike Dang via email and said, hey, can you just review this with me before it's submitted? The deadline was the 10th. I think he didn't reach back out. He didn't respond. So we submitted everything on the 10th. And then I think he reached out on the 12th and then not again until the 18th, which was right before the board meeting. Or maybe they were communicating on the 17th and the 18th, but then I jumped into it on the 18th.
So you've talked a lot about the accountant, Ms. Shorter. What can you tell us a little bit about her background and experience as an accountant and how you're familiar with her?
So she had a lot of charter schools that she worked with in DC, like 12 to 15 charter schools, like 10 years ago, 10 or 12 years ago. And so I knew her to be involved in the whole charter movement in DC. And so we asked her to come on board with us here, especially during year 0 when we were not as yet up and running and not in the thick of things.
So
like we are now, where there's so much more to it than back then.
When did Ms. Shorter, when was she hired by Eagle and when did she start working with the budget?
I believe that she started in May or June. We had pre-opening conditions, and that was one of the conditions was to hire a CPA. So I'm not absolutely certain, but I think May or June.
And so that would have been of what year?
Of
23?
23, yes.
If you would go ahead and take a look at in that binder at what's been marked as Exhibit 32. And this has already been looked at today, and it's an action memo dated 2024 that was issued in advance of the SPCSA June board meeting. Are you familiar with this document?
I am.
Did you have any concerns or what's in this document?
You want me to go through it?
Well, yes, I do. If you have concerns, if you want, and we can kind of go through paragraph by paragraph, if that's easier for you. So let's start with this. I don't want to leave you guys. And I know everybody has had a very long day. If we're looking at the first page of the memo, in the bottom paragraph, it says the SPCSA first flagged the issue for Eagle in the fall and subsequently requested that Eagle build a board-approved amended final budget. In the fall of the 23-24 school year, did the SPCA flag for you that you needed to pay back to the NDE?
No, that was just Danny Peltier communicating via email about the RFA and an amended budget, but there was no specific conversation about an overpayment from NDE.
So at that point, you knew you needed to amend your budget, but you didn't understand the extent of what would be required to be paid back to the NDE. Is that a fair characterization?
Correct.
Then the last sentence in that paragraph, it says Eagle submitted the amended final budget on February 21st, February 21st, 2024, but the amended budget did not appear on Eagle's board agenda. Did Eagle's board vote on that budget to your knowledge?
They did. And I was kind of shocked to see this because all along since May 22nd, we thought that we were okay and that the budget was accepted. And I believe that the accountant was, had started to have communication with Mike Dang on June 17. And then on June 18, and I don't believe I was on those emails, but on June 18, I saw that there was a screenshot in the email that was not our budget, and that's what they were talking about. So we asked the question, hey, can we get on the phone? Can we get on a call? Because something's wrong here. And we were just told, hey, no, we can talk after the meeting on Friday. And, we were like, well, no, this is not the right budget. How can you make a recommendation when you're not looking at the right budget? There's a lot of email stuff back and forth. And in the end, we had to ask you to send an email because they were just like, I think they issued the notice of termination, even without acknowledging that they were looking at the wrong budget.
At some point, did somebody from the SPCSA let you know or communicate that they were looking at the wrong budget?
No, it was only communicated that they would take a relook.
And did they take a relook at it prior to
the next day was a holiday, right? It was Juneteenth. That was the 19th. And then the notice was issued at 9:30 in the morning. We flagged it COB on the 18th. So having a day to look at it. And then it was just kind of said very lightly, like, yeah, no big deal. You'll have 30 days to cure. You can submit another budget then. Whereas we were like, wait, we're in compliance. We've submitted everything. We've done all the work. And I know in that board meeting, it was said, well, it looks like Eagle didn't do anything. We've done every single thing, but for the notice of concern, for this particular notice, we have done everything, uploaded everything to Epicenter in the way that we were asked to do it. So I was really shocked that the narrative was like, oh, it doesn't look like you guys did anything. You didn't do this, you didn't do this. But many of the items on here are new. And it was the first time we're seeing it because we never, past May 22nd, we didn't get any feedback. There was no add a social worker or, because we had already added so many things, raise your health insurance, raise your PERS, everything that they asked us, we did it and we made it work with the help, of course, of our landlord who was willing to give us the rent abatement. And even with this situation, we added all the positions and made all of the changes. And I don't know. But the main thing is we worked with Director McAdin, not me, but Member Henderson and the accountant to get to a budget and to try to understand where we needed to be.
So I want to direct your attention to the graph on that second page of Exhibit 32. It starts with Eagle did provide. It says Eagle did provide a budget by the June 1st, 2024 deadline. On its face, the budget appears to be balanced. However, upon analysis, issues remain on both the revenue and the expenditure side, leading to an imbalanced budget. Do you agree with that statement?
I do not.
Why not?
So there's an exhibit here. And I believe it's after the tables. And it's page 16. It's figure 2. I don't know. Hold on. I'm sorry. I can't see. No, it's not. It's page 15. And it's figure 1, new school application financial plan. There's a narrative here which says that we did not provide a balanced budget. a balanced and accurate budget. They point to this figure 1 and state that, for example, in September, that deficit is projected to be 181,000, which indicates vendors will not be timely paid. And what I want to point out about figure 1 is that it stops. There's more under this. This is not the bottom line where you see the 181K, 23, 17. There are a number of places here. It's not the bottom line. If you had the budget workbook, if you went down to to row 77, that's the bottom line number. It's all in the black. It's balanced. These numbers are not at all, this is not the correct part of the cash flow.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you disagree that with the statements in that document that you wouldn't be paying your vendors. And in fact, the items that you provided to the authority showed that there was funds to pay those amounts. Is that because you got loans, or was there a loan referenced, or what was the difference that made up the funding?
So it was the rent abatement, it was the line of credit from Odyssey and a secondary loan. And we had other revenue, but we were not allowed to include that. And then we didn't include it because we didn't need it to balance the budget. We were in an odd place with the pre-K preschool because, if you're shutting down, it costs a lot of money to go through the licensing. But she's still in progress, waiting for the outcome of today. We did finalize with the church, but we just didn't include that in the revenue. So there were some revenue sources. We do have our application with Urban League for aftercare and things like that. We didn't include it, but yes, this budget was balanced as is. In addition,
And you're talking specifically about the budget that was evaluated at the June board.
Sorry, say it again.
When you're talking about the budget being balanced, you're referring to the one that was considered in the June board meeting by this board. Is that correct?
June 21, right?
Right.
Yes.
So regardless, at the June meeting, the board voted to issue a notice of termination. And did the school receive a written notice of termination after that board meeting?
So we did. I believe that notice of termination was, I believe we received it on June 28.
Okay. And if you want to take a look at the skinnier binder that you have, I believe it is the last exhibit there. Hang on one second. I'm having a hard time locating mine. If you want to take a look at Exhibit F, is that the notice of termination letter that you're referring to?
It is.
So after you received that notice of termination letter, what did you do to address the issues in that letter?
And so there is an action plan that is submitted. There is an action plan submitted with this. And we complied with all of the items in this notice.
What kind of effort did it take to comply? Was it something you could just do overnight?
No, so with every action item, there were like 20 or 30 other things. And so, for example, I don't know, maybe the last week moving into deadline time, it was, hey, we want all your board recordings. Hey, we want all your payroll reports from July 1st. Now, we just couldn't get to some of those things because we were prioritizing like exactly what was on this list. And then there was the we went back and forth on the budget a few times. And so every time we went back and forth, there was additional documentation that was requested. And yeah, it was a lot.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, in addition to working on the action plan and the list that is identified in the exhibit we just looked at, you got additional requests from the SPCSA during this time frame for additional documents that you were also working on responding to. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so it was kind of like, well, we're not going to approve your board minutes until you send us the board recordings. And I had kind of made that low priority, thinking, let me get the minutes to them first. But then, one was hinging on the other, and then the epicenter tasks, right? So it's easy to say, hey, do these epicenter tasks, but it's not just doing the ones that are behind, and it's the ones that are current and the ones that are coming up. And I think I actually printed out a report from like June 21st, and it was, it was a lot. It was Jose was working on it, I was working on it, and just kind of working on all the different requests. Some were time sensitive, not just the epicenter, but some of the things that Director McAdin was asking for were time sensitive. And but we started with the budget, just getting it to her like very quickly, and then she was unavailable for a while, so we were still trying to get through all of the items that we needed to get through with the other staff was still available. And they were very available like during this process, but prior to that, they were not.
But when you say during this process, you say
during this notice, and I don't know if it's because of the public comment of like, hey, like when the budget situation happened and we were trying to say, this is not the budget, the correct budget that was uploaded. And it was just kind of like, yeah, that's fine. You'll get this notice. Communication was very difficult. And so, but this time with this notice, like right off the top, Director McAdin said, let's do like I don't know if we started with one meeting a week and then made it two. And then the board as well, scheduled 2 board meetings a week just to keep on top of what was going on and to get regular updates and to help us if they could. And so it was just a very heavy and tight schedule that we kept up. And yeah, nobody took vacation. The whole summer was this, but yes, so between the meetings with the SPCSA twice a week and then twice a week board meetings, and then just trying to get this, we did our very best. We know that, this is like, we did so many things wrong. Like it's year one. It's beyond just this, right? There's so many mistakes, so many things done wrong. Lesson learned. Now we know like the mental bandwidth, because this was a really good exercise this summer, because literally we couldn't stop at all. We had to just keep going to make this deadline. And I'm really grateful for having someone like Principal Herrera to work with, because he kept up the pace. And when we were going high speed. So, but I was really shocked about this notice of termination, because we had done everything and we had done a lot of work, and it was very, I was very surprised at the meeting when the narrative was that we didn't do much.
Got
So
that.
We've done a lot.
I do want to take a minute. You talked about the importance of the budget and realizing how important it was to get a balanced budget and cash flow submitted. So if we can go ahead and Monica is going to help me here and pull up Exhibit 1. And I want to address some of the budget questions that have come up in other testimony today. So the first question that I have is for substitutes. And if you could, can you show my computer and share the screen? Perfect, thank you. With the budget, I figured it was easier to do this way. There's too many tabs to sort it out. So Ms. Mallory, are substitute teachers included in your budget?
They are.
All right, let's go to the General Operations tab. and go down, if you could scroll down to line 137. Okay. And is that where the substitute teachers are showing?
Yes, correct.
And so how much has Eagle budgeted for substitute teachers?
$24,220.
And then that's spread out monthly. Is that correct?
Correct.
Let's talk about the school counselor. If you could go to the staff page. And let's look at line 133. All right, so what is line 133 on the staff page showing that you've budgeted for a school counselor or social worker?
So 45,000 for a social worker.
And is there, besides the social worker that you intend to have at the school full time, is there other areas in your budget where a third party can provide different services to the school as well?
And so sometimes we our students get support from ACEs. If you go to general operating, and I think you have to scroll up. Okay, stop, sorry. In row 81, you'll see that we have 206,000 set aside for budgeted for SPED services, and that includes a school psychologist, OT, speech therapist, and everyone functions as a team. So we're saying social worker, but there's actually social worker, our special ed teacher, our ACEs contracted services that help to manage a student.
And is there a reason that, so I see that you have budgeted there for a total of $206,938. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is there a reason it doesn't start coming out of your budget until December?
I'm not seeing that. Can I see that? Because it starts coming out in September, according to my understanding.
If you look at line 81, is that an error then if it doesn't? Because it looks to me like we have September 30th, there's not showing anything. October 31st, nothing. And then the first time you see a number is in December.
We had a specific conversation about this, and I'm very certain that it should be showing before December. And could you go to the cash flow, please? And general operating, just down further.
Tell us where to stop. I'm sorry.
Down. Okay, stop.
So are you looking at line 43, the general operating expense line?
And then can you just put your cursor over the 10? Let me just see if there's a note there. So I don't know, can't see it on yours, but we usually have notes on our spreadsheet that goes back and forth that tells you, okay, keep going, like just nothing. Okay, sorry, nothing's popping up. But I'll have to look into that or call the accountant. But it does, we do have it budgeted in there starting.
So your understanding is that the services we just talked about for the special ed should start sooner. Then is it your testimony today that you're unsure for if the projected amounts showing for August of 35,000 include that or not? Or how would we know?
I don't think that it would include it in August.
What about the September number showing 56,000?
I'm sure for September.
Well, why not August, and why do you think it would include September?
Because I'm not a SPED person, but I don't know. I thought I heard a discussion about returning students and the students with IEPs, and there just being a gap in setting all of that up, I'm not sure.
So to find out the detail, is Ms. Shorter the person we would need to talk to get that information?
Yes.
And in your role as COO, how much are you relying on Ms. Shorter to sort these things out and to make sure that they're accurate?
And so she holds the budget workbook, which is an SPCSA budget workbook, but we just have different sessions. So for example, she might need to get a good understanding of how the SPED works and how, where Jose is with the teacher. So that might be a conversation with just the two of them. If it's operations and, or even we actually get on the phone together to talk about textbooks and the upcoming year, but she holds the budget until it's finalized. We just, email it back and forth as a draft. The new board member, Ms. Hatch, is very involved as well. She's jumped in, but of course she's new and wasn't really part of the start of this budget. But she is the person who physically makes all the changes, but she gets the information from various people.
So Ms. Shorter is the person who makes the changes, and she'll talk to different people, primarily you and Jose, and then board input, or how does that process work?
Yes, she gets board input as well. She did with Tyrone. I mean, and sometimes her and Tyrone were just working together themselves.
Do you know if Ms. Shorter has any Nevada-specific experience?
I don't believe that she does.
Do you, after what the school has been through the last year with the budget issues, does that cause you any concern?
It does. I think it's very important to have a local back office company, because there's a lot of nuances here, and also NRS, right? Someone who's very familiar with NRS, and some of the back office companies that we've spoken to, it's not just bookkeeping, it's operational training, board training. They can help you revise or help the board revise the financial policies and procedures. And we just, year one was just very difficult. So this is a good time to just hit the reset, especially with the extra support from the additional board members, right? Ms. Hatch is awesome. Member Name and Member Williamson, they bring such a wealth of knowledge, even in just jumping in at this point when everything is not good, and just giving their suggestions and helping, map out a plan moving forward. And I just think it'll make just all the difference in the world in the upcoming year. So yes, to answer your question, it's critical to use a company that is even if they're not local, because I'm not sure that any of them are local here in Nevada, but that have clients who are other local schools and who are familiar with Nevada charter schools specifically.
So I'm going to ask you a question. Maybe the elephant in the room, right? Why are you just thinking about that now? Well, why hasn't it taken until July to say, hey, maybe we should get somebody local to help us with our budgets?
We did not just start thinking about it now. We actually met the gentleman that was here earlier a while ago, and just had not really, we were aware of them. We just hadn't done the research to see exactly how they functioned, like here in Nevada, because all of them do a lot more than what I'm accustomed to, an accounting firm with a CPA. That's kind of how it's done on the East Coast. So I was really surprised, and just hadn't done, none of us, even Member Henderson had mentioned it before, but we just had not dived into it.
So one of the other questions that was asked of another witness is, if you're going to bring in a Nevada company now to help you, a new accountant, how are you going to pay them?
And so we would not have both, right? So there's, I think, $54,000 in the budget. We need to get through this audit. We wanted to meet with one of the back office companies and the SPCSA to kind of see like how would that work, because like what would be acceptable, how do we walk down that road, because the audit still has to be done with the prior person, right? And is there, so one company said, oh, there has to be a hard stop. Another company said, oh, no, we'll work through it with you. We were told that they can have the meeting with us after this meeting, so.
Okay. One of the other budget questions that came up in discussions is bus passes. Are bus passes included somewhere in the budget that you submitted?
They are. They're in. It is a direct student cost, so it's under you don't have the budget up anymore. I think it's in general operating under student supplies or something like that.
Okay. So it is accounted for. It's just in one of, I don't want to call it a catch-all category. It's not specifically laid out in the budget as bus passes, but.
Right, because it's not a material amount, or it wasn't last year.
So you're saying it's not a material amount. Do you have an idea of how many students or families you've been given those passes out to last year?
I would say it could not be any more than $600 or $700.
Oh, so it's a nominal amount, but it's a service that you have offered.
Well, a lot of it was when we were at Cambridge, right? So Cambridge triggered a lot of transportation issues in the temporary facility. And then it kind of settled down.
My last question for now. Why do you believe the school deserves to stay open?
We've seen firsthand that the model is so beneficial to the families and to the students. It's a kind of a style, and you kind of have to come there and see it, because aside from all this other plethora of mistakes that we have made, and, I'm sure we'll continue to make mistakes, hopefully less severe. But one thing we do have right is our connection with the community and with the students, and how we walk them through, especially those who have an issue. I feel like, they come to us a certain kind of way, whether it's SPED, whether it's bilingual. I feel like by the time they leave us, they belong to us, they're settled, they're secure. Whatever their situation, we've addressed it. And we've made them, mostly feel safe and secure, which to me is the first part of walking through our doors. So.
I don't have any other questions at this time.
Chair Holstein, thank you.
Hi, Ms. Mallory.
Hi.
I just want to ask a couple of questions. First, did I hear your testimony correctly that you did not know about the NDE payment prior to your March board meeting?
Your what?
March board meeting?
I knew before that we were being paid for the 306 and not the 161 after the October count, but I wasn't clear on when that needed to be paid back or how that was going to shake out, what that was going to shake out to be at the end of the year. Am I supposed to be looking at you now, right? I'm okay?
I can hear you.
Okay. Or what that was going to shake out to be, because we were told to continue to enroll. And we're counting on CSP reimbursements and so on and so forth.
Can you state for the record, what is the email address that you use?
eagleschoolsnv@gmail.com.
Thank you. I'd like to show a document on the screen, please.
And what exhibit number are you pulling up?
This is not an exhibit. It's a document for the sole purpose of impeachment. Ms. Mallory, can you read the date on this email?
It's March 19.
And is that your email address, Eagle Schools?
It is.
And who is this from?
It's from Director McAdam.
And this email came with 2 attachments, and it also says, please don't hesitate to reach out should you have any questions. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it appears as if this email was sent prior to your board meeting. Is that correct?
It was, and it was sent after the March 18 call that we were all on.
Thank you.
With Director McAdoo.
You spoke earlier about your financial team and who makes financial decisions. Can you re-clarify that for me? Who does make financial decisions?
Financial decisions such as?
Anything regarding budget, revenue, any type of financial decisions for the school?
I'm still not clear. If it's about the budget and it's the board, if it's about, are we going to buy a bus pass? Principal.
Well, I can tell you that you're responsible for financial decisions, and that's from your financial policy. I'd like to show that now. For the record, it's Exhibit 55. Can you read 3 for me?
The COO or designee has the sole responsibility for reviewing and monitoring all contracts and agreements and management responsibility for financial operations, including all protocols and procedures for ensuring accurate budgeting, payment of payroll, contractual obligations and invoices, financial reporting, and audit systems. And so the designee.
Thank you.
For payroll.
That's the question I asked.
A payroll company.
You can finish on redirect. That's fine. Those are the questions.
I thought I was answering your question.
Yep. Can you tell me what types of reports you're supposed to create?
So the designee, which is the accounting firm, creates financial statements, monthly financial statements. She does the bank reconciliations every month, and she manages and controls the QuickBooks platform and Bill.com platform.
And who sees those monthly statements?
The board sees those statements. I see those statements.
So can you tell me exactly what statements you're supposed to show to the board and when?
And so the monthly reconciliations and financial reports should go to the board every month.
Anything else?
Do you just mean financial? We give academic
No,
information?
this hearing is about your financial status as a school.
Yes. So those are the reports that have been provided.
Those are the reports that have been provided to your board.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to show you another report that you're supposed to provide to your board. Again, according to your own financial policy. Can you read that for me?
The board will review actual versus budget performance at least quarterly. Budget variances will be explained along with any recommendations for corrective action as required. Changes and revisions to the budget during the year are made by the COO.
And did you do that?
We did that. I didn't do it. My designee. We do that from time to time, like when Danny Peltier wanted a revision of the budget. That was a team conversation.
Can you show me in your agenda where you did that? Did you agendize it?
Yes, for that particular one, I believe it was the 131. And I'm just telling you from the top of my head, I believe it was the 1/30/24 board meeting, which was approved on 3/22. We didn't have a February board.
So this says quarterly. What does quarterly mean to you?
Quarterly means every 4 months.
Every 4 months. So every 4.
Every 4 months.
Thank you.
So every 4 months, this report should be agendized for your board to review. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you do that?
No, that didn't happen.
So you did not provide the board with these reports?
Not the quarterly reports, but they did receive monthly financials.
And did you agendize those properly?
Probably not to the level of detail that we're doing now.
And if SPCSA staff goes back and listens to your meetings, are you certain we would hear those reports?
I'm not sure. But I've provided all of the recordings of the meetings.
Is it your understanding that as a public body, you should be transparent with public funds and all discussions should take place in a public setting?
Yes. And I think that our recent meetings will reflect that, as well as our budget and minutes. And I'm sorry, not our budget, our agenda and our minutes.
You implied that the SPCSA created a burdensome environment and made it difficult for you to hand things in. You spoke about the SPCSA requesting public agendas and public meetings, public minutes for your board meetings, and also the recordings. Is it your understanding that you are not supposed to or do not have to post those agendas, minutes, and recordings?
Objective form misstates testimony.
Then restate your testimony.
No, ask your question again. I didn't understand. Is it my understanding?
You said that the SPCSA created a burdensome environment by asking for public minutes and agendas and recordings of your board meeting. Is it your understanding that you do not have to share those with the public?
Okay, that's a mischaracterization of what I said, so let me say it again.
Please,
Let me
yes.
restate it.
Yes.
We were talking about the action item list and all the things that we had to do in this past month to submit those. In addition, we were asked for the other things. And what was the language that you used? Did you say burdensome?
I did say burdensome.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay, so that wouldn't be a word that I would use for the situation that you're describing. And then for the last part of what you said, it is absolutely anyone's right, not just the SPCSA, to request recordings, agendas, minutes, and if requested, we do provide it. But we were talking about this time period and what all we had to do to get this done for this action list.
You talked about the budget that you submitted for the notice of concern cure. And it was mentioned there were gifts on that. You said that, and I don't want to misstate your testimony, so if I misheard that, please correct me. You originally had included gifts, and then you resubmitted those gifts were not included. And by gifts, I mean private donations. Is that correct?
So you're referencing the private donations?
Yes, I am.
Okay, yes, those were removed.
What happened to those?
It's the same reason we just didn't include the church revenue and anything else that was disputed, because if we receive it, it'll just be extra. They were all extra, but they were the items that were pushed back on. We didn't want to make a argument or seem to be contentious about it. So we just, if it was questioned, we just removed it. If we could make the budget work without it, then we did.
So did you actually receive private donations?
This is projected for next year.
So you're projecting that you might receive private donations?
Do heavy fundraising. Like we have parents who do heavy fundraising and have plans to do that with the events that we do and the vendors and the space that we have, that they've built it up to something that they felt confident that this could continue next year.
So there's no actual private donations of record currently?
Well, no, it's for next year. It's a projection.
Can you tell me what your policy is regarding contracts?
Anything over 25K should be bid. should go through a bid process and board approval, anything under. I don't know, typically we notify the board, but it's not necessary. It should be a conversation in a board meeting. And if it's already in the budget, then it doesn't necessarily need to go for board vote, but it still should be bid.
And it's your testimony that you bid for all projects or contracts that are over $25,000?
Oh, no, some were sole source. Right, so for example, the furniture that we purchased for the school, we couldn't just go with anyone because of the delay. We had to go with someone who agreed to keep our furniture in storage because we could only put limited furniture at Cambridge. The curriculum is sole source. It's specific to the charter. Trying to think. I don't know. Those were the only two examples I could think of.
I'd like to show you your financial policy regarding contracts.
Mhm.
Can you read me line number 7, please?
The board requires a bidding process for contracts in excess of 25,000.
You talked earlier about your accounting firm from DC.
Mm-hmm.
That's in excess of 25,000, is it not?
It is, and I think when they started, it was not, because they started out with they were doing much less than what they were doing before, but I don't remember. But no, they were not bid out.
They were not bid out.
They were not bid out.
I'd like to show you the contract. Is this the contract for the accounting firm?
I believe so.
I'm going to show you your signature page. Is that your signature?
It is.
And can you tell me the date for that?
1/20/23.
Earlier, you said that this accounting firm started in either May or June of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were they working for you for free without a contract?
No. You know what? So now I remember. So whatever our pre-opening conditions were, it was whatever that timeline was. So if that's dated January, then that was the requirement, because we have, I don't know if you all see it, but there's a whole Google Drive with tasks that we had to do per mark. So if there was a deadline for that, then that would have been the deadline. And the contract would have been under 25K at that point.
And you testified that the accountant's name is Andrea Shorter. Is that correct? And she's from Washington, D.C.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know her?
I do know her.
From your time working in Washington, is that correct?
Yes. And actually, she's a Maryland firm, or in the DMV, I guess.
Do you know that Andrea was associated with another DC public charter school that closed down?
She was associated with a number of charter schools in DC.
I'm specifically talking about one that closed in around 2013. Options.
With Options?
Options. Are you familiar with Options?
I'm familiar with Options by name.
Option closed down, and they closed down due to fraud and self-dealing.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a Washington Post article from that time.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I don't see that the relevance here. Ms. Shorter is not here to speak to what occurred. And I think it's wholly improper and beyond the scope of what we're here for today.
Ms. Mallory is in control of all contracts. She signed that contract. She hired the bookkeeper. They're in this position because they hired a bookkeeper outside of Nevada. I think that's entirely relevant.
But you're inferring that there is something fraudulent that this bookkeeper did, and I don't think that is accurate, and there's any record to support that. And I don't think it's appropriate to bring that into this proceeding without her to address those issues.
I don't think I think it would be improper not to bring it in, especially given all the mistakes that testimony has applied to.
If you have something factual as opposed to a news article or an interference, then we can discuss it, but I think it's wholly improper here.
I do have court documentation listing her as that accountant for that school, and I'm just wondering if Ms. Mallory did any kind of background check before she hired someone she knew from DC.
Again, I think you're making improper inferences regarding Ms. Shorter, who's not here to defend herself. And I don't believe what you're saying is factually accurate in suggesting that she somehow was involved in any kind of wrongdoing in DC.
So this court document says that she was involved and was the accountant on record. That is a fact.
Again, can we? I would like to do a sidebar if I could, and we can discuss this because I don't think that this is appropriate right here.
Chair Holmes-Sutton, we will recess for 5 minutes. It is 6:37. We'll come back at 6:42. Thank you.
Or you know.
Chair Holmstein, it is 6:42 and I would call the meeting back to order. Oh, my apologies. One moment, please. Chair Holmstein, it's 6:42 and I would call our meeting back to order. Thank you. I will also acknowledge that the objection is sustained and return you to your line of questioning. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we take a break, we were talking about your accountant, Andrea Shorter, and ACS Business Solutions. Is that the correct name? Yeah, ACS Bookkeeping. You testified that you knew her before in DC. Can you tell me what prompted you to hire an outside accounting department?
Because I was familiar with her and her work in DC, and she had many of the charter schools in DC.
And at the time, you testified that you did not think it necessary to hire someone with experience in Nevada. Is that correct?
Well, I didn't say I didn't think it was necessary. No, I didn't say that.
But you didn't hire someone with experience in Nevada. Is that correct?
We did not at that point when she was hired.
And today,
we didn't know anyone.
Is she still your accountant today?
She is.
You said earlier that in DC, the money doesn't follow the child. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you applied to open a charter school here in Nevada in 2020, did you do any research about the Nevada funding plan?
Well, at that time, I wasn't playing that role. We were still putting together the committee to form, and we had a consultant who wrote the charter who was advising us.
So in the last 5 years, with 1 year being open and 2 deferments, at no point you thought that you needed someone with experience in Nevada funding?
Well, sure. It's not just now that we thought of that. We had met the gentleman a while ago.
But you didn't hire anyone.
We're still considering that, but hadn't done the research on that or the due diligence. But no, we didn't hire him.
And when did you start thinking that you might need someone who understands Nevada funding?
I don't know. I don't have a time frame.
Could it have been in 2024?
It could have been before that because we did meet this a while ago.
What does a while ago mean?
I don't know, probably more than a year ago.
So for more than a year, you've been thinking about potentially hiring someone with an understanding of Nevada funding, but you didn't hire
more
them.
Than a year ago, we met him, but he's not from here. He's from California. So we hadn't had that conversation. But yes, I mean, I'm not pushing back on what you're saying. We definitely should have hired someone who was local a while ago, right? Not just thinking about it now.
So I'd like to talk about Jose's testimony for a minute. He said that it was a joint effort to apply for title funding for his position. Is that correct?
Well, so actually we have a consultant who does that, and she did some amendments, and Jose was acting as guidance counselor, and that, I mean, whether officially, unofficially. And so there was like no intent to put him in there in that way to try to, you know, fool the system or whatever. It got kicked back and we removed him. But I just don't think we messaged to her that that wasn't, that we shouldn't do that. We didn't message that to her.
I'd like to show the board the grant that you submitted for Title I, Part A. And for the record, this is State Exhibit 13. Ms. Mallory, have you seen this before?
Is this in the GMS?
Yes, it is.
Is this in the GMS?
It is in the GMS.
And so I don't input this person. I have not seen this page.
But it is part of grant reimbursement. Is that correct?
Right, but we have a consultant who does this, so I haven't seen this page.
Can you read for me what exactly are you what exactly are you asking to be reimbursed here?
So it's a portion of the pay.
A portion of the pay. Can you tell me like what kind of portion that is?
$33,299.11.
So for gross pay, $3,958. Do all of those tabs add up to the grant amount?
I don't know. Are we missing something here?
What do you mean?
Yeah, I suppose so. I suppose it's tabulated automatically, right?
Mm-hmm. And just for the record, you understand and agree that this was for a school counselor. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'd like to show Jose's pay stub. And just want to go to this part. Can you read for me this salary portion?
3958.
58.34. Okay. And can we go back to the title grant reimbursement? And can you zoom in here? Is that the same number, 3958.34?
It is.
Okay. So it appears as if you are asking for Title I to reimburse Jose's salary. Is that correct?
Yes. I think that's how it was input in there for school counselor.
Mm-hmm. And can you go to the signature page, please? And scroll down. Let me see that. It appears as if you submitted this.
So,
is that correct?
I signed off on it, but I didn't do the actual.
So you signed off on something without reading it?
Well, we have a consultant who does the grants, and she works with SPCSA or whoever with the GMS system. So she's an experienced person who does this for other schools as well. So she knows the folks at SPCSA.
But your consultant works at your direction, is that correct?
Yes, but she also advises us that, hey, this is what we can do. We can use a portion of this for this. She's working with us on CSP as well. Now what we've started to do, or what I've started to do, is to read the allowability guide myself for that.
So is it your testimony that she informed you that it would be a good idea to use Jose's salary for a school counselor, or did you make that decision?
The way you're saying it is, sorry. The way you're saying is like we had some diabolical plan for that, and no.
I'm not suggesting it was
this
diabolical.
is what she said that we could submit, And I don't even think she said that to me. I think, I don't know. But yeah, we understood that he could not be counted as a guidance counselor and that he's not credentialed for that once we had that conversation. But I believe that she had written it into the grant.
At your direction?
No, not at my direction. She is the person who's experienced in the different title grants and the different funding.
So it's your testimony that the consultant advised you on the grants, is that correct?
Yeah, so for example, she'll say, hey, you know, you guys can use iReady can be written off on this grant. We're using iReady, but we don't necessarily translate that into here are the expenses.
But that's not true. Your financial policy says that you're responsible for it. And I'd like to show you that.
Or designee.
It what?
Your financial policy.
Or designee.
So can you read that line item A?
The COO or designee will maintain originals of all grants and contracts in a file, prepare and maintain on a current basis a grants contract summary for each grant or contract awarded.
And Steve, can we go back to that signature page again? And Jay, can you read to me what this says?
By signing this attestation, I certify to the best of my knowledge and belief that the report is true, complete, and accurate, and the expenditures, disbursements, and cash receipts are for the purposes and objectives set forth in the terms and conditions of the federal or state award. I am aware that any false, fictitious, or fraudulent information or the omission of any material fact may subject me to criminal or administrative penalties for fraud, false statements, false claims, or otherwise.
Thank you. The state has no further questions.
I do have a few follow-up questions. Ms. Mallory, I'm going to kind of work in reverse order here. You were just showed one of Mr. Herrera's paycheck stubs. Is he paid once a month or twice a month?
Twice a month.
And so the amount shown on that paycheck of $3,958, is that for half a month's pay?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I'd like you, if you would, to go ahead and open up your exhibit book and look at Exhibit 55. 55. Yes. And if you would take a look at item number 3, where it talks about the COO or designee, I believe you wanted to make some additional comments on that and you were cut off. So I want to give you an opportunity to make any comments you have about that COO definition.
Still getting back.
I know it's a little cumbersome. I don't have somebody to help me do exhibits, so we're doing it the old-fashioned way.
So when, you know, these financial policies existed before we became a working functional entity, and I asked if you did the financial, if you created the financial policies and procedures with the board or if they were inherited. And then we learned that because, you know, I was reading through it again, and these were policies that were to have been updated by the board, and it just looks like they just never were. And I think they carried over from whatever the CMO situation was and the application. And then because Nick was the person who was in that transition period, he said, yes, he did create this, but in a, I don't know what you call it, replace every word that says CMO with COO. But he did say this was to be readdressed and customized to our situation, and it just wasn't.
But as you
So,
understand
and
it, I'm sorry, go ahead, finish.
And that's why it's, even in talking to Chair Johnson, just to hit the reset and have the help of that back office company and some of the folks that we've been talking with that can help us with updating these policies, truly reflecting that we do use third parties for certain services and just customizing the policies and procedures to reflect what's actually happening.
Got it. So, but as you sit here today, is it your understanding that as the COO, that you can designate somebody to review, monitor contracts, agreements, or is that something you have to do all by yourself?
Oh, no, designate duties.
And when you designate duties, would you say that Ms. Shorter is somebody you've designated duties to?
Yes.
And are you relying on her financial background and accounting skills?
I am.
And then are you reviewing those and if you have concerns, addressing those with her?
I am.
One other thing I'd like to just follow up on. You were shown an email that was sent to you, I believe, in March of 2024 that addressed the NDE payback issue. Did you receive that email before or after you spoke with Director Macadin? Do you recall?
So we all spoke with Director Macadin on March 18th. And at that meeting, we had requested the NDE reconciliation, like something directly, because I believe what was said is, according to our napkin calculations, you owe 1.8 million. And so when this email was sent on the 19th, we would have still been waiting. You know, I know that it says, hey, contact me if you have any questions, but we were waiting for the NDE reconciliation.
So is it your testimony today that the first discussion that you had with the anybody from the SPCSA about paying back the funds to NDE was that March 18th meeting with Director Macadin?
Correct.
And then when you talked at your board meeting, when you had the board meeting, you were aware that there was going to be a payback. But is it correct? My understanding is you didn't have the reconciliation at that time. Is that correct?
We did not have the reconciliation at that time. And that was stated in the board meeting.
So you did apprise the board that there was a payback amount, but you told the board, we're waiting for reconciliation so we can tell you exactly what the amount that is.
Correct. And also to just go over it with them with the books. And Chair Johnson was on the call. And at that point, Member Henderson too was waiting for that information just to look at it like.
Got it. Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
May I clarify something for the record? Since council brought up the email, I would like to show for the board the email with the attachments. This is the same email shown earlier. These are the attachments. This NDE payback memo here. Steve, can you pull that up? And that is State Exhibit 30. In this email that was attached, it's dated March 20th. Here, NDE says the school owes NDE $837,085 for the record. The workbook also shows this. And they did have this in the same email that Director McAdam sent on March 19th.
So the email is dated March 19th, but the notice is dated March 20th. So I don't know. Then I don't recall then.
Thank you.
Chair Holmstein, thank you. I would ask if there are any questions from board colleagues in the boardroom. Member Thigpen.
Vice Chair Thigpen for the record. I have many questions, and I think one thing I would ask, in your testimony, you often refer to different consultants who are responsible as designees, but as a CEO, wouldn't you say the buck stops with you?
Absolutely. Now, today, the buck stops with me. When I'm referencing consultants, I'm more talking about year zero and transitioning in.
Right.
But now currently, yes, absolutely.
But you're not currently, you were COO back then too, when these mistakes were being made, right?
Yes.
And these people report to you, you are in charge of overseeing their work, making sure they're doing everything correctly to the letter, right?
Yes.
How, I'm not trying to come off as disrespectful, but did anyone involved in this school know what they were doing when you all came to Nevada to create this school?
I'm not sure how to answer that question. Did anyone know what
You
they're
reference a
doing?
lot, well, we did this differently on the East Coast, DC did it this way, this way. We didn't know that in Nevada, you didn't know the funding formula when you came over here. You didn't know how anything worked. Consultant this, consultant that. When you decided to come here in our state for kids who are the most vulnerable population, did you know what you were doing?
Yes, sir. I think we knew what we were doing about a lot of things, but we didn't, there were many mistakes that we made and there were many things that we didn't know. I think that's whether you're here, whether you're in DC. I'm not really, did we know anything? Yes, we knew a lot. And there were some things that we didn't know.
I'm just trying to reconcile how we got to where we are. You mentioned you had 15 years of experience working in Eagle in DC, is that correct?
Correct.
I'm baffled. I'm honestly baffled with how we're here today and how we got here. The folks you brought in as designees under you and constant mistakes. The fact that your accountant is still your accountant today. How? If you knew in March that this was an issue, why didn't you clean house and bring in the right people sooner to get this mess cleaned up?
We heard you loud and clear at the board meeting when, I'm not sure, maybe it wasn't you, but a board member said, fire your accountant, right? In the public meeting. If it was me, I would fire your accountant. And as you know, the
You didn't fire your accountant.
I'm sorry?
You didn't fire your accountant.
I mean, that's kind of not how it works, right? You don't.
She's a contractor, right?
Right, she is a contractor, but she holds our books, and she's in agreement that we should use someone local, that would be what's best for the school. There's a transition that has to happen. She's cooperating in the transition with whomever we go with, so there's still a process. She still has to be the one involved in our audit for last year.
Help me understand. She's made, if you're saying that she's the one possibly to blame as your designee, she's made over an $800,000 mistake which it could cost you the school, and you've decided to keep her on from March up until now in August because it takes that long to transition someone else to keep your books? Is that your testimony?
Well, first of all, it's not my decision. It would be a collective decision and a matter to take up with the board as well. But I think just as.
So does everyone agree she needed to
I don't
remain
want to
on?
sound a certain kind of way, but this is what we were looking for guidance and for a meeting for how do we do this transition. And that has been the discussion, but yes, I don't know how to answer your question, sir. But we're in the process. We understand the value of having the local back office company, and we're in the process, but I'm not sure how to answer your question.
I'm still baffled that, and you've mentioned this earlier too in your testimony, you didn't get help when you needed it, and you needed it. From staff's testimony earlier, they've had over 16 meetings with you all. And they even mentioned, I mean, charter schools are supposed to be self-sufficient. You're supposed to go into, if you're going to be opening a school in Nevada, you need to know how to open a school in Nevada. And from your testimony and other testimony we've heard today, it doesn't sound like you knew how to open a school in Nevada, which is unfortunate for our students and your staff, just with where we are today. I'll let my colleagues ask other questions.
Chair Holmes Sutton, I was asked if there are any more questions in the boardroom. I would ask if board colleagues online have any questions. Member Ferris.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Ms. Mallory, for being here today and being here this late. It can't be easy to kind of keep going here as we're dredging into the evening. So I'll try to be quickly and briefly. And my first question is, having served on many boards and I am in my day-to-day life a chief executive for a company. I know when we have board meetings, agendas, minutes, recordings, we have a fairly simple filing system where those things are kept so that if somebody asks for one of those documents, I can put my hands on that within a minute. It's not a burden, and burden may not be the right term, but it is not a hard thing for me to provide somebody with my board minutes recordings because they're filed in a very specific file structure. So my question is, who controls your minutes, your recordings, and do you have a structure? And I guess my question will be, I know you said, hey, I was trying to handle the more important things, but that seems to be one of those things that would be easily checked off the box because it would be simply filed in a way where you could transmit those in 5 minutes. So is there a process in place to make sure that you have these minutes, agendas, recordings readily accessible?
Hi, good evening. Yes, we do have them readily available. Normally, I could ask our IT person to handle it, but folks are on vacation and it's not as simple as a click. If I was permitted to send them stick them in a Google Drive, that would be fine. I ended up having to send them one by one because it's too much data or whatever. Couldn't send it in that way. So but yes, they're all in one place. And yes, I can have access to them.
Okay,
but normally
I appreciate
we ask someone else.
I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was just saying normally someone else would handle it, but they were not available. So
Appreciate that. You said repeatedly that you designated your authority on multiple instances, and I will speak on my behalf. I certainly have the authority to designate other folks to handle tasks that are assigned to me under our bylaws. But there is a procedure with which we designate that authority, and typically that is done in writing, so that it is very clear what I am designating. And even in my designation to perform the task, if I sign off on it, that designation comes back to me. When I sign it, I'm attesting that whether I designated the task or not, by signing it, that I have reviewed the work of that person or my designee and that I have made sure that it is correct. So my question is, do you have a formal process with which you designate task? And do you document that designation? And would it not, if you do designate it, but that you have to sign off on the work of the designee, is it not in your rules where you would want to review that work with that person and make sure that you understand what you're saying?
So one, yes, we do have a process to document who the designee is. And so, for example, the grant person is just one person, and we have a contract with her, same for the accountant. And yes, I understand that if I sign off on it, then it comes back to me. With, with a grant situation, yes, yeah, I do understand that.
So is there a list somewhere of all the tasks you've actually designated, or is it just contract based? Hey, I've got a contract with this vendor to do this service. So by default of the contract, I've designated that authority to that person. And I guess what I'm asking is, does the board understand what task you are handling versus what tasks you've designated? Is there some list or somewhere where everybody who's involved knows what's been designated and what things you're actually handling yourself?
There's not a list per se, but they know every contractor.
And two other questions real quick. You said during the budget process that there were a lot of people providing input to the accountant and that the accountant was actually making the changes in the budget. And I just want to know, was there a single person in charge of the budget? And I'm not saying inputting data, but if you have a budget for any business, there should be a single person who is in charge of saying, yes, you can make changes, or no, you can't. And that's rather than letting the board chair give input into what changes are being made, which, I mean, the board chair, unless it's been designated by the board to have authority, I don't know if a board chair can designate the accountant to make changes to a budget unless the board approves it.
Wait,
You had,
sir,
I'm sorry, what was it?
you started really going quickly. You said, I don't know if the board chair can designate.
Oh. Yeah, my apologies. So you said in your testimony, as I understood it, that multiple people were giving input to make changes to the budget to the accountant, who was then going into the actual live spreadsheet and making changes, correct?
Correct.
And so
I wasn't.
So I guess the question is, who had the authority to tell the accountant to make changes to the budget?
And so, for example, I wasn't saying that the board chair makes changes to the budget. If we're looking at the budget and we're reassessing staff, if we've downsized, we've let go of staff and we need to make an amendment, then it would be she and I. If there's a specific question that relates to teachers or SPED or something like that, then we jump in Jose, because there's a discussion that has to take place first and an understanding of what the current situation is. And then ultimately it goes back to the board, not necessarily for input in that way, but to say, hey, here's the changes that we made, here's the reason why, and that sort of thing.
So in any discussion where input is being provided to the accountant to make changes, you would have been involved and ultimately been the one who told her she could make that change. If it's Jose, you said you would have been with them. If it's some other issue, maybe from one of your designees, but I would assume the designee would report back to you to report to that person. So is it fair to assume that changes made to that spreadsheet would have routed ultimately through you?
Yes, but also I just want to note that we're not just willy-nilly making changes to the budget. It requires, if we change the budget, we have to amend the budget, right? And submit it and get it approved. So it's only happening, like reduced enrollment, things like that.
No, and I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, there obviously, as we walk through the budget, there are a number of cells and questions about how things got cash flowed in. So somebody was giving that person that direction, and not that the ultimate budget wasn't approved, but as inputs being given to that person who is in DC, I just am trying to understand the process with which direction was given to her to go into that spreadsheet and make those changes, because that is the document ultimately that has been provided back to us. So I think for me, it's important as an executive, we have a massive set of controls as to how changes are made into a live budget. And I'm trying to understand what controls you had in place, not to have it handed to the board to approve, but as the spreadsheet's being actively worked on and inputs being given to a sole person who is the only person, as you said, who can make the changes. What controls did you have in place for direction given to that person to make sure that you were fully aware of all the changes being made? Did you have controls, and what would those controls be?
Okay, I see what you're saying. No, the accountant is not making changes to the budget unless we direct her to do so. And we don't direct her to do so unless there is a reason, such as, as I said, like we're reducing our enrollment, because all of that requires approvals. Even in this process with the 448 budget, the 325 and the 224, yes, Member Henderson was very involved. He wanted to see a line item for a reserve put in there. It didn't work out. We had to remove it, but that's what I mean by collaborative. Like, it's not just me saying, hey, change this or make these changes. It's not the accountant saying, I'm going to make these changes. It has to be collaborative.
So when you say we, who's the we that gave her direction? I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out. There's a process
in the budgets that we're working on now,
or
the
the
one that
ones
was
that
submitted.
worked on before that got sent to the board, that got sent to the SPCSA. There just was multiple budgets being prepared. They were submitted to the SPCSA. They were clearly prepared. I think, as you've said by your accountant, she had control of the spreadsheets. She was being given direction as to what inputs to put into them. You said that one of your chair members wanted certain things made, certain things done. How was direction given to her? And I'm just trying to understand the controls in place so that everybody understood what direction she was being given. Because my sense of it seems to be she was being given a lot of direction to make changes as you guys were trying to react. And I can certainly appreciate the hair on fire situation you must have felt yourself under as you're being barraged with tasks you have to do. I think we've all been there in a work situation. So as you're trying to get all these things done, I'm trying to understand the process with which information was fed to your accountant to make those changes. And it's for me so that I can understand who was ultimately in control of the budget, because she's just preparing a spreadsheet, but she's being directed as to what to do. And somebody's giving her direction. So who had the authority to give her direction? And how is that authority designated? And how was the direction fed to her? Was it in writing with people copied? Was it on the phone? Was it in meetings? How did you go about giving her the direction? Because seemingly you all, I can't quite get my head around how the budget is in a way where as you're looking through it, you're saying, well, that doesn't look right. And I just trying to understand, this person prepared this budget. How did she get direction to prepare it?
And so, yes, I have the authority to tell her to make changes in the budget as the COO, but so does the treasurer. But it's not done independently of each other. If there's a discussion, if the treasurer, for example, the reserve line item, he gets all of us on the phone. I mean, in the end, it didn't work out, but it's a discussion, right? Let's plug it in. Let's see what that looks like. So that's why I say it's collaborative. So yes, absolutely, the treasurer of the board can ask the accountant to make a change in the budget, and the COO can, but we don't, those conversations don't happen independently of the team, I guess.
And then I think one final question for me, and I just want to make sure I understood your testimony clearly. It sounded to me like you said that while you realized you got your initial audit in June of 23 at 306, and that you didn't realize, it sounds like now, maybe till the following March, that you had been overpaid. Did I understand that you didn't quite understand? And then and I apologize the term, and I'm not an educator. There's this average daily student count that then kicks in October. And so can you just, so for clarity for me, when did you realize you had been overpaid?
So we knew in October that we were being overpaid once NDE did their count. But the messaging was okay, you're in your new place, right? You're about to go into your new place. The anticipation was that our enrollment would increase and that we would not be in that place. When did we realize that it had accumulated to that point? I think that at that point that we had that meeting in March, we were still anticipating the funding from CSP. Right?
So sure. So then are you saying, even though you knew your NDE payments were based on 306 and you knew your enrollment was at 160, so you knew you were 140 students under what the NDE was giving you money for, that you did not consider that you were being overpaid at that point? That even though you were
No, we were being overpaid.
I understand, but you said you didn't realize you were being overpaid till October. So when you opened school and your student count was 140 under what your audited number was, and I assume you knew in August you were being paid at a 306 student number, you knew you didn't have 306 students. Did you not know you were being overpaid in August and September? Did nobody go look at? Okay, so you knew, but you just said you didn't.
We knew because we didn't have. We knew, but for us, we weren't at the end of, like, this is it. We were still on the thought process of when we move, we'll catch up because we'll enroll more students. But we knew we started with 306 and we were getting paid for 306, and that somewhere down the road by October, we ended up with 161 kids. So yes, we knew, if that's your.
Okay, so you maybe didn't know how much you were overpaid. You didn't know how the payback was going to go. But from the day you opened the school and saw your student count didn't match your number, you knew you were getting more money than what you should have. But I suspect, and I'm trying to read in between your testimony, and if I'm misstating it, please correct me. What you didn't know was, well, would it balance out if you could enroll more students, and how you would have to pay that money back, and when the reconciliation would come, and what you would actually owe. Is that a fair statement of what you're saying?
Yes, sir. It was very hard to predict because I don't think we didn't have an audit of 306 and then school opened and it was 161. Remember, it's the daily average enrollment, right? So we had, for example, I think we ended the year with 175 kids or something like that. Yes, exactly what you said. We just thought that it would balance out once we moved in November and we had an anticipation of having more kids.
So my final question would be, and I'm going to try to, I think, state what I think you said, which is, in retrospect, it would have been much better for you all when you opened in an alternative location with a much lower student count to have hired or gotten somebody on board who could have explained to you the financial implications of having a student count at almost half of what your audited number was. And so that you would understand exactly how this was going to play out and exactly how it was going to work in Nevada, so that you could have been making plans from day one versus, hey, in October, our audit's lower. What are we going to do? Well, let's keep enrolling. I mean, it seems, and I think you've been honest, and I appreciate the honesty of saying, yeah, in retrospect, clearly we should have done this. But it appears that what you're saying is, in retrospect, that should have been happening in August, not maybe later on in the year. Is that correct?
Yes, I would agree.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Chair, that's the only questions I have.
Chair Holmsutton, thank you. Are there any additional questions from board colleagues online?
Member Stern.
Member Stern and Member Salcido to follow. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank my fellow board members for asking a number of the questions that I had. So I'll try to keep this brief. I understand that you've acknowledged that that a number of mistakes were made. But are we in agreement that as the COO, you had a fiduciary duty when you were given public funds to manage those funds in accordance with how they were given, how they were distributed?
Yes.
So what efforts did you make to understand how these funds were supposed to be managed, especially when you knew that there had been an overpayment? Because I understand that you thought that there was going to be something, but I want to know, were there any concrete steps that you took to actually confirm and understand in compliance with your fiduciary responsibilities with these money?
So aside from trying to estimate what would happen once we moved into our new facility, we did, once we knew our enrollment was kind of just, it kept rolling. Yes, we were getting new students, but we were also losing students at the same time. We did start cutting back. I think it was sort of, we were too far behind. As Member Ferris said, we should have started thinking about it in August, right? But again, you know, we had hired all of the teachers. We were all set up for 2 classrooms per grade level. And we were just in August and our enrollment had already dropped. And so, yes, our thinking was that this is just I mean, it was the temporary facility. So no, I mean, we just didn't start thinking about it properly until it was too late. So what steps did we take?
Sorry, go ahead, please.
Sorry. But what steps did we take? We did start to let go of staff, including, you know, starting with the office manager and taking on those responsibilities for our, you know, upon ourselves. But we should have done that sooner and just been, you know, just very hard about it.
I appreciate all of those things. I think part of what I'm trying to get at here is you still have an accountant who's not a Nevada accountant. There's still, I'm sure, a learning curve, right? We don't know what we don't know. And so I'm trying to determine, I understand you went with your best thinking, but I'm trying to understand if there were any concrete steps that you took to seek outside help. What does the decision-making look like for you when there is a problem like this that could result in further governance issues with use of funds? Are there protocols in place for how you're going to seek help? Is there something in place for how you are seeking out information that you don't have? Has anything changed since last October in terms of how you are finding out the information as opposed to just going with your best thinking?
So to me, the best thing that has happened through this process are some of the new board members that we've gotten, and just namely Ms. Hatch. Ms. Hatch has a whole plan outlined for increasing the internal controls, for revising and updating the financial policies and procedures. And she does have the board governance experience that, you know, you're asking, well, what do, you know, when you don't know something, when you need to find out? Well, now I know, like, I can go to this particular board member who has this level of experience, that can give this level of guidance and decision-making. That's one for one.
Okay, was there more?
I mean, all of the board members, the new board members, in addition to the existing board members, right? But you're asking what are we doing differently? They all bring their level of expertise that has just made this board just better, even in our meetings, even in how the meetings are conducted. And Ms. Hatch as well has given us, I mean, not just you, and not just the SPCSA, but great advice on how these meetings should run, the agendas, the protocols, and we welcome that level oversight, that level of help, that level of engagement and interaction. But just for me, I'm the most excited about Ms. Hatch.
Okay. I did have one more question that just slipped my mind, so give me 1 second to look back through my notes. Sorry, I know it's late. Sorry, so it's been a very long day. So I'm gonna just ask this just for my own clarification, because I know you got asked a lot of questions about the process of how the budget, who contributes to the budget. So for my own clarification, is there any one person who actually fully understands the budget that Eagle has, whether that's staff, a board member, a consultant? Is there anybody who seems to fully understand every single line item on this budget? And if so, who's that person?
Well, sure. Now, this person didn't work on this budget, but who started out doing our budgets was the consultant, Nick Fleege. And I think I understand it pretty well, but we kind of were out of our minds with all the different budgets, even to the point that, you know, everyone had to keep rechecking, like, are we looking at the right budget? Because we've passed around so many budgets. I think that Ms. Hatch, although she's new, I think she has a good understanding. And of course, Mr. Williamson. I think everyone has a good working knowledge of it, but a really good working knowledge would be the ones that I just named.
Thank you.
Chair Holmes-Sutton, Member Salcido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question. You mentioned that you, in your first year, like many schools, that you said in your first year, you quote, we did so many things wrong. Another time you said, quote, we made many mistakes. Would you, looking back on this year, would you say that proper fiscal management was one of those mistakes?
I would. Yes, I would.
No further questions.
Chair Holmes-Sutton, thank you. Are there any other inquiries from board colleagues online? Thank you. If I may, acknowledging that some of my colleagues have asked questions, I would like to ask a few as well. You mentioned that Mr. Fledge, is that how you pronounce his name?
Fleege.
Fleege. My apologies. Mr. Fleege had acclimated Mr. Herrera to aspects of the school and the budget. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I also noted that you had said that there had been, my sincerest apologies. I too have, as I look at the table of contents, please forgive me from moving from the mic. I see that I can't read. Eagle agenda and minutes for August, Eagle agenda and minutes for December, Eagle agenda and minutes for March, for May, for June, for July. You mentioned January.
It could have been sorry, I'm in like minutes.
I understand and I appreciate
It could have
you.
been December, but I was pretty sure it was January.
And I believe when you mentioned the board voting on the amended budget, it was Exhibit 32. And it was at the bottom of that page. Are we able to?
I can check on my laptop real quick if you want me to.
Yes, just because I'm noting.
I'm pretty sure it was January.
I'm noting the gap between December and March. With your testimony acknowledging that the board had voted on the amended budget in February.
Whatever you want. So you want to go back and sit down?
Board Chair, it does appear that that Eagle did have a board meeting on January 31st, 2024, and that agenda and minutes don't appear to be included in the materials that we provided you.
I appreciate you. Could we go to Exhibit 32? And it was the bottom of the first page of Exhibit 32. And it's the last sentence. Eagle submitted the amended final budget on February 21st, 2024, but the amended budget did not appear on Eagle's board agenda. I'm processing as well and trying to reconcile. I don't want to put words in your mouth. Could I ask when that amended budget was finalized?
According to my note computer, it says 164 amended budget for 164 students, right? On the January 31.
The January 31 board meeting is what you were looking at.
So the amended budget
was
February was voted on in January.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which is not reflected here in our materials. Correct.
Are the minutes in here?
No, they're not. What I'm looking at is that there wasn't documentation within the materials for a board meeting between December 28th, 2023 and March 22nd, 2024.
And I apologize for that. We were trying to minimize the records and make it as clean as possible, and I should have made sure that was submitted. It is posted on their website.
Thank you. Thank you. You mentioned a gap. I apologize. My questions are not any necessarily linear order. You mentioned a gap, specifically in August regarding services and or the monies, specifically for students receiving special education services. And I also, in terms of context, am a licensed special education teacher. So my question would be, having heard that testimony, if it was appropriate for there to be a gap, as you mentioned, in the services provided to those students with IEPs.
I didn't say that.
You did say there was a gap
in
yes.
August. Were we talking about the budget?
We were talking about the budget specifically for this
budget.
Specifically the budget for the students receiving special education services for August.
Oh, okay. I got you now. So that was where you were saying they wouldn't receive services till December. And then I said, no, it's in September. And that there's a gap in August, but I need to look into that.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Sorry.
You said, if I may, that you and Mr. Herrera were working on the action plan, including the budget. So my question is, what role did Mr. Herrera play in collaboration with you regarding balancing and or working to submit the budget as part of the action plan that you were addressing?
So he was very instrumental in, as Director McAdin had pointed out, our numbers were incorrect for EL and SPED. And so we really needed Herrera's help in, what the actual numbers are, because teachers, the teacher salaries, the budgeting for teacher salaries, the enrollment, and there's just so many aspects of it. What does it look like for the office manager? Are we hiring this kind of person, this person who we know, or someone brand new? Even the whole process of hiring and posting positions and things like that. Every aspect. So this year, it really was like, okay, the prior budgets, we were kind of inheriting budgets from whomever and whatever. And this year, we just really got to look at it with actuals, right? Having a year's history. So that's what that looks like. Budget meetings, even if it doesn't have anything to do with him, we're just all listening and knowing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. If I may, with regards to Exhibit 54, specifically, and I'm making note here of the social worker and the qualifications not being able to be located. Were you aware of that in the hiring of the social worker and that her qualifications were not able to be confirmed?
I was not aware of that. I was aware that when we needed, Principal Herrera was getting the license numbers for all the staff. And so I was aware when I was ready, putting my packet together to upload, that he wasn't able to pull down for teachers their license numbers. I did not know about the social worker, and I did reach out. We were sitting here like, do you have a license? I need your license. But we also have 3 or 4 other candidates that we had not even interviewed as yet.
Okay, so the social worker has not been hired.
So
she has been hired, but her qualifications have not yet been confirmed.
It appears so, but we'll confirm it tomorrow.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I had some questions that I had asked earlier, and I believe that you may have answered a few of them, but if I may go back and ask those questions of you, I did present them to Mr. Herrera. Provided the loans secured are used for operational expenses and they do not cover all of your expenses, how will you address or pay the ongoing expenses? And then if I may add the follow-up to it as well, it may be helpful. Do you intend to seek additional loans? And if so, how will they be repaid?
And so one thing I want you to remember is that 325 is our bottom number, right? It's our worst case scenario. It's our break even. And the enrollment audit, which was in June, was already at 402. And Principal Herrera is still going through the ones that were not accepted, right? Because those were like a matter of getting paperwork. We just haven't done anything with it as yet. But our goal is to have more than 325 students, and just don't anticipate us having a loan. As well, with Odyssey, it's a line of credit, so we can draw down as needed.
Thank you. And my apologies here because I didn't hear your answer. You've answered this question, but I didn't hear you at the beginning, and certainly I wasn't able to interject and ask you to clarify. You were answering the question regarding the third-party accounting and how they would be paid. And I didn't hear the very beginning of your answer. Would you be so kind as to repeat that?
So it is in our budget. We have $54K in our budget, and we would not be doing both, right? We would not have the current accountant, but there is a transition that needs to take place. We were kind of trying to understand how that takes place. One company said it's a hard stop, right? Like wherever you are, it's just a hard stop. Another company said, oh no, we can kind of, the other person has to do it because it's their books, but we'll still be doing other things to transition you very lightly and acclimating ourselves and getting to know your organization. So we just have to figure out how it's done and then what that cost would be. So we haven't received a proper proposal. We've gotten a la carte proposals, but not something that's,
I appreciate you, and I apologize. That's the part I miss. We can't do, and I didn't hear you say both. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I also was curious if you could answer why there weren't any board meetings between August and December 2023.
Because that's when we went into crisis mode of we don't have a building.
Okay.
And yeah, then, I mean, as you know, the process is, we had to get Cambridge like all recertified and inspected, right? Even to do food, because any one of those things didn't happen, it would have been a deal breaker. And that kitchen situation, there were just so many things that were just at a short period of time. And then we just kept going like that. But now, like we, definitely we know that can't happen.
I appreciate you. And I want to provide context for my thinking around finding out or acknowledging that it was October, that you knew that you were being overpaid, that teachers were being let go in August and in September, and I believe it was October 6th total, and how that communication with your leadership team and stakeholders was taking place.
Now, we didn't know in October that we were getting overpaid. We knew before that we had less kids, that we were losing kids. So we had 306 kids when we started, but we knew we were losing kids and that by the time the count day was coming up that we were not there. We were not at 306. I think what we didn't understand, but NDE kind of explained part of it, and again, I wasn't here for that audit, but was that we would continue to get the 306, try to get our enrollment back up because we hadn't moved to the new facility at that point. Okay, when you move, I'm sure kids will come back, and so at that point, yes, we knew we were still being paid for the 306, but we were not in any kind of crisis about it.
In October, you were not?
No, because we were anticipating that in November, when we moved back, because parents were telling us, like we had a transportation. We just had a lot of confidence that when we moved back in November that we could make our kids back, that we could get our kids back up.
And I'm not pushing back. I'm truly wanting to understand because I've written down October here and then I made my little note and an exclamation mark because Mr. Herrera said that it was in October that he first became aware. And then I thought I heard in your testimony, you're confirmed that, which is why I had made the notes in my writing.
We knew we were losing kids. We knew we were still getting paid for the 306, but that we were losing kids. That was from the exceptional growth audit, right? On June 3rd. As we were going, when it got to October, we knew October would be the final count, the NDE audit. But there was some confusion there too, because we were told 306 was 306, whether we lost kids or not. We didn't really have a good understanding of that. But by August, we still had the messaging from NDE of get your kids back. It will balance, try to balance it out and owe less money than what you're getting paid for. There was never any talk of like, that is the system for everyone. You will get paid what you started out and that was or maybe it's not, I don't know. And then you true up at the end. And I'm still not clear, were they supposed to true up in October?
So I think that's my question, my next question, because I wrote down, who said we'll true up at the end of the year? You mentioned that someone said we'll true up, but you didn't identify that person?
So I wasn't here, but that was the messaging. I think Jose did the audit. And then we got clarification from Director McAdin that they true up at the end of the year and you have to pay them back by September 25th. And that's when we got that date, because I didn't know the September 25th part either.
So you meant the end of the calendar year, being September. Is that what you meant when you said true up at the end of the year?
The end of the year, meaning the end of the school year, true up at the end of the school year, and then you have until September 25th to pay the money back.
Okay.
But I didn't know that until Director McAdin told us that.
Thank you. I believe I might have 2 more questions. I appreciate you. I may have more as I'm reading. You kept saying about a viable budget and that you had submitted 3 different budgets at the request of specifically Director McAdin. Mm-hmm. And so I was curious, like, what is you said a viable budget and cash flow?
So that was at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
That was the first round of budgets. We were submitting 3 budgets, the 448, the 325.
Hoping to land upon a viable budget? Is that
No, they were, well, 448 was our number. That was the budget we submitted as a viable budget. And then Director McAdam came back and said, well, do your worst case scenario, right? Take it to your lowest number. What's your break even number? And, which takes some work and some fleshing out. So then she said, give me a 325 budget. So she picked that number and a 224. The 224 we couldn't make work. She didn't want, I guess, it makes sense, right? What's your break even number? You get more fine. So it stopped at 325. It wasn't like we were just trying whatever. 448 was our number.
Thank you.
Take it down.
My next question, when was the rent abatement established? And if I may, with the second part to that, was rent fully paid and current prior to the rent abatement offer?
No, we started with rent abatement because we were in a temporary facility.
Okay.
Right. So we were supposed to move into our building in July. We didn't. We went in there, so we weren't paying rent.
And the rent abatement offer was extended to you in August of 2023? I want to understand. And I'm acknowledging that I'm recalling the budgets, and it appeared that it was showing that the rent that was agreed upon, I guess, was $80,000, and that was being paid was $43,000. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So we moved in the building in November. I'm sorry, end of October. So that's when rent started with the rent abatement.
Okay, thank you. This is my last question. Oh, 2, sorry. My apologies. We were offered an opportunity to look at Mr. Herrera's communication with families, and you had mentioned that you all had addressed the cure on the action plan and that enrollment had been frozen. Were you aware that Mr. Herrera was communicating with families and that the communication was welcoming families to the Eagle School?
No, I know that he communicates with families, even if he's the person who greets people and everyone wants to meet the principal. But I'm familiar with that communication, and I was looking at it when you all had it up here, but it seemed that somewhere in there, I understood what he was trying to say with the concept of it, which is a lot of people apply at different schools, right? And see where they can get in. And so I think that's sort of his process of like, yeah, okay, here, fill this out. Hey, welcome. But you need to turn in these papers. So we're welcoming you. We're being, the whole marketing aspect of it. But a lot of times people don't send their documents in, right? And so I can see where, like, in that language, because it said, you must turn in your documents in order to reserve your seat, which is just reserving it. It's not a confirmation. So, but I also see where the header is a problem.
Yes.
And can be very,
And my follow-up to that is if those families had submitted those documents, what then would have been the communication?
But I think what he said was that he would call them versus like normally just an email goes out, right? They get added to some email blast list. But I think he said that he would call them and let them know that, hey, you'll be placed on a wait list, because I think that's what his intention was, right? To place them on a wait list and then send a different kind of letter, not our you've been, I don't know what the letter says, you've been accepted or you have
Not
saying,
congratulations, welcome to Eagle.
Yeah, I think he has a different letter, like after that part. Because the steps are you fill out a form, right?
Mhm.
It's not an enrollment. This is just your registration. It's just like when they did the audit, they rejected like, X registrations. So I think just giving the registration, that's the next step of like, get the documents. They either come or they don't, or some come and they never do bring you the birth certificate, so they're not enrolled. And so I can see where that's like you're not enrolled because.
And you could understand where some families and or those of us reading the email would think that someone had been welcomed. Okay, and then this really is my last question. I appreciate you all, your grace and your patience. Do you, as you delegate responsibilities to others, also provide the privilege, the designation for individuals to sign documents for you?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
The state has no further questions.
I do have just a couple of follow-ups.
Chair, this is Member Ferris. Can I ask, before the attorneys go back, I just have one follow-up question, if I could. And
Yes, sir.
I think, a philosophical question, and I don't know if Ms. Mallory is the right person for it, but I just want to, as I kind of chew through everything we've been told so far, I think this question, I just want to be able to pose this to somebody at the school, which is my understanding of their budget, which she says is a balanced budget, is they acknowledge they owe money. They are going to borrow more money to cover operations while they start to pay back their debt to the state. And then they're going to, over the next few years, as enrollment increases, pay down their debts in some way. Ms. Mallory, is that a correct statement as to how you all see your budget being balanced?
Yes.
Okay. So you also, I think, acknowledge that the per pupil funding is money that follows the students, correct?
Yes.
So my philosophical question, I guess, is do you think it's fair for the students this year and next year to have money that's supposed to be set aside for them be used to pay back your bad debt? Is it fair to those kids that essentially are going to get less money allocated to their education than they should? Because in your budget, you have to cover old bad debts. Do you think fundamentally, as a educator, as a school operator, that that's fair to those kids?
No.
And then one very specific question that I just want to make sure again, and I apologize for beating this into the ground a little bit, but Mr. Herrera said repeatedly to us, hey, I don't do the budget. And yet you said, I'm not a special ed educator, so I don't know how the cash flow has to exactly work. So my question is, if Mr. Herrera is the person who's supposed to know, and he's saying, I don't do the budget, and you're the person directing the budget, and you say, I don't know, then how many other things are in that budget potentially? Could there be potentially other things in that budget where the person who's doing the education, who understands the state rules, isn't looking at the budget and doesn't know if it's cash flowed right because he's saying, I'm not the budget person, and you who are the budget person don't know what the educational rules of the state may be? Is it possible? I mean, that to me, the SPED is the instance of, here is the perfect case where the person who knows says, I'm not the budget guy and I'm not involved. And the budget person says, I don't know what the rules are. And so somebody is preparing a budget, yet the people who should be inputting this seemingly aren't. One is saying I'm not involved and the other is saying I don't know the rule. So did I get that correctly in this one instance? And then if that's the case, is it possible there are other instances like that in the budget?
Well, I appreciate your question and know you didn't get it right. So let me try to explain. I think when you're referencing Principal Herrera saying he doesn't do the budget, I think he's literally saying he literally doesn't do the budget. But a budget and creating a budget is a collaborative effort. It requires every department, every person. It requires their input. right? So I could say the same thing. I don't do the budget, but all I mean by that is I don't have it. I'm not plugging in the numbers. I'm not figuring out the formulas with Mike Dang and all those things that carry over into tabs. That's not what I do. So I'm pretty sure Principal Herrera did not mean that. I'm pretty sure he meant like literally he doesn't do the budget. He's definitely part of the budget and his input is taken, as is the input of others.
So if his input was taken, do you have any explanation for how that item where you're saying, well, it should be back to this date, but I don't think it needs to be in August. If he was there inputting that, he would have known that, and that would have been caught. But, and again, it's a big budget, so I'm not saying, I mean, is it possible there's a line item? Sure, but that would have been an instance where if he's involved and you're involved, those kind of things should be caught, correct?
Yes, and I'll give you an example. I wasn't part of the budget meeting that was Director McAdam, Mr. Henderson, Andrea, the accountant, and Jasmine Graciano, right? So all I can do is see what I see and try to review what I can review, but can things be missed? Yes, absolutely. I mean, but we do, sorry, go ahead.
No, and I'm sorry, and I can completely understand that. So I'm going to ask one follow-up question to the first question I asked you, which is, I think you stated it's probably not fair to the students this year, next year, to have to lose funds in order to cover bad debts. So my question then is, why are you asking us to do that? If you think it's unfair, you think it's unreasonable, I mean, you said it's unfair. So my question is, why are you asking us to do something you yourself say is unfair to those kids?
So although on the books, it doesn't follow the kids on the books. I think that this is, I don't know. I mean, I don't know the answer to that question. We're asking you to give us another chance to right our wrongs. And no, it's not fair, but I think that the value that we bring as, now having been corrected, having understood what needs to happen, we believe in our program. We believe in our people. Nothing was done with bad intention. It's a terrible mistake to have this delay in paying back the funds, but we believe in the program and we believe in the benefit to the community, like sincerely. And that's why we sit here, because it's certainly easier to just do something else, right? Surrender our charter, but we're here fighting.
Thank you very much for your time tonight. I appreciate it was a long process, I know, for you, and I appreciate your time today and your honesty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Holmes-Sutton, thank you.
Chair
All right,
Holmes-Sutton,
Valerie.
it's Member Stern. Oh, I apologize. Is it okay if I ask an additional question that came up for me? I'm sorry, I know
Certainly.
we've been going for a while.
I appreciate you.
So I was reflecting as you were talking about, the fairness to the students and wanting to be given another chance, and thinking back to the very beginning of your testimony when you talked about the backbone of Eagle being the SEL, the social emotional learning focus, and the fact that one of the things that Eagle had tried to cut was the social worker, and the fact that we have concerns about whether the social worker that was hired is actually licensed and seems to have been hired without having confirmed that they have the license that would be necessary. And that raises for me some questions and some concerns about the overall commitment to actually fulfilling what it is that you're telling us you are committed to doing. So I'm trying to, I guess I'm trying to reconcile the commitment to SEL with the willingness to cut the social worker, and then the hiring of the social worker at the direction of the SPCSA board, but then not following up and checking their licensure to make sure that they have the license, which I think we all now have a question as to whether they have that. Is there anything you can offer to help me reconcile those things and understand how we would allow you to continue operating, cutting funding to pay back your debt, and then still proceeding in what seems to be not a wonderfully responsible manner?
Sure, I can answer that for you. We did not cut the social worker. We didn't have the social worker. We were relying on the contracted services for the school psychologist and for those type of services for our students. And it was absolutely spot on for the recommendation from Director McAdin to bring on a social worker or a guidance counselor. We felt like, or we thought that we had a mental health professional and the psychologist that we have, but we understood that that wasn't enough. And as I was saying before, we do still have three social workers in the queue. And so, no, we didn't know that this person wasn't licensed, but we'll look into that ASAP tomorrow. But we do see the value in that. And if we do have it in the budget, we probably need to double down, with the guidance counselor, right? And the psychologist that we already have, which is on staff, which is not on staff, but which is with the consultant. So, yes.
But I guess what I'm wondering is if you as a school had a focus on SEL, why you needed to be told by the state public charter school authority that you should have a social worker on staff. And because you're saying you're trying to right the wrongs, but if that was your area of focus and expertise as a school and what you were bringing to Las Vegas, to our state of Nevada, I can't reconcile that with needing to be told by us or by the state public charter school authority that you needed a social worker. Why was that the case?
SEL is so much more than just a social worker. It's behavior. We have even for our staff development going into school and throughout the school year in our PLCs. This year we have a specialist who will be doing PLCs with teachers and ABA training for behavior because it's throughout the student's day and in the classroom and what the teacher brings to the table. So not just the social worker absolutely is necessary as well, but it's also what happens in the classroom, hour to hour, minute by minute. So that's the social emotional piece. It's not just hiring a social worker. And we are very committed to that.
I understand it's not just hiring a social worker. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But did you have more? I want to let you finish.
Oh, no, I thought you were going to continue. Yeah, so I was saying all of that to say we are very committed to the SEL and we provide all of the most of the components of that except for the social worker part. And we did take that as a very critical recommendation. Like we embraced that one.
Thank you. And then Chair Holmstead, I had a point of clarification for you actually. Can I ask that clarifying procedural question to you?
Certainly.
I know the objection was sustained with respect to counsel for SPCSA asking about Andrea, I believe it's Andrea Shorter. Was anything stricken from the record prior to that, or did we simply sustain the objection?
This is Dag Todd Weiss. The objection was sustained and counsel for the board moved on. So that was kind of the end of that.
So anything prior to that is still part of the record? Anything prior to the objection?
I guess I'd like to know more specifically what you're referring to. If there were any negative comments about Ms. Shorter or inferences that were made, I believe those also should be stricken because those questions need to be re-asked and they were never re-asked on the record.
Well, I believe the witness did answer some questions beforehand, and there was a series of questions that were going on before the objection was raised. So I know the objection was to as that question, or was it the whole line of questioning is my clarifying question.
Member Stern, we should probably wait for Samantha to come back in the room since this concerns her and her questions.
It's
That's
my
fine.
position
It's
that
not-
anything prior to the objection is not.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
You are overlapping and I.
Member Stern, the court reporter was simply acknowledging that she is unable to accurately document everything when we walk on top of one another's words.
My apologies.
So, Dag Weiss, do you want to kind of restate where we were at so that we make sure we're all on the same
Please,
page?
Counsel. Please.
You want me to go ahead?
Yes.
I guess in my mind, the question was made about the objection with Ms. Shorter. My position was that anything prior to the objection is still part of the record, but any inferences relating to Ms. Shorter and her abilities and what happened in DC are not part of the record because that line of questioning no longer continued.
The state has no objections.
So that's been agreed. Is that clear, Member Stern?
Yes, that clarifies for me. Thank you so much.
Ms. Hendricks.
All right. Ms. Mallory, we're going to really try to get you off the stand. Let me just do a couple of follow-up questions for you. When we're talking about the SPED services on the budget, are those services provided by a third party?
They are.
So if a third party is providing services in August, would they then bill you for those in September?
Yes, that would make sense.
Just one other question. When you were talking earlier about potentially bringing in a Nevada company, and I believe you said you were looking for guidance from the SPCSA regarding the transition. What kind of guidance did you get?
Actually, the third party back office company requested to meet with all of us, with the authorizer and with the client, to understand the notices that had been issued, the concerns, and to make sure that they were aligned with what the authorities' expectations were. Now I'm losing my voice. With what the authorities' expectations are.
Go ahead and take a drink. I'm not trying to kill you. And then what was the response from the authority then when the third party asked, hey, can we get together and meet and talk about these issues?
After the hearing.
So the authority said they wouldn't meet with you and the third party until after this hearing was over?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. No, I have no further questions.
The state has no further questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mallory. We appreciate you. You're excused.
Take 5 minutes with members. We're going to need you to stay on.
We will recess for 5 minutes. Board colleagues online, we asked if you would stand by. It's 8:17. We would reconvene at 8:22.
Members, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so what time are we thinking?
They don't know what's going on.
First thing, okay, so we're gonna have to continue this. I think, and I'm sure you're all understand that we have 3 more witnesses that are supposed to be heard, and so here's what we're thinking. We have tentative agreement to restart first thing tomorrow morning. Like 10 a.m. I know this is extremely inconvenient. We're asking a lot of you to, give up time on a Saturday. We need to make sure we can still have a quorum of members.
Remind them of the school schedule.
And, as you can understand, that our impetus for needing to get this done ASAP is that we have school starting in a week. And that's not your fault. You didn't cause the situation, but yeah, Victor's so happy about it. He walked out the room.
I guess that's sort of an flip of this.
I've had enough. I'm just kidding. I had to close the door. Sorry,
So what I'm asking is how many online members can be available tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Tamika Fonte Rosales can be available.
Thank you.
I can do it.
Thank you, Tamika. Thank you, Lee.
I probably can be, but I need to cancel something that I can't commit for quorum purposes. Don't count on me right now.
Okay, understood. Courtney, Ty?
I can commit.
Thank you, Ty.
I can probably be here, but I also have a prior commitment I need to look into to confirm that I can be here.
Thank you, Courtney.
Hi,
Yvette?
this is Member Aldaba. I cannot be here. I have scheduled clients tomorrow that I cannot cancel this late.
Okay.
Notice.
Understood. We have quorum if we have one of Victor or Courtney.
Okay.
So I know both of you said don't count you in the commit, and I want to respect that, but
I'll make it.
okay.
Yeah, till 12:30.
Member Stern, this is Vice Chair Thigpen. Any chance we can get you just in case of some random act of God happening?
Yes. So if I'm necessary for a quorum, I can definitely be here.
We have quorum. I'm just trying to be safe.
I need to check on something first.
Okay, all right. Well, get back to us.
Sorry. I don't want to commit without.
When can you get back to us?
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hopefully within the hour. I'm typing up an email.
Can you let Melissa know, please?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna pause for now and
actually, I got an answer. I can be at the hearing tomorrow.
Okay.
So
so now we have 6.
That gives us one room of wiggle. So okay. Thank you so much, all of you. I can't thank you enough.
I will be there. So 10 a.m.
To confirm, you said 10 a.m.
And also,
10 a.m. That was request of council. Is that all right with you?
Well, he's only.
I know. That's why we're gonna have Courtney's gonna be on as well. So if someone has to drop off, we're still in quorum.
Can we do 9:30?
All right, everyone hang out for a second.
9:30?
Sure.
Is that okay?
You tell me where to be, I'll show up.
We're still.
All right, members, is 9:30 okay?
9:30 is fine. Can you confirm that the same links that we were sent will still work tomorrow? I know there was an issue with needing special links. I just want to make sure we have working links so we can start on time.
Shouldn't matter where we're at.
The state will confirm.
Hold on,
and
we
you'll
got
get an
one
email
more
tomorrow.
here.
The state will confirm and you'll get an email as soon as possible. One moment.
The main concern I have is the tech. So Teresa can come at 9 and set the tech up, but she has the doctor's appointment, orthopedic doctor's appointment at 10. So
I think as long as we're set up, we should.
as long as we're set up, I just want to
In our
be clear
Okay.
room or
in our room, in our boardroom.
Okay, so we're going to talk about East Flamingo.
Huh?
Correct.
Yeah, so that's confirmed.
Department of Ed.
PBS building?
Yeah, we just won't have a tech for a period, but
It's.
okay.
In the Nevada Department of Education, I'll text you that.
Okay.
But I'm gonna get it. I'll text you.
All right, so we're good on that. Reporter? It won't be this building, it will be the Department of Education building in East Flamingo.
Or
I'll,
threaten people, whichever works first.
One quick other question, just to kind of be able to hopefully maybe anticipate things myself a little better tomorrow. Did we say we had 3 more witnesses?
I'm so sorry, Member Salcido. Is it possible you could speak up? I can't hear you well.
Sure, I'm trying to, gauge what to expect tomorrow, time commitment wise. I assume, did you say you had 3 more witnesses to get through? And then the idea is then we have the equivalent of a deliberation. Is that correct?
Sure. That's correct. And this is Kara Hendricks. I can even add the 3 witnesses that we'll be calling tomorrow are Monica Johnson, the board chair, Brent Pace from who works with the landlord, and then Callie Hatch, who is a Eagle board member. I don't anticipate any of them will go as long as the state's witnesses. I think they'll be pretty short. It just depends on how many questions are asked.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. As we navigate logistics, may I please thank each of you for your leadership. I recognize that this is certainly a challenging commitment and appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you.
So Chair, can I just to reiterate, somebody is going to send us an email at some point to our SPCSA email with a time, a location, potentially, because potentially we could be there in person tomorrow, which may make it easier for some, and or a link with the details.
The answer is yes. And for those who are able to attend in person, we will be at our usual meeting spot over at NDE in the boardroom on Flamingo.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
So to clarify, we have not set on a time yet for meeting tomorrow.
9:30.
We'll get
The
that
time is at 9:30.
Okay.
Thank you.
you got to come back on the record.
Hi, this is Member Aldava. Since the time changed, in the event that I do have a client that cancels, am I able to join late? Is that permissible?
We've heard as much testimony as we can hope, so anytime you can join, please do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Chair Holmes-Sutton, it is 8:32 and we are coming back, calling us back to order, acknowledging that we will recess for the evening. We will reconvene tomorrow, August 3rd, Saturday, at the NDE boardroom location on Flamingo. We will begin promptly at 9:30 a.m. Thank you all again.
To resume Eagle Charter's case.
To resume Eagle Charter's case. We stand adjourned at 8:33. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.